play here. An Odyssey station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Hope you're staying safe. Hope you're staying warm. If you are one of the millions and millions who decided to not go out on the roads this morning, hopefully you're streaming us on the Odyssey app. Appreciate you tuning in. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne, and we are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Figgy in for Ben, so we get a little Figgy action today. I'm assuming, Figgy, that's why we got a little John McClain off the top there.
Probably so.
Let's hit it big time.
Yeah.
All right, you working a double shift today?
Sort of. I'm doing half in the loop, so I'll be working in the loop to 12.
Gotcha.
We had that at the station for a while. I can't remember when. Our the producer in the morning had to do the morning and then half of the midday show, and then
that was the regular deal?
That was I don't know, during some national crisis or something. I can't remember what corporate. That was back in the CBS radio days.
Yeah.
They're like, basically, we don't care about you all that much, so we're gonna we've got Tony Romo to pay. We're gonna just you guys make do with whatever.
Today's crisis, it's freaking cold outside.
Yeah,
that's the crisis.
What's the crisis? Sub-freezing temperatures.
Because I'll tell you right now what the crisis is not. The crisis is not who the Texans will be playing. Yeah, the Texans are 9.5-point underdogs to the Baltimore Ravens.
9.5? The disrespect.
We found out yesterday, thanks to the outcome of the Buffalo-Pittsburgh game, that the Texans will indeed, hey man, go big or go home. Let's walk up to the biggest, baddest dude in the jail yard and punch him in the face and see what happens.
Right in the kisser.
Right in the kisser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was on a weird YouTube algorithm earlier this morning where it was guys that got beat up in prison. So I was imagining this specifically. What kind of never mind. I was thinking about what infraction the Ravens might have committed, and then I was going to make we won't go down that.
So the
Ray
Ravens
Lewis
are
road.
9.5-point favorites in this game.
Ravens are 9.5-point favorites. Look, the Ravens. The Ravens or the Chiefs, pick your poison. It was going to be a challenge. I think the biggest difference is that, hey, look, both the Ravens and the Chiefs both have really good defenses. They're that's why the Chiefs are where they are. The Chiefs just aren't all that impressive offensively this year, whereas the Ravens are still quite impressive offensively.
They're going to have the MVP of the league
with a different version of Lamar Jackson than even the Lamar Jackson the Texans saw in week 1. So I think that's fair to say. I was reading some things in Baltimore basically about how same thing is the same thing we've been reading about the Texans versus the Colts or the Texans versus the Browns or anything. This is a different game than it was in week 1. However, I do feel like people are acting like, well, now this is Lamar Jackson fully actualized. This isn't like week 1 where the Ravens beat the Texans pretty soundly, but weren't all that impressive. I think people are expecting a thorough dismantling of the Texans.
Well, clearly the odds makers are 9.5. I thought the spread, and we'll hear from D'Amico on the dynamic you're talking about, Seth, in just a second, the difference between week 1 and now. Because you're right, it is strange now that you lay it out that way. Like, this will be the 4th straight opponent the Texans will have played that they played earlier in the year.
Yeah.
And I feel like all 4 of these, you look back at the previous matchup and you go, well, there's nothing we can take from that. The Titans game, there was nothing you could take from it because they played the Titans 2 weeks before that without C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. Similarly with Cleveland, same thing. The Indianapolis and Baltimore are similar in that they played them in the first 2 weeks of the season, where to me that was almost a preseason Texans team. This version of the Texans really started in week 3 with the win over Jacksonville in Jacksonville. I thought the spread would be, this is what I thought the odds makers would struggle with. Do we make this a touchdown or do we tack an extra half on and make it a 2-score spread? Mm-hmm. Will it be 7 or 7.5? I was pretty surprised to see it 9.5. Now it's already down to 9. So I think the sharp bettors are going to come in heavy on the Texans. Because they have a quarterback who can stand in toe-to-toe with Lamar Jackson.
They have theoretically, right? Yeah. And I guess, I was watching a lot of people yesterday kind of almost apologetically saying, hey, yeah, that was an awesome performance by C.J. Stroud, but There was a 75-yard screen. Well, it wasn't a screen. People kept calling it a screen to Brevin Jordan. It was not a screen, and yet somehow, I guess because he caught it in the flats, somehow they're calling it a screen. It was a short pass.
Long, yeah.
It was like 65 yards run after the catch. But it was a very, very good performance versus a good defense. I guess what's the over-under? Is the over-under high or low?
It's the lowest of the 4 games.
Is it the low?
It's 45.5.
Okay, so that is a slap in the face to Deshaun Watson then.
C.J. Stroud.
That's as well.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud.
You want to slap around Deshaun, we can do that later.
Finish to Deshaun Watson's replacement, C.J. Stroud.
Right.
So that's a slap in the face. I see that as a sign of disrespect.
We got to find a lot of disrespect between now and Saturday.
They're respecting the Texans' defense and disrespecting C.J. Stroud they think the low is going to be, if it's the lowest of the lows.
Yeah, 45.5. Now they're all kind of bunched up.
It's not like that's a super low total.
No, it's like a medium total. Yeah. But we know it's going to be Baltimore. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the Texans as compared to the Week 1 version of themselves.
Man, you talk about drastic improvements. Our first game going against Baltimore, man, tough place to play, right? Rookie quarterback, right? New team, new start going out to Baltimore. You look up, remember going in at halftime and man, we were right there, right? Going against a really tough team. We were right there. Really tight game, and it kind of, they took it away in the second half. But from there to where we are now, we've definitely grown. Completely different team, right? They're a completely different team. They're trying to figure out, who they would be offensively with the new coordinator. But they've done an outstanding job. Baltimore, with their defense, I think they've been probably the most consistent defense throughout the entire year. And we've grown. Their offense have grown. They've done a really great job. So, if it's Baltimore, be a tough matchup. We'll see what happens here later today.
I would add, Seth, and then obviously that press conference took place before the Buffalo-Pittsburgh game yesterday. Buffalo won 31-17. I think D'Amico didn't say it directly. I think he would throw himself in the mix of things that have gotten a whole lot better since that Week 1. Remember how many, both in the Baltimore game and in the Indianapolis game the following week, remember how many kind of procedural errors there were with like game operational errors? They had to burn all their timeouts in the Indianapolis game by the second quarter.
Most of that was on Bobby Slowick. Yeah. So I would say, as a team, I think if anything, I was surprised that D'Amico had allowed Bobby Slowick to be at that point, because that's the test of of a head coach is, okay, are you sure that your coordinators, even though you're the defensive guy and Bobby Slowick's the offensive guy, is Bobby Slowick making that same mistake that so many new coordinators make in their first few games in the NFL? Mike Vrabel made it back with the Texans when he was a defensive coordinator, was for the first time trying to do everything all at once. I got this brilliant offense. Bobby Slowick's thinking, I got to install it. We got to have all these gadgets and doohickeys, and we got to have so many people in motion pre-snap. Yeah. Yes, that's great, but you got to build to that. And Bobby Slowick admitted as much, that they were just trying to do too much with new people and a rookie quarterback. And now, and that's why last week was so much of a full circle moment and a culmination for the Texans. Last week, you saw them executing all of that stuff that they were trying to execute in Week 1, and they were doing it really, really well. Nico Collins ends up, coming free because of a pre-snap motion that dictated a matchup, and CJ was able to go to him last in the progression because he knew and understood exactly what the coverage was going to be and what the setup was for Nico as a late developing situation. All that stuff definitely wouldn't have happened in Week 1.
Right.
So that's the complete kind of come full circle moment where, Week 1 versus the Ravens and a good defense, you tried a bunch of that stuff, and if anything, it was detrimental. And versus the Browns, very good defense in the wild card round, you tried a lot of that stuff, and you didn't try it, you were executing it because it's what you've been working towards all year.
Okay, so I need you to tell me if I can save some time this week. Do I need to go back and watch the Week 1 matchup? Is there anything applicable from that I need to go back and watch, or is this?
I think
is this a fresh
one of the things
matchup?
I would say, Ronnie Stanley, the offensive tackle for the Ravens, was out in that game, and he'll be in. So some of the pass rush, the pass rush, the Texans had some promising pass rush moments in that game.
It was 7-6 at the half in that game.
The
Baltimore game. I mean, it was a close game.
That's where I'd say the same thing, just like last week, or especially in the Colts game, where both teams can say, "Hey, this is a different team than it used to be."
Yeah.
Blake Cashman did not play in Week 1.
Really?
So that
Okay.
I remember he was. I'm almost positive he didn't play in week 1.
Yeah.
I reserve the right to have a poor memory. I did just call C.J. Stroud Deshaun Watson earlier. Let's
okay.
remember all that.
We're all a little off kilter this morning. Well, a lot of people weighing in that are up listening. We like that. Early Saturday game, 9.5-point spread. The disrespect, it's a text.
Helpable.
I actually feel good about this game. To be the best, you have to beat the best. That's kind of how I feel. Look, once Buffalo won yesterday, then you're going to have to go through 2 of these 3 teams regardless, right? You're going to have to go, if you're the Texans, and by the way, I don't feel silly talking about this. I feel like C.J. Stroud gives you a chance against any of these 3. None of these 3 teams are all-time great teams. They're not. None of them are generational teams. They're not. So you're going to have to beat 2 out of the 3, and to me, they're all, given where the Texans are right now, they're all kind of the same. Mm-hmm. They all have reasons why they're really, really hard to beat on the road. They're all cold weather environments. So you're going to have to beat 2 out of the 3 of Baltimore, Buffalo, and KC. So let's go. Let's play the one you've already played this year.
So, and as much as we'll say, hey, Lamar Jackson's a different type of quarterback this year, and he's learned how to use his athleticism within the pocket as much as out of the pocket. He did also lead the NFL in rushing yards for quarterbacks this year. So it is it's
still
important.
Running around.
He's still that guy. And I guess my one big question is, all right, who are the most athletic quarterbacks the Texans have faced this year?
Ooh, okay.
And because they had a little bit of a respite in a league in which so many people, there's so many quarterbacks that are dual threats now. The Texans didn't face a whole bunch of them. I get down to I guess Trevor Lawrence and Russell Wilson.
Kyler, right? Kyler. I mean,
oh yeah, because he was okay. You know what? It's funny. I didn't even think of that because he was so tired in the game. Kyler Murray was exhausted in that game. He didn't look. I felt like Kyler Murray's legs were almost a detriment to him in that game. But that's a good point. Kyler Murray.
I mean, Zach Wilson moved around some in that game.
Yeah.
Will Levis is athletic.
If you look at the top rushing leaders for quarterbacks this year, Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields, Jalen Hurts, Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson's the last guy So Anthony Richardson, gosh, how about in 4 games?
Anthony
in 4 games,
he was fifth.
Yeah.
That tells me there are hardly any anyways.
Well, and he got that's a really good point. Well, and a full 25% of those yards, I think, came against the Texans. Actually, looks like maybe about 35% came versus the Texans.
Yeah, probably most of it on 2
That's
runs.
my concern. Anthony Richardson and what he did very early on to the Texans was kind of an issue for the Texans to the tune of a couple of touchdowns.
All right, the weather. How's D'Amico feeling about going into cold weather? We'll hear from him on that. And we're starting to hear analogies of the Texans and one particular dark horse Cinderella team. And we'll tell you who that is next.
Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. That's right. They've got it now, baby. It's what you want. If you like Daisy sour cream because it's fresh, it's pure. You look at the ingredients, you can pronounce all of the ingredients. There's no MSG. This is not this is better than if you made it yourself. If you made your own dips at home, this is basically it, except you don't have to do anything because you look at the ingredients and it's all right there. It's the stuff that you would put in your French onion dip with your sour cream, and now it's all there for you. That's what I love doing on weekends. It's when I let loose. I got my wings, I got my chips, and I use it. The Daisy French onion. My personal is the French onion, but they have the ranch as well, obviously. So check it out in stores now. Daisy French onion dips and Daisy ranch dips.
AFC, you've been put on notice. The Texans obliterated the Browns 45-14 in their wild card rematch and advanced. groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Believe in big fitness energy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right, not sure where we'll be playing, but we do know the elements. There will be cold weather. Gracious that we have cold weather here in Houston this week. It comes at the right time for us to be able to go out, practice outside in the cold weather. I don't think you get used to it. I always say, no matter what the conditions are for a game, you have 3.5 hours to suck it up, and whatever that weather is, you have to deal with it and be your best in that moment. You're not the only one dealing with the conditions. The other team, they're dealing with the conditions as well. So it's no excuse, no matter what the weather is, where we have to go. Like, man, you have to be excited about the opportunity to play. And whatever it is, you suck it up for 3 hours and you play your best.
That's D'Amico Ryans. Yeah, so people, when you walk outside of your car today, you're freezing and you're complaining, or you're driving in, you have to drive slow because of the conditions, whatever, just know this cold weather is a blessing. This cold weather is going to help the Texans prepare for the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday. We needed, Mother Nature gave this to us because we needed it. We needed this cold weather.
If I know people from the Northeast, Sean, I don't know if Maryland considers themselves, I guess they're mid-Atlantic, whatever the hell they are. What they're going to say is, oh, they think that's cold? It's not cold.
Right.
This is cold.
It is.
I'm like, yeah,
cold,
okay, yes, we're all very impressed with your toughness. I can't believe you made it as long as you did while having all kinds of actual indoor heating and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, I forgot that you're living in a cardboard hovel outside, which actually, for the most part of it, it's like 10% of Baltimore probably does. So, like the actual middle class.
Yeah.
By choice, because they're so tough. Mm-hmm. So then there's something to be said for that. I think it's good. The skill positions, unless you're the Miami Dolphins, who like everybody seemed to turn into a melting tub of like the melted witch out there.
Yep.
And had no toughness whatsoever. Mostly it's the skill position people that you worry about. So CJ Stroud's played in the cold. Nico Collins played in the cold. Singletary played his first 4 years in Buffalo.
Yeah.
I'm not too concerned about that. Plus, if it's anything like the cold in Buffalo, it's not like it was a windy, frigid, awful cold. Is there freezing rain forecast or anything?
No, I don't think so.
Freezing rain's the only thing I worry about. Freezing rain, temperatures in the single digits, and wind. Those are the things that really screw up a football game. If it's like 19 degrees and sunny, that's just nice.
It's the warmer of the two venues the Texans could have gone to. Yeah. KC's supposed to be in the teens. It's going to be cold wherever they go. These next two games, if they're able to pull off the upset against Baltimore, they're going to go to KC or Buffalo. It's going to be cold there too. So they got the right coach for it. D'Amico's got the right mindset for it. Let's go. I'm excited for Saturday afternoon. There's a piece on NFL.com where they've got the one burning question for each of the remaining playoff teams, and this touches on something you and I kind of touched on yesterday, and I'm guessing others have as well. The burning question for the Texans: are the 2023 Texans going to be the 2021 Cincinnati Bengals? You know, a team that won 10 games, came on at the end of the year, young quarterback, good roster, flawed roster, but good roster, catches heat at the right time, goes into a tough venue like KC did, or like Cincinnati did in KC, and pulls off a big upset.
I'll tell you the thing, too, about Joe Burrow is that was when he was still very much in his I'm going to take a whole bunch of sacks phase. He just did not. Like, as much as people love to talk about how they needed to improve the offensive line and everything, sacks, for the most part, are a quarterback stat. There are a lot of quarterbacks that just generally, behind a really bad offensive line, it'll hurt their performance, but they don't take the sacks. It's a psychological imperfection if you take a lot of sacks. And CJ has made sure that he doesn't, he's flirted with that as a young quarterback. The Ravens were one of the games in which he flirted with that. He got sacked 12 times in the first two games this year. First game versus the Ravens, obviously. But he's very much corrected that. And I feel like he's more adequately equipped in that regard. As far as overall offensive weaponry, though, doesn't have quite the same electricity that Burrow had.
They had Jamar Chase. Yeah. They had Joe Mixon peak Joe Mixon at running back. T. Higgins. Jamar Chase alone.
Yeah. Honestly, the biggest question mark for me, if you compare the Bengals versus the Texans or this Texans team versus any other darling, I've gone this entire season, and I really don't have a good feel for what the Texans' defense is. I feel like it's sometimes like, wow, these guys are getting, they're you know what they are? They're a turnover-creating machine. And then all of a sudden that dries up. Like, you know what they are? These guys are a pass-rush-driven team. And then all of a sudden that won't quite look like what you expected it to, because they've done it in spurts and starts. That they do have the ability with the right matchups. And as one of our listeners pointed out, I thought that Ronnie Stanley had gone out early in that game versus the Texans. Stanley didn't go out, the left tackle for the Ravens, didn't go out until the fourth quarter. Jonathan Grenard was just having some really good reps versus Ronnie Stanley. And I think that ends up being the big question in this game. Will Anderson had his first sack of the season and then would continue to be kind of close. I'm not just talking about sacks. I'm talking about as a pass rusher in general. But he was a work in progress over the course of the first half of the season. The second half of the season, he really poured it on, and he had multiple sack games, and just was more consistently hitting the quarterback, not just pressuring the quarterback. That's one of the huge X factors. Is exactly what is this pass rush versus this team right now, and then what do you do versus Lamar Jackson, who can still, even though he's evolved as a quarterback, and can still very much hurt you with his feet. The Texans really haven't faced a lot of guys that are at their peak playmaking ability as a runner. Like Kyler Murray was exhausted. He was gassed because that was his second game back in an offense where he had to do a lot more than he ever had to do before. So that was not peak Kyler Murray. The last guy they really saw that was running and cool with running was Anthony Richardson. And it didn't go well, but that was a long, long time ago.
Yeah, it was a different team almost back then. Text message, morning fellas. Sean, I agree with you. I feel like CJ gives us a chance to beat anyone. But according to DVOA, and for those who don't know what DVOA is, basically it's an efficiency stat. Baltimore is the third best team of all time.
Yeah.
So they actually might be a generationally great team. Now,
the only thing about that is the number one DVOA team of all time, best ever. DVOA is you say efficiency. Basically, like they try to take into account game situation and everything to see how somebody is at. They get rid of garbage time, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And tell you how good a team is.
I like DVOA.
The 2010 New England Patriots were the best all time, for which they rewarded a loss to the Jets in the divisional round.
Mark Sanchez.
They are. I'll tell you what. One of the nicest banners they have there at Gillette is the 2010 all-time DVOA banner.
They do.
It's incredible. It really was
got
like
some big nerd glasses on it.
Yeah. But I don't know. Was that number one overall DVO? They must have been weakened in the playoffs. Did they have Tom Brady? Oh yeah, they did.
Tom Brady played.
Tom Brady looked like a stuttering fool in the playoffs because the Jets decided to do things like drop people into coverage.
Right. I'm just looking purely at Baltimore and their season, looking at the schedule here. I'm going to throw out Week 18 because they didn't play. They didn't have Lamar Jackson in that game. They rested a bunch of their starters. So pre-Week 18, they won 10 out of 11. Their only loss was that loss to Cleveland by 2 points. Deshaun's last game before he had to get surgery, where he went 14 for 14 in the second half. That's their only loss. They've got good wins, too, man. I mean, they down the stretch, they beat the Rams. They destroyed Jacksonville. So they were part of Jacksonville's demise. We thank you. Ravens, thank you very much for helping the Texans win the division. Probably the most impressive thing, Seth, their last two pre-Week 18 games of the season, most famously on Monday night, on Christmas, they went to San Francisco and destroyed the San Francisco 49ers.
Yep.
That was the game where Florio said that the Ravens are going to get their ass kicked.
Oh, that's right. And then he was people were demanding apologies from Florio because everybody's so damn sensitive about oh no, was the winning football team upset by something Mike Florio said?
They were, actually.
My dear.
Yeah, they were.
Oh my goodness. No, they weren't. No, Lamar Jackson didn't even care.
Well, they had heard it though. You know what I mean?
Lamar Jackson. All I saw was people Lamar Jackson furious about Mike Florio said. Yeah. Then they show the clip. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, people say stuff, whatever.
The next week they beat Miami 56-19, which I don't know what to make of that. Miami against good teams, Miami against bad teams.
Honestly, if I were in Baltimore all season long, I would have been wondering why are the Ravens being ignored? And I would have been looking around and be like, wait a second, people are acting like this is just some kind of little side story or something. And I would take that Florio stuff. And personally, if I were living in Baltimore, I would have been offended by it as well. I think I would have sought out every article where somebody was pointing out that Lamar Jackson's stats aren't that good, and I would be yelling, "Watch the film, bro!"
So you're saying
watch the film,
you're
bro.
saying they've been disrespected.
I think they have been a little bit disrespected and undersold. I think they've been undersold a little bit. Now, I do, as somebody pointed out also, one of our listeners, we're talking about the pass rush, and John Grenard has been good the entire season. It's mostly just been injuries that have hurt him when he missed some time. Will Anderson has evolved as the season has gone along, and he had a good game in that first game, but then he kind of went into a lull a little bit. He was still getting close and getting pressures, but the second half of the season, he really learned how to finish. He learned how to anticipate chip blocks and and how to handle double teams. But one of the biggest additions by far, if you're watching the Eagles game last night, you might have been thinking, wow, these guys got rid of Derek Barnett?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
He's been an absolute stud for the Texans. So now the Texans have a three-headed monster at edge rush that, as well as many other guys on that defensive line that have contributed, and including in the interior. But that's probably one of the biggest differences is the pass rush, which served the Texans well in week 1, has gotten a lot better since then.
Yeah. I was thinking about Derek Barnett last night watching that game. By the way, if you're just waking up, the Eagles got destroyed last night by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, it was really ugly.
32-9. They want to fire everybody in Philadelphia this morning. If you were Derek Barnett, because he's probably still got a lot of friends on the team, would you have been rooting for the Eagles, against the Eagles, or been neutral in that game last night?
If you were Derek Barnett.
Well, if you were Seth Payne and they waived you and you got picked up by a better team and you're in a better place, how would you have been looking at that game
One of the best things about being a human being is that you can have multiple feelings about the same topic. And I think there's probably a part of him that said, take that, Sirianni.
Right.
And there's probably a part of him who's like, it sucks for those guys.
Yeah, like take that, Sirianni, but boy, I wish Brandon Graham got 3 sacks in that game.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay.
I would imagine it's probably like if you've got it's probably like if you've got like if you're divorced and you've got a counterpart, your ex-wife's new husband, you're kind of like, well, like, I want my kids to be happy, but at the same time, I kind of hope that guy dies in a Tesla crash or something, I don't know, like a fiery inferno.
My ex-wife's not remarried, but I can put myself in the shoes there. That's a good analogy.
I like to envision myself as super cool about all that
dying
stuff.
In a fire's a little extreme, but
I
get the gist.
I envision myself as the opposite, like the guy that's totally cool with the new stepdad or whatever. But there's also a part of me that probably would hope for the lithium battery to burn. It took all the firemen could do was stand and watch.
They want to fire everybody in Philly this morning. Our counterparts up there, John Ritchie and Joe DeCamera, I think is the name of the main host up there.
Joe D is what I call him.
Joe D. I'm going to call him Joe D.
That's what I would do.
They're treating Sirianni getting fired today like it's fait accompli.
It's going to happen.
It's happening. Yeah.
I would have Mike McCarthy. I would have thought the same thing about Mike McCarthy, and yet there he sits.
Jerry might still be asleep from Sunday. You know what I mean? Like
still awake. You mean? There's the ones he
passed out. Yeah. And in Cleveland,
this whole thing about Jerry, whether it's in coaching or in life, he doesn't know when to pull out. Yeah. He kept Garrett around forever. He's probably gonna keep McCarthy around forever. He's got paternity suits coming in from here and there.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. All right, let's get to
some. Good for him. How?
I'm joking around.
All right.
Let's get to headlines. And we've got an opponent for the Texans on Saturday. One important Texan, or a Texan who's been kind of underrated, going to injured reserve. We'll talk about that. 2 playoff results we got to get to as well from yesterday. A whole lot of NFL news. We got to rapid fire some things here in headlines coming up next. Before we do that, YellowRoseDistilling.com. So stay out of the way of the Arctic blast.
Or have a blast. During the Arctic blast.
Have an
Stay
Arctic
inside.
blast party like we do with hurricanes.
Yeah. Have a hot toddy.
That's right. Definitely.
Is a hot toddy just any kind of hot alcohol drink?
I don't know.
I always just thought it was like cider and something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't like the name of it. I think it's a stupid thing that Ole Miss does. Their hottie toddy or
I'll
whatever.
let the Ole Miss people take that up with you.
I think they got to think it's dumb too.
Maybe.
That's like it was something that was like cool in 1937.
Hot toddy.
Like, yeah, look at all hot toddy. Yeah.
You may not even know. Now they just say it because everybody's been saying it for a bunch of years. Headlines, Texans, we know who they're going to play now. They will play the Baltimore Ravens Saturday in Baltimore, 3:30 kick. You can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I will have you for Texans Countdown at 12:30. These two teams met back in week 1. It did not go well for the Texans. That was C.J. Stroud's first game as an NFL football player. He since has gone on to do historic things. He's going to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Lamar Jackson probably going to be the MVP. This is the most intriguing quarterback battle coming up this weekend of divisional round football. And there's some good quarterbacks left. I would submit that the 4 best quarterbacks in the AFC are the 4 quarterbacks that are still left in the postseason right now. You've got Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen after the Bills beat the Steelers yesterday. You've got Patrick Mahomes. You got C.J. Stroud. Those are the 4 best quarterbacks in the AFC. DeMeco Ryans yesterday said, we're a much different team now than we were in week 1 against Baltimore.
Man, you talk about drastic improvements. Our first game going against Baltimore, man, tough place to play, right? Rookie quarterback, right? New team, new start going out to Baltimore. You look up, remember going in at halftime and like, man, we were right there, right? Going against a really tough team. We were right there. Really tight game, and it kind of, they took it away in the second half. But from there to where we are now, we've definitely grown. Completely different team, right? They're a completely different team. They're trying to figure out, who they would be offensively with the new coordinator. But they've done an outstanding job. Baltimore, with their defense, I think they've been probably the most consistent defense throughout the entire year. And we've grown. Their offense have grown. They've done a really great job. So, if it's Baltimore, be a tough matchup. We'll see what happens here later today.
That press conference took place before the Steelers and the Bills played. So now we know it is going to be Baltimore. We haven't mentioned this yet. Baltimore activated tight end Mark Andrews this week, who's one of the 3 or 4 best tight ends in football. And I think, look, when you lose a guy like that, the best thing that can happen to you is you find some other solution at that position. Isaiah Likely's been a good tight end for them. They've got 2 really good tight ends.
He's been really good. When Andrews was like same situation, that he was dicey health-wise, I remember a lot of people saying, like, well, Likely's just as good as Andrews, and like not even close really, but still has to be accounted for, and in combination with Andrews, that's where the big issue is. And how do you a huge portion of the production for the Ravens comes from their tight ends. Texans have struggled with their safeties, they've struggled with their linebackers at time and coverage. They've improved, but again, that's one of those inconsistencies about the Texans defense, where in any given week I just don't know what to expect from them. There's times where going into the Jets game, I never would have expected that was going to be when the linebackers looked their absolute worst in coverage.
Yeah.
And then there you had it. Zach Wilson had a career. Can Lamar Jackson outduel Zach Wilson in terms of quarterbacks who have slayed the Texans defense?
Yeah, but part of me would say, like, okay, well, the last 3 weeks though, they've been on their assignments for the most part. But Lamar Jackson is not Ryan Tannehill or Gardner Minshew or Joe Flacco.
Right. Yeah, and I was joking, obviously, about the Zach Wilson part of it.
Yeah.
So, that's the huge question really is just, okay, versus this Ravens offense and Lamar Jackson, who's a quarterback unlike really anybody on the Texans has seen since the first couple of weeks of the season. Yeah. Because Lamar Jackson wasn't himself. He ran 6 times in that game. Usually in any given game, the lowest Lamar Jackson this year would run is 5 or 6 times. He ran 5 times or 6 times versus the Texans, and then immediately was up in the double digits over his next couple of weeks. It's like Todd Monken and Lamar Jackson were getting to know each other and what that offense was going to be, and they found a nice balance. I think a little bit of the narrative has been too much that Lamar Jackson doesn't run that much anymore. He still runs a lot. He still led the league in rushing by quarterbacks, so he's still very, very much a threat with his legs. I think he's a little bit more careful and judicious about when he runs and the hits that he takes. No, he got. If you look at his yardage after contact this year, I think it was the lowest average of his career.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, look at that. He played every game except for the one that they chose just to sit him.
Yeah. I'm guessing the way last season ended probably affected how he, went into this season thinking like, I got to stay. The big thing for me is I got to be available to my team.
And I know, everybody, before you get your texting fingers ready, I know that he gets hurt in the pocket or non-contact. It's cumulative trauma that they worry about. It's the total number of hits.
Yeah,
and I think he's done a good job of kind of being he's aging the appropriate way with like his willingness to take hits or avoid hits.
Noah Brown to injured reserve for the Texans. So John Mechie, John Mechie did some good things against the Browns on Saturday. Mechie's going to get some more snaps. Noah Brown just completely banged up. We've probably seen the last of Noah Brown, but we will pay homage to Noah Brown because I would submit that the Texans might not be in the playoffs without a few of the plays he made during the season. We'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour. Ross Tucker joining us at 7:25 on the show. As far as the other playoff games, yesterday, Buffalo beat Pittsburgh 31-17. The game never felt really close. Pittsburgh cut it to a touchdown in the second half, but Mason Rudolph just ain't it. And then last night, to me, this will be the game where there's more ramifications and fallout. Tampa Bay just destroyed the Philadelphia Eagles in every way. 32-9 was the final score. The Eagles looked completely disinterested defensively in that game. Poor tackling. Jalen Hurts was not good. There's talk now in Philadelphia that Nick Sirianni is going to get fired. Oh, Jalen Hurts' contract is an albatross. The other big fallout from this, I was listening to some Cleveland radio this morning. Figgy's in for Ben today. Figgy in Cleveland, your hometown, they are very distraught that Baker Mayfield looks like the Baker Mayfield they thought they drafted back in 2018. Now, how do you feel about that?
Hey, I felt the same way. I'm like,
Watching
man,
it?
where was this guy at? Why did they get this guy up?
Right.
Did they have? I can't remember. Did they have Godwin and Evans on the
Both of them
Browns?
played last night.
No, for the Browns. That was the.
Oh, back.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I gotta tell you, like everybody, just like
They did have an Odell Beckham
They had OBJ.
Jr.
Yeah, I was going to say, disgruntled
Jarvis.
OBJ.
Yeah, whatever the hell that version of OBJ was.
Disgruntled OBJ.
Speaking of OBJ, but the whole thing about Baker Mayfield is like, for one, I think it was very convenient for people, I think almost because people dislike Baker Mayfield for whatever reason, to kind of ignore the fact that he was playing with a bum chicken wing the whole season. Like, it was like, oh.
Back in 21?
Yeah. Like, they went from debating whether or not he should get a 20-year extension to 1 month later, this guy with a separated shoulder can't throw the ball for squat. So I do think that you Browns fans figure a little bit. I don't know. I think you just didn't like Baker Mayfield.
How did you feel about Baker back then?
I actually like Baker Mayfield. I felt like I don't know if it was him or it was the team that kept throwing him out there that season.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, he need to sit down because the Browns ain't going nowhere that year. So I don't understand why they kept trying his ass out there.
I think I just like the fact that Browns fans are probably pretty miserable about the fact that both the guy that Deshaun Watson replaced and
Baker,
Deshaun Watson's replacement are both in the playoffs. It's like some kind of weird sandwich.
They are.
A train or something. I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Very unexpectedly in the final 8.
Yeah. Like, okay, the whole damned if we do, damned if we don't things probably feels really real in Cleveland right now. And that, okay, we got rid of that guy.
Yeah.
Good riddance.
Yeah.
Oh, let's bring in this new guy. Ah, crap. Oh, look, the guy that replaced the new guy is in the playoffs.
Do you think, Figgy, okay, this is the last one. Forget about the contract, because of the contract, I think it's an easy yes. Would you trade Deshaun Watson for Baker Mayfield right now? Would you rather have Baker starting for Cleveland Week 1, 2024 than Deshaun Watson?
I say yes.
Yes, okay. I
say yes.
All right, that's where we are with the Deshaun Watson trade. And then with the contract, it's a no-brainer. Like, if you could get rid of $65 million on the cap next year, man.
Yeah, 100%.
What a mess. Real quick, headline blurbs before we get out here. Jim Harbaugh interviews with the Chargers yesterday. Bill Belichick interviews with the Falcons. It felt so weird to read a headline about Bill Belichick interviewing for a head coaching job. What a weird headline. And the Sixers beat the Rockets yesterday afternoon, 124-115.
Most people didn't even frame it as or the ones I saw, they didn't even frame it as an interview. It's more like Arthur Blank and Bill Belichick got together to talk about things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bill Belichick doesn't read scripts, baby. He doesn't audition, okay?
I think the Falcons actually tweeted out, we completed our interview with Bill Belichick, but you're right. Like, the scribes around the league are like, oh, no. Belichick's doing them a solid by even talking to them. Yeah,
it's like almost like Meryl Streep doesn't do auditions.
Yeah.
You know, like you either ask Meryl Streep to come do your movie or you don't.
That's it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Figgy Fig in for Ben Gary today on the show. Was D'Amico Ryans to Houston a known thing and a done deal even before the 2023 head coaching cycle hit? We'll have that. We'll have some leftovers from the win over Cleveland as well. We know we only got 2 hours yesterday. We know a lot of you at the holiday yesterday are just tuning in this morning. So we've got a few leftovers from the win over Cleveland, and then we will start on the path to Baltimore. That is next.
Bayway Chevrolet's got a way to help you out in 2024.
An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, a little bit of breaking news here. We'll get to one of the more compelling 13-second pieces of audio from the weekend in just a second. Jason Kelce is retiring. Not Travis Kelce, not Mr. Taylor Swift. His brother is retiring, the center for the Philadelphia Eagles, 6-time All-Pro, future Hall of Fame center. This is Adam Schefter saying that. Told his Eagles teammates in Monday night's post-game locker room that he is, in fact, retiring, per league sources. If you watch that game all the way to the end, it was a blowout, 32-9, the final score. In the last minute or two of the game, Seth, they were zoomed in on Jason Kelce, a very emotional Jason Kelce.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you could tell, like, he still had his helmet on.
Yeah.
You could look and you could see, like, okay, he's been crying or he's about to cry.
Oh, really?
And then he started to take his helmet off, and then he put it back on. Then he went over to your former coach,
Jeff Stoutland,
and went over and put his offensive line coach for the Eagles, who you coached at Cornell when you were there.
Yeah.
And Jason Kelce kind of put his arm around him and, like, leaned in and just started talking to him in what appeared to be a very emotional scene.
Maybe
so
if
that
he
was
had been
the
crying
tell.
the entire game, they would have done something maybe on that.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe he was crying because Vita Vea landed on him on that tush push. That was where, boy,
dude.
You know things aren't going your way when you've got a basically as close to a chip in for a tush push ever after a penalty on the 2-point conversion. Or on the conversion attempt, they decide to go for it with the tush push and just got stuck.
I hate the tush push. I hate that it's called the tush push.
Yeah, I don't like that name.
I hate the play. I hate when it's called brotherly shove. I hate the play. I just don't like it.
I don't mind brotherly shove.
I like seeing it get stopped. I hate it.
What do you, Figgy, do you like the tush push?
I'm okay with it. I don't like the name. I like brotherly push or whatever it was.
Brotherly shove, yeah.
The brotherly shove.
You do like that?
Yeah. I'm okay with it.
Okay.
More
I was actually happy that it got stopped. I was happy it got stopped.
Me too.
Night.
Tampa's got, like, between Vita Vea and, like, they've got 3 other guys that look like the exact same Vita Vea body type.
Hey,
the only thing that's why I'm glad Vita Vea wears 50, because it's hard to, like, there was a 90-something in there that, like, turned around and tried to grab it. It was a scrappy display by the Bucs defense, stopping that tush push, brotherly push.
When they stopped it, I'm like, oh, man, how did they do that? And then the next shot is Vita Vea, like, strutting and going back to the sideline. I'm like, that's how they did it right there.
That guy.
That's the moment Jason Kelce said, you know what, that's a wrap.
That was it.
It's a young man's game.
That's when he started crying.
Well, probably at the same time, too, if you're an Eagles fan, you got to also love seeing not just Vita Vea in stopping the tush push, but Vita Vea at various times dropping off into coverage because your quarterback is lost and helpless if there's too many people dropping back. It's not his fault. They don't know what they lost. Bad news for last night for Texans fans, or I guess not bad news necessarily, but something to keep an eye on. It's just very simply and obviously, Shane Steichen was one of the keys to that offense.
Yeah.
And last year, Nick Sirianni was calling plays for the first few games of the season, and they decided to switch to Shane Steichen, and everything took off at that point.
Yeah.
So, like Shane Steichen he knows what he's doing. He got the very best out of Gardner Minshew this year.
Yep.
The only thing, I think Anthony Richardson is not meant for durability in this league, so that part of it I don't worry about is if they end up getting a quarterback that can run like even close to Anthony Richardson, but is durable.
They may need, you're right. They may still need to find their quarterback of the future. Yeah. Was DeMeco Ryans to Houston a known thing already? This bit of audio made the rounds over the weekend. This is the final game of 2022. If you recall, J.J. Watt's last game as a pro was at San Francisco. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
Like the San Francisco fans gave J.J. Watt a standing ovation walking off the field. Big sign of respect. And on the field after the game, DeMeco Ryans, who was the DC of San Francisco at the time, had just coached in his last game as a 49er coordinator, as it turned out, came and found J.J. Watt on the field after the game. The two exchanged an embrace, and here is what it sounded like.
How are you, Hey, congrats, baby. Congrats on a great career, man. All right, you're the best, baby. You're the best. Go make Houston great again. We'll do it. Go make Houston great again. I love you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you, man.
Go make Houston great again.
And he said, "Yeah, I will. I will.
Yeah,
I will." Well, we know that DeMeco told Nick and Cal that this is where I want to be. Like that part is, it's funny. I still every now and then, who was it? one of the national commentators the other day was like recapping the Texans offense and saying, like, many teams had passed DeMeco Ryans over. He could only get a job with the Texans. And look at what he's done now. I'm like, what the hell? How the hell are you just saying that? Like, completely out of your ass. Okay. Yeah. So we knew that DeMeco really did want to come back here specifically. At that point, what do you think,
that was on the field after week 17, week 18.
Right. Do you think that JJ knew anything, or do you think he was just putting it? He wanted to be sure he was planting the seed.
This is a big question.
Yeah.
Is there a group text that both JJ Watt and DeMeco Ryans are on with a bunch of former Texans players? Right? Where it had been floated around like, Cap, you got to come back here, man. You got to come back here.
No, because, I mean, for one, like JJ and Nico weren't super close or anything.
Yeah.
They only spent 1 year together, JJ's rookie year. But I think that was JJ. That was JJ just kind of
encouraging.
Yeah, putting it out there, like, hey, why don't you go do that? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
DeMeco's like, okay.
One of those.
Yeah. And guess what?
He was even thinking. I was actually thinking about retiring.
Yeah.
But now that you mention it,
yeah, I think I'll go take that head coaching job. I just thought it was interesting. It was just so matter of fact. Like, JJ, go make Houston great again, man. Like,
there was conversations that were had. I know DeMeco and Jimmy Ward. That was another. Jimmy Ward knew. I think Jimmy Ward knew that he wasn't gonna be in San Francisco like that.
Wherever DeMeco goes,
because he and Kyle Shanahan had kind of butted heads, and he got a yeah. Jimmy Ward, and I don't know if Jimmy Ward's been open about it. It wasn't anything scandalous or anything, but they'd kind of butted heads a little bit. And I think that Jimmy Ward knew that there was a good chance that he was going to have to find employment elsewhere. Yeah. So I think he kind of hitched himself to DeMeco, and then obviously Bobby Slowick hitched himself to DeMeco.
Yeah, it was right. That's right.
All because of JJ. The important thing to remember here is that it's all because of JJ.
I don't think JJ Watt gets enough credit, so let's give JJ Watt some credit.
I'm tired of people ignoring his contributions. Yeah.
That's why they put him in the Ring of Honor, because he got DeMeco Ryans to come here to be the head coach.
Yeah.
So let's get to some leftovers from Cleveland, and actually this one is applicable to this week's game against Baltimore. One of my keys for the game, Seth, was the interior for the Cleveland game was the interior of the Texans' offensive line. And the whole offensive line played really well in that Cleveland game. Here was DeMeco Ryans on Juice Scruggs and the interior O-line.
Yeah, really proud of Juice, man. You talk about a guy who's missed pretty much the entire season. And for him to come back at the time that he came back, we know it wasn't all good with him coming back. We knew there would be growing pains there. He played center all throughout training camp for us, and for him to come back and step in at the guard position, he had to get familiar with that spot, playing at the left guard. But Juice he's gotten better, and we've seen him grow as he's been in there, and he's gotten better each week, which has helped our offensive line and their success. It's been the play of all three of the interior guys, starting with Juice, also Shaq. He doesn't get a lot of attention, but Shaq has been there since day one. Hasn't missed a snap. He's been there. It's fought through. It's been a tough year. He's been one of the staples for us up front. And also Dieter stepping in at center. So those interior three guys done a really good job for us.
Yeah, I think ultimately Scruggs is a center, and I still feel good about him as a center. I just don't I know, yes, he had all those challenges that he faced this year and adapting to it. And maybe he could develop into a good guard. I've seen him at center, and I like him better at center, way, way better at center than I do at guard. But for right now, for what they had to do this year, it was really, really hard to make a go of it with the various offensive linemen that you had to shuffle in and out of there. So it's kind of they did good under the circumstances, but it's got to be different next year, which we can worry about, for 6 or 7 or 8 months after all this.
I'm just worried about Saturday. Like, the fact that they put that good game together against Cleveland makes me feel better. Justin Madubuike has been really, really good for the Ravens this year. Scruggs had 22 pass blocking snaps, didn't allow any pressures. Yeah, the
biggest thing about the pass protection, whenever you get frustrated with Bobby Slowick running the ball too much, or with where you perceive some of the conservatism is a lot of it isn't just setting up the play action. It's also getting as many bodies it's getting as many bodies as possible between the defense and CJ Stroud. So, when you're running 2 tight end sets, when you're using a fullback, all of that, that helps out your interior offensive line. That's if you wonder how come they're using a tight end to help out Laramie Tunsil, it's because they're trying to slide everything over towards that interior offensive line. So it's that's like the give and take of it. At some point, yeah, you'd love to get the point where I get really frustrated when I see people say like, let CJ cook. I'm like, do you want to let CJ get concussed? Do you want to let CJ have to basically be eating through a straw for the next 7 weeks? The Texans don't have the offensive line right now to actually let CJ cook.
Chuck it around.
Yeah, they don't have the weaponry either. Like that's where I get frustrated, honestly, that people don't really understand sometimes just what both CJ and Slowick are doing with the personnel that's around them. They've got serious limitations with a lot of this offensive personnel. And like some of the games that they've had are more impressive than just the stat line would show.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're right. They have limitations, yet CJ is like one of the, he is one of the hot things around the league right now. And the reason I bring that up is literally every analyst on the set for the NFL Network picked the Browns this week. And I'm looking at a graphic somebody showed me, or a screen grab somebody showed me of the pregame show with Michael Irvin and Mariucci and Kurt Warner, Rich Eisen. There's 6 of them that make picks. Everybody picked the Browns, which is a really, like empirically, that's a really weird thing. Like for a panel of 6 people to be unanimous about picking a team that's a 2-point favorite with Joe Flacco at
That's going on the road, right?
It's going on the road. That's just really, and now they're a 9.5-point underdog to the Baltimore Ravens. Like there's a disconnect it feels like in the ethos of CJ Stroud versus what people think this team is actually capable of.
Well, I think a lot of it though too is when you look at some of the names, the Browns just have more name brand names outside of the quarterback situation. And even Joe Flacco. With Joe Flacco, I think it was too easy, given the run that he'd had at the end of the year. I think in people's minds, you just can't stop thinking about that Super Bowl run they had. And you feel like, you irrationally feel like, oh, wow, yeah, he's just going to go on another one of those runs where it almost doesn't even matter. They forget that in that Super Bowl run, he also was not throwing interceptions. Whereas in this lead up into this game, he was throwing interceptions. It was, I said... Before the game, I had said, well, he's going to turn into a pumpkin at some point. And then I realized, he actually already has turned into a pumpkin. He's just been lucky enough to be playing with a really good defense that can bail him out. Or he's gotten lucky in some of the situations. But it was more of a matter of just the pumpkin spoiling and souring, which it did in the Texans game. The other thing I think that people undercounted or dismissed was they thought, oh, Myles Garrett. In your mind, okay, Myles Garrett, huge name, versus Texans, rookie quarterback, offensive line, blah, blah, blah. And they kind of ignored the fact that Laramie Tunsil has owned Myles Garrett. Laramie Tunsil has flat out owned Myles Garrett. And Myles Garrett made the mistake of he took the bait. I think he listened to people talking about how Laramie Tunsil has owned Myles Garrett. And Myles Garrett, unlike last time he played the Texans, stayed right over Laramie Tunsil the entire time. Took very few snaps on the left side. Did not move around a lot the way he did the first time they played the Texans.
CJ was crazy good in various scenarios in that game versus pressure. 7 of 8 for 118 yards. On play action, 5 of 7 for $146, and all 3 of his touchdown passes came on play action. 153.3 rating. Against the blitz, 5 for 5. 126 yards and a touchdown, a perfect passer rating against. That's been the story with him all year. If you blitz him, you do so at your own peril.
Yeah,
CJ Stroud.
Yeah, that's the one stat that was floating around a lot that people really latched onto was CJ's performance versus man and zone coverage, and that he was really, really good versus zone and really, really bad versus man. That's where I get. There's so many teams. This is the problem with sports writers. There's so many of them that really, really want to be smart. So they love starting to cite stats like that and everything without thinking a single moment about any of it and what it means. Because the other thing you have is that CJ's been very good versus the blitz, which is a higher degree of difficulty in facing man coverage, and he's been very good against it. I think sometimes you gotta look down into those stats a little bit and see, okay, well, which which actual defenses were playing more man or zone versus and what point in the season was it, and all of the rest of it, because sometimes it's just a matchup thing. Sometimes it's a CJ actually grew throughout the season, and I wasn't concerned about that aspect of it one bit, because we've seen CJ make plenty of really nice throws versus tight man coverage where guys weren't open at all. It just hasn't been something that I've thought of as a clear and present problem the entire season. You look at it from week to week and how it all played out. Sure, the season stats work that way, but like otherwise, that's like a Bill Barnwell stupid thing. You look at it's the same thing that plagues basketball right now. People look at like regular season stats cumulatively and think that has anything to do with how it's gonna how you're gonna play versus the damn Spurs in Game 6.
Yeah,
damn it.
Our Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker is going to join us next. Ross is going to be on the call on Westwood One for the Texans and the Ravens on Saturday. So we'll get Ross's thoughts on the Texans as one of the last 8 teams standing. He joins us next. Stay there.
Who do I have, Sean?
You got Bayway Ram.
Bayway Ram. Oh, my gosh. Of course I've got Bayway Ram because they've got you.
Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's go to the hotline. The wild card round of the playoffs are over. Tampa Bay beats Philly last night. Buffalo beats Pittsburgh during the day yesterday. Texans will face the Ravens in Baltimore, 3:30 on Saturday. A game that you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. Of course, we'll have Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call, but on the call nationally will be our next guest, our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Ross, good to talk to you. How excited are you to be on Baltimore versus Houston this weekend?
Extremely excited. Great to talk with you guys. Extremely excited for multiple reasons. First of all, little known fact, where I live in Pennsylvania, the Ravens are actually the closest team to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm probably like an hour 40 to Philly. The Ravens are just like an hour due south. I'm close to the Maryland line in central Pennsylvania. So for me, you know, it's funny, little inside baseball for the everybody driving to work right now. As a broadcaster, you know, you get paid per game, right? So I would much rather just drive down to Baltimore, do the game, drive back, than fly out to San Francisco and then take the red eye back or whatever, be out there for 3 days. It's the same rate. It's the same money. So I'm thrilled from that perspective. And then I'm excited to see the Texans. I've already done a Ravens game this year, and I know the Ravens pretty well. I actually did one of their preseason games as well when they played the Eagles. But I am really, really excited to see C.J. Stroud in person. And what's really cool is, you know, if I do the second game, I typically don't spend as much time down on the field before the game because I'm kind of watching the first one. But since it's the first game Saturday, man, I'll be out on the field for an hour before the game talking with coaches and players, and that's cool. I'm looking forward to talking with a bunch of Ravens and Texans players and coaches and seeing what C.J. Stroud looks like in person. I'm like shocked. You know, I thought it was hyperbole when I see people tweeting and stuff that he's the best rookie quarterback ever. And then, I don't know, I'm sure you guys have talked about it, but then I started to think like, okay, well, like which rookie quarterbacks have been better than him? I remember like Matt Ryan having a good year. I think Cam did some good things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure you guys have talked about this, or there's some list out there.
Oh, yeah. Justin Herbert, Andrew Luck, Justin Herbert. We know all the names because it's been a weekly thing since about the middle of the season, right? Ever since that Tampa Bay game where he threw for 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, and had the comeback in the last minute. It's every week it's some new accolade with C.J. Stroud. It's been amazing.
Well, and I guess
I mean, I do remember Flacco and Sanchez, I think, got to AFC championship games as rookies, but they didn't play nearly as well as Stroud has. I mean, that was like a deal where they were on really good teams that were led by their defenses, and they just kind of didn't screw it up. Same as Big Ben as a rookie, too.
Right. And a lot of people kind of in their minds remember a lot of those great rookie quarterback performances. They remember him as rookie performances when they're actually second-year performances, you know, like Tom Brady as well. So yeah, he was the youngest. That was the youngest quarterback to ever win a playoff game in that. So that part's really cool. I guess the big question is this Ravens team in general, this Ravens defense. I told Sean earlier, I kind of felt like this Ravens team has weirdly been almost under-heralded despite being so good and so dominant in so many ways. Like just how good put it in perspective where, you know, they're third all-time DVOA for whatever that's worth, and yet like Lamar Jackson hasn't had a phenomenal statistical year necessarily, and yet has been very, very, very good. So what's the character of this Ravens team?
Well, let's start with the defense. They might have the best D coordinator in the league. He is really, really good. Whereas I felt like the Browns, a lot of that was physical ability. in Cleveland and Myles Garrett and some of the players they had, Denzel Ward. You look at Baltimore, and schematically, it feels like they're ahead of everybody they play. I mean, the production that he's gotten from guys, this might be the best year. And I know you guys don't want to hear this. This might be the best year Jadeveon Clowney's ever had.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's been unbelievable this year. And I've always wondered, he's such a freak athlete. I've always wondered why he hasn't been able to put it all together. He kind of did this year, which is nuts to me at his age and as long as he's been in the league. The production that they've gotten from Clowney and Van Noy is just crazy. I mean, just really surprising. Then they got a D tackle who's about to get paid in Justin Madubuike. So they get a lot of pressure on quarterbacks, a lot. They might have the best pair of off-the-ball backers in the league in Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen. And then, they've got some really good players in the secondary, including Kyle Hamilton, who I think was like a first-team All-Pro. He's 6'4", 210. He blitzes a lot. They'll put him in the nickel. He's kind of all over the place. Their D coordinator, if he doesn't get hired, then people just aren't looking to hire D coordinators because he's been fantastic. Offensively, I don't know. I don't think that they're great, but with Lamar's legs and with the new offense under Todd Monken, they've been able to do enough. But they're not like – they won't blow – I don't think they'll blow you guys away offensively. You won't be like, holy crap, these guys are a juggernaut. I think the more impressive unit is really their defense, and it's kind of complementing the offense.
You know what, Ross? Like with Clowney, here's the thing. He's playing right now almost the exact same way, not quite as good as he did 2016 through 2018 with the Texans. The difference is people aren't really thinking of him as – the number 1 overall draft pick anymore. Now he's like, oh, wow, journeyman find, got a 1-year contract, and look at what he's come in and done. You look at those 3 years in Houston, he was like in the top 5 in tackles for a loss every year. He was getting 9 sacks a year, but it just wasn't like he's always had this issue finishing the sack. He'll win the pass rush, and he can't finish the sack. So I think that they've gotten the best version of Clowney, the closest to what he was in Houston during those good years since he's been gone from Houston. But yeah, like the Ravens were the exact team that I expected that to happen because they're just.
I'm curious. I'm just curious. What, like, when I say Jadeveon Clowney on Houston radio, do the people listening do they groan? Do they have fond memories? Are they like indifferent? What's the because this will be something good for me to say. I'll say this during the broadcast.
Yeah.
What's the perception of Texans fans as it relates to Clowney?
I would say probably, as far as he was a number 1 overall pick, so I think there's a feeling there's a bit of an empty feeling that they didn't get the most out of Clowney. But here's the thing. He was one of a handful of players who were directly in conflict with Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien didn't want to pay Jadeveon Clowney. Bill O'Brien, I don't think, liked Jadeveon Clowney, and as a result, Bill O'Brien shipped out Jadeveon Clowney for a 3rd-round pick. And so I think Clowney is probably more of a sympathetic figure than you would think because he was at odds with Bill O'Brien.
And I'd honestly, Sean, I would have a hard time even saying that there's a consensus opinion about him because he's one of those topics where there's going to be a lot of people that want to show that they're in the know, and actually Clowney was way better than you want to believe he is just because he didn't have sacks. So it's just Clowney was always complicated, and he came in early and didn't produce early right away. He was banged up his rookie year, and he was under the gun because he was a number 1 overall pick. So it was just always it was a very complicated relationship with the Texans.
It's funny. Seth, I forgot. He only played in 4 games his rookie year.
Yeah, he had microfracture surgery, Ross.
Oh, yeah, there are people that
I'm amazed he's had this long of a career, and that's the problem. When you're the number 1 overall pick, and I don't remember who else they could have gotten in that draft, but when you're the number 1 overall pick, and then you only play in 4 games, it feels like, in terms of public perception, people are already sort of disappointed, and then it's like an uphill battle. But he battled, 4.5 sacks, 6 sacks. And then, he starts to get 9.5, 9 with 3 years in a row that he had at least 16 tackles for loss, made 3 straight Pro Bowls.
Yeah.
And then evidently he got traded. But yes, knowing him a little bit and knowing Bill O'Brien a little bit, I can see how that did not go all that well. But this year, it's he tied his career high with 9.5 sacks at age 30 in year 10.
Yep. The biggest thing, Ross, you said you didn't remember who was available. There's a reason you didn't remember who was available in terms of quarterbacks. That was like a Baker Mayfield, Blake Bortles year. But it was the biggest thing was that Khalil Mack went in the 5th pick.
Johnny Manziel is who you're thinking of.
Johnny Manziel, what did I say? Yeah, Johnny Manziel, same guy. Yeah. Except for the being in the playoffs part. But yeah, Khalil Mack went several picks later. That was the big either-or situation.
By the way, before I forget, that might have been the sneaky thing about the Texans. Yeah, you guys should tell me, actually, a couple like sneaky Texans things that people nationally don't know that I can say and sound smart. The one that jumped out to me, and I was in Kansas City Saturday night, but I was watching your game, and the one that jumped out to me is just the D-line in general and the edge rushers, I think, are a lot better than people realize. I mean, I thought that was a real key to the game. They destroyed. Now, those were backup tackles for the Browns, but the Browns couldn't block them, whether it was Barnett or Greenard or Anderson. Browns could not block them. They've got a pretty good rotation there, and I feel like that has really been, and you correct me if I'm wrong, been a huge key for the defense. Is just they get pretty consistent pressure from the D-line.
They set a team record for sacks in a season. Grenard has been a revelation this year until he hurt his ankle. He missed the last couple games of the regular season.
Had a good game versus Ronnie Stanley in week 1.
And you bring up Barnett's name, Ross, and you cover the Eagles, so you're already familiar, on a week-to-week basis with Barnett. But he has been a godsend because they've been without Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard, and both at times over the course of the last month of the season because of ankle injuries to both those guys. And Barnett's been awesome. He's been very consistent in getting the quarterback on the ground and pressuring quarterbacks. And that was a waiver pickup by Nick Caserio. Caserio has been very sneaky with the waiver wire over the second half of the season with some of his pickups with Barnett, bringing Desmond King back off of the street. Signing, Kareem Jackson, he brought back off the waiver wire. So that's something, like if you're looking for something to mix into the broadcast, Caserio is probably going to win Executive of the Year because of drafting Stroud, trading for Will Anderson, and signing all these really good free agents. But he's been great in season as well, making little tweaks and filling in little holes that have been created by injuries.
That's a good point. And people in Philadelphia are not happy that Barnett is playing this well for Houston. They're like stunned. I mean, he's playing better for you guys than he ever did in Philadelphia, which is not a good look for somebody.
No. Are they going to fire Nick Sirianni?
I don't know. I think there's a decent chance. I mean, it went so bad, guys. I mean, they were 10-1. Every other team in the league had at least 3 losses. They were 10-1, and not just 10-1, like they had beat the Dolphins. No, they beat the Cowboys, the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and the Bills in a row to get to 10-1.
Yep.
And then they had a short week, played the Niners after the overtime game against the Bills. The Bills have not lost since that game. And the Eagles, the only win they have since that game was the Tommy DeVito Christmas game against the Giants. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, I'm sure when I do Philly radio later today and tomorrow, they're going to be asking me. I can't think of another team like this that was pretty much universally considered the best team, had by far the best record. Coming off going to the Super Bowl where they had the best roster last year, they're 10-1, and then to not even get 12 wins, to not win a playoff game, to lose 6 out of their last 7, it was an absolutely epic collapse by the Eagles. And so I think the answer is that the owner, Jeffrey Lurie, does not mess around, and neither does the general manager, Howie Roseman. So Nick Sirianni better have some really good answers as to what happened and how he's going to fix it. That would be how I would describe it. And if they don't like his answers, I think that there's a decent chance there's a change, primarily because man, there's some good coaches out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, you could, especially with this roster being what it is, although there might be some transition with Kelce and whatever, but, you know, whether it's like Belichick or Pete Carroll for a couple years, or maybe it's Vrabel. Maybe Vrabel is exactly what they need. You know, there's just some really good football coaches that are not usually available. Like, I mean, we did this on @RossTuckerPod on social media, but if you made a Mount Rushmore of football coaches in the 21st century, right, they all, 3 of the 4 moved on last week. I mean, it was Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, Nick Saban. I'm talking college and NFL.
Sure.
And then the last one, it's either Andy Reid or Urban Meyer, you know, for the last spot. Because I think Belichick and Saban for sure. And then for me, Pete Carroll winning 2 national championships at SC and going to 2 Super Bowls and winning one, he deserves to be up there.
Yeah.
So when you have 2 of those guys available, that's something.
Well, and Harbaugh ain't far off either, and he's out there too.
No, that's right. That's right. Harbaugh and Vrabel. No, you're right.
I always knew that Andy Reid would be the late surge and all of that. Just look at him.
Yeah.
He looks like he's got an extra reserve in the for the kick. Yeah.
Absolutely. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization. That was our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Ross, safe travels to Baltimore. Look forward to hearing you on the game, and we'll talk again next week.
I can't wait. Yeah, looking forward to it. I was stunned that they blew out the Browns like that, and that's huge. Gives them some confidence going into Baltimore.
No doubt. We'll talk to you soon, Ross.
See you guys.
All right, take it easy. The great Ross Tucker joining us here. Grenard. He's got to get that down before.
Oh, yeah, I was going to text him that.
Greener.
That's pretty common. Yeah, that's a common one.
He's got to get that
There's no way that you would never look at that and think that it's Grenard.
No.
There's no way you would look at that and think like, oh yeah, that's a pronounce it as a single E.
I don't blame Ross for that one.
Yeah.
I don't blame Ross. All right, that was our Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. All right, we'll do headlines at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock. Noah Brown to injured reserve. I know this feels like a guy who's just your 4th wide receiver going to injured reserve and on you move. There are multiple plays that if Noah Brown doesn't make them, I don't know if the Texans are in the playoffs. We're going to pay a little homage to Noah Brown in the next segment. That is next. But first, Soda Weight Loss. SodaWeightLoss.com. New year, new you. And if
combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's a fun little factoid on the text page. Is this true? Every team that scored first this weekend won. Texans scored first? Yeah, they did. They kicked a field goal. They scored. Now they then trailed 7-3 and 14-10. But they did score first. I think scoring first would be a nice little godsend this weekend, as you pointed out.
It would be a nice little godsend just for the one thing about the Ravens is, for one, like, okay, first of all, as far as, okay, there are 4 games this weekend. All right, and 3 of them were pretty much like just 6 games this weekend, excuse me. But for the most part, there were a lot of just kind of bludgeonings. So the team that scored first doesn't feel like it was like the magical key to success or anything. It's just like, all right, there weren't a lot of actual good football games this weekend.
No,
they were fun to watch, and yet there weren't actually a lot of good football games. Like the most streamed football game ever was not a great game.
26-7.
Yeah. So there's that. But as far as versus the Ravens, scoring first could matter just because the Ravens, in the vein of like trying to take a positive and turn it into a negative, they've had leads almost the entire time they've played this year. They've played from out front a lot. And what the old question about Lamar Jackson used to be was like, well, I don't know, like can they win from behind? Can they score fast when they need to? I think that they can much more so than they used to, but they haven't necessarily been tested in that regard. So if you want to test that part of it, yeah, getting out to a lead would be nice, and trying to, being able to manage the game flow a little bit better than when you're trying to play behind versus, ultimately it's not a Lamar Jackson thing. I don't think it's that the Ravens have a really good defense. And if you're playing from behind, it's going to be really, really tough to reel that back in and then score before the Ravens do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and yeah, the Texans are going to be down one more weapon, I suppose. Noah Brown is going to the injured reserve. I felt that was going to be the case as soon as he hit the ground on that throw that CJ kind of hung him out a little bit on the play where he got hurt in the Browns game.
Yeah.
Kind of threw it up for grabs in between a couple defenders.
That was the one scary bad decision throw of the game. Or at least the ball got away from him. I mean, he could have squeezed it in better, but I feel like that might have gotten Noah. If the ball had been a little bit more accurate, Noah Brown may have gotten murdered. It was that was not fortunate.
As soon as they said in the press box Noah Brown is questionable with a shoulder, I'm like, his season's over. He already had like a hand, a back. He had like 3 injuries. They listed 1 on the injury report, but he had like 3 that he was dealing with.
What was it for this one?
This was a shoulder. This was a shoulder, yeah.
It wasn't like 17 different internal organs or anything?
No, it was just a shoulder. Yeah, shoulder was one of his few healthy body parts he had left, and then he hurt it on Saturday. So this makes John Mechie a little more important to the cause on Saturday. Mechie's going to get more snaps, and Mechie was pretty good on Saturday against the Browns. Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday on John Mechie.
Yeah, Mechie has, with the season, I think Mechie has had little up and downs throughout the season. Had some opportunities to make plays, and some moments he made them, some he didn't. But what a moment for him this past game, for him to come up with a couple big catches there, run after catch. Really proud of him for his journey and all that he's been through. And no one's been through it tougher than him. And for him to show the resolve to continue to push, continue to fight to get better at his craft, day in and day out. Nobody works on their craft harder than Mechie. And it was good to see the success come from it in our first playoff game. So very happy. I know our entire team was happy to see him make some plays for us to put us in position to score there.
The thing where Mechie and, if Xavier Hutchinson gets involved or opportunities like that, where it was nice to see was that felt part of a game plan that was very much about stretching the field horizontally as well as vertically, like attacking every area of the field. It felt like one of the best performances the Texans have had along those lines. And that's annoyingly why they had to keep talking about Bobby Slowick so much on the TV broadcast. Why
were you annoyed by that?
Because the drunken billionaires who are sitting at home with vacant head coaching jobs were hearing all that Bobby Slowick stuff. And they're like, I had to get that feller on there. Get him in my offices.
Jenkins, bring me Slowick.
I gotta go with a video conference like the Jetsons do these days. That's where I thought it was kind of the culmination of a lot of things that Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud have been working on this year. They were doing it to perfection at times versus a really good defense in the Browns.
Yep. Yeah, Mechie was big on that first touchdown drive because you had Devin Singletary had that long run. Mechie had a block on the edge that helped spring him. And then the very next play, I think the very next play was that 27-yarder kind of in that soft spot in the, right behind the cornerback there where Mechie got both feet down for 27 yards. That was nice. As far as Noah Brown goes, I'm guessing this is probably the last we'll see of Noah Brown. He was one of the vets that was in here on a one-year deal. Ended up playing 10 games for the Texans. Had a couple really huge games in the middle of the season where he had 2 games where he was over 150 yards midway through the season.
You know what? One of the more notable things about Noah Brown was in mini camps, he had the press availability. Somebody asked him specifically about Dak Prescott and asked some question like, does he remind you of Dak Prescott at all?
About CJ.
Yeah. So does CJ remind you of, because Noah Brown played in Dallas for his first several years. And like Noah Brown gave a very nice answer about CJ and said that, yeah, sure, I think he could be just as good as Dak Prescott, maybe even better. And that got picked up and spewed out all over the place as a way to, they made it look like Noah Brown was talking smack about Dak Prescott. And then they took that opportunity to just heap on Noah Brown. Like, who the hell is this guy? Who does he think he is? He was just giving like a standard nice answer about his quarterback.
Does this surprise you?
And yet, here we sit. I feel like we should go back and then rechange the narrative again and act like, yeah, he definitely was talking smack. He knew that CJ was going to totally be better than Dak Prescott.
Now it would be an insult to compare CJ Stroud to Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Update.
Yeah,
update. Exactly.
Update.
Figgy. Exactly. Figgy's in for Ben today.
Figgy's our, we grabbed him from the midday show.
We did, yeah.
I went in and I said, listen, Lopez, he's ours now.
Right.
All right, you son of a bitch. I'm tired of your macho head games. We've been trying to hire Figgy for years, and now he's ours.
You want him, come get him.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's going to be Figgy and Ben, co-producers in the morning.
It's going to be Thunderdome at 9:55 today.
We'll go back to, remember? Well, actually, no, Figgy, I forgot it.
Figgy like a wishbone in there.
There was a period for a good chunk of time where Landry was producing and co-hosting the midday show. That's not easy to do.
No.
He looked
hard as hell. I actually did that recently. I want to say on Black Friday. It was me and Adam Spillane.
Yeah.
So I was
really?
the producer and the B chair.
That's a lot of spinning plates you got to keep going.
It's a lot going on.
Noah Brown, 3 huge plays for Noah Brown this season. 75. The first one, week 9. The Texans were struggling against Tampa Bay. And 75-yard touchdown. They got the offense going. I think might have been first play of the second half.
CJ fakes the give. CJ planting. And he throws downfield over the middle. And he's got a man Brown. Left side. 50, 40. Left sideline. Full throttle. 20, 15, 10, 5. Fighting for the goal line. And he's got it. Touchdown, Houston. Rock and roll. 75 yards.
Full throttle. I like that full throttle thrown in there. And that's appropriate too.
Clapping Dre in the background.
Because he did. It felt like somebody had twisted the knob on the motorcycle.
Yep.
And just giving it the gas. And there you go. Mm-hmm.
Top speed.
It's pretty good.
Very next week. This was a huge one. I had this on one of my season-saving plays for the Texans last week. This was Noah Brown just before what would have been overtime against the Cincinnati Bengals. This is at the end of regulation. So I actually had in my notes in overtime. It wasn't. It was right before it was tied at 27 and would have gone to overtime if the Texans didn't kick the game-winning field goal. They don't kick the game-winning field goal without Noah Brown making this catch and breaking tackles.
Now motion by Boone. CJ takes the snap, throws over the middle. Hits Noah Brown, breaks a tackle 30. Noah 25, Noah 20, and he's wrapped up at the 20-yard line. Timeout called with 5 seconds to go. They get the ball to Brown, and they're ready to try a field goal.
Okay, so people may not remember, Matt Amendola was the field goal kicker at the time for the Texans.
That's right.
Not a ton of, a good strong leg, but kind of all over the place. And that set up the field goal being only a 38-yarder instead of like what would have been a career long for Matt Amendola.
Yeah, and it was however many yards after the catch there. Just bulldozing.
It felt like at least 10. He broke 2 tackles at least.
And it wasn't like and I had to go back and rewatch that just to be sure that I hadn't missed that maybe the Bengals defenders were like trying to hold him up, and it wasn't one bit close to that. They were to try to evaporate clock or what have you. Because Dre's sitting there saying, get down, get down, get down. He had plenty of time.
5 seconds.
Plenty of time to just keep driving forward.
Right.
Yeah, thank God he finally got tackled.
Indeed. Last one, week 15. This is the Case Keenum game. Who had the game-tying touchdown to send the game to overtime? Noah Brown.
End zone to our right. Crowd revving it up. 10th play of the drive. Texans going for the equalizer.
10 seconds on the play clock.
They get out of the huddle. 3rd and goal at the 3. Keenum in the gun. Singletary in the backfield with him. Schultz motioning to the left. Keenum to throw. Keenum scrambling to the right. Throws to the end zone. Yes. Caught. Touchdown, Houston. Noah Brown. 3-yard TD pass.
Yes, baby.
All right, so there you go. So only 10 games for Noah Brown this year, but without Noah Brown in a season where, season where you needed a 4th down drop by a backup running back to secure your spot in the postseason, Noah Brown will always be on my, if I see him, I will buy him a drink list.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Now, my list...
It's pretty long.
It's pretty long. Yeah. But Noah Brown will be on it for sure.
I wonder about that though too. Like think about some of the various Astros who have been heroes just for 1 year and 1 year alone. Yeah, I feel like that tracks. Except that those also with the Astros that includes World Series.
Here's a caveat. Right. Here's a caveat. If the Texans go on to the AFC title game, if they make it further than they've ever made it in franchise history, Noah Brown is on my free drink list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's the best 1 year acquisition from the Astros in the World Series era?
That's a good question.
I would go back to 2015. Yeah, that would be a text those in. That's a 713-572-4610. Who's your favorite?
That you would buy a drink.
Who's your favorite Astro for a year during the World Series era? Not except for 2016 doesn't count.
Yeah,
but 2015. And then 2017 through present. Yeah,
through the present.
Your 1 year Astros.
1 year Astro. Text them in. 713-572-4610. All right, you're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Let's do the 8 at 8 o'clock. The Texans have their Saturday opponent. It is the Baltimore Ravens by virtue of the Bills beating the Steelers yesterday. We won't go through what the ripple effects were and whatnot. Just know that the Texans are playing the Baltimore Ravens on Saturday. It'll be the earliest of the games. So for the 3rd straight week, the Texans are playing on a Saturday. I guess that's kind of nice. You can stay in a bit of a routine, right, Seth? Like they've gotten used to this Tuesday being Wednesday kind of thing now for the 3rd straight week?
Yeah. And the only thing is, I would say if they played on Sunday, that would be even one extra day for the Ravens.
Well, that'll be next week.
What for the Ravens to theoretically get rusty.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Even rustier than they already are.
Yeah, the whole rest versus rust debate. People ask my opinion, like, well, what do you think? Should people rest or should they stay fresh? I have zero clue, and I think it's kind of like starting a rookie quarterback.
Dude,
there is no hard set answer.
It's a coin flip.
And it depends on like how that coach reads that situation. Yeah. It's just I would say if you're a team that's super banged up, then you probably got to err on the side of resting. And if you're a team where all cylinders are firing, just try to stay sharp. I don't know if it matters for this Ravens team necessarily. Remember, it's not like I don't want to diminish how hard it is to throw to tight ends or anything, but this passing attack is very heavily weighted towards the tight ends. Odell Beckham Jr. is their second leading receiver with 550 yards receiving, and then it's Andrews and Likely as two of the top 4 receivers. Like it's a evenly balanced rushing and passing attack, and it's not like high flying precision necessarily. So getting the ball to the big dudes and using play action for your receivers and everything, I don't think they're going to be all that rusty. I think they can go out there and that's not going to be a factor for the Ravens.
I think it's really cool that the 4 teams left in the AFC are Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Houston. And our quarterback is viewed as being able to stand in with any of those other 3 guys. Mm-hmm. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes, by any measurement, are viewed as 3 of the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. And nobody is sitting here saying, well, I mean, the Texans are a 9.5-point underdog to the Baltimore Ravens, and it ain't because of the quarterback. You know?
Right, yeah. I would say the passing game, though, is certainly questionable versus that. Like I feel like the quarterback, I'm not putting CJ in that same I'm putting CJ in a very high category as rookie quarterbacks go, but I wouldn't put him in that category of those quarterbacks.
No, but nobody's saying that like they're way like totally inferior at quarterback. Like I think a lot of people are saying these are the 4 best quarterbacks in the AFC this year
that are healthy.
Right.
Yeah.
You can say what you want about Burrow or whatever. Like, but it's and I'm not even saying for Saturday that's a cool angle. I'm just saying like for the future of the team.
I have to. Honestly, there's a part of me that wants to pump the brakes a little bit, and I think CJ might say this himself. CJ said this in the press conference the other day. Like, he's still a rookie. Like, he's having a very, very good year as a rookie goes. But in terms of scoring offense and everything, it's not like this offense is anywhere near where it needs to be for him to be continually looked at as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. And I think a lot of that has to do with the people around him. But it was a mediocre offense. So it's like, I guess I just don't put him quite in that same category as those guys yet.
2.
The playoffs yesterday, 2 Monday games yesterday because of the Buffalo-Pittsburgh game getting delayed to Monday afternoon. Buffalo beats Pittsburgh 31-17. Boy, you're right. There were not a lot of good games this weekend. The Lions and the Rams were the only game that was really close all weekend, and of course that was on Sunday night, so I had to go to bed. 32-9, the Buccaneers beat the Eagles yesterday. Did you like having 2 games on Monday? Did you like 2 games each day? Because it would have been 2, 3, 1 Saturday, Sunday, Monday. But because of the weather up north, it was 2 each day.
Yeah, I don't think if it weren't Martin Luther King Day, I think people would have really despised it. But a lot of people, still most people.
But it's going to fall on Martin Luther King Day every year. It would seem like.
Yeah, but most people are still working on Martin. Like, okay, federal. It was great for federal employees and teachers.
I'm saying, did you like it?
So my answer is I liked it because I have a work schedule where I was able to watch in the afternoon. I think most people probably didn't like it all that much because it's a Monday afternoon game.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah. Like you've got a work schedule. It's a little bit different.
I liked it a lot. Yeah, it was cool.
So basically, we're not C shift workers, but we're kind of like combo C and A shift workers. So, but anybody that doesn't work normal business hours. Probably liked it, or people that had off because of the federal holiday.
I bring it up. I'm
Bank
curious.
Employees.
Yeah, I'm curious. Right. Federal employees. I'm just curious what the numbers were.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be anxious to see that, like what the viewership was compared to if that game had been on the early window on Sunday. But the only one of the division winners that didn't win this weekend, the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah,
they're the only ones that didn't hold up the bargain for the top seeds. Was the Dallas Cowboys?
Was they? Did every home team win?
Yes.
Yeah, except for
the Dallas
Cowboys.
Yep.
That's what Michael Irvin had an issue with, is that everybody else. He had a rant on Monday morning or Sunday night where he talked about how he'd watched every team defend their home turf except for one.
Right.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Correct.
And it turned out to be that way for the weekend.
He was angry.
3.
Interviews yesterday for big-name head coaches. Jim Harbaugh interviewed with the Los Angeles Chargers. Bill Belichick interviewed with the Atlanta Falcons. Which one do you think has a better chance of winding up with the teams they interviewed with yesterday?
I guess the one thing is this might – I mean, Jim Harbaugh's already squeezed a little bit more money out of Michigan already, right? The last time he interviewed with he went to Minnesota.
Probably. That always has.
I don't know if they even classified it as Minnesota or whatever. Yeah. Because the Chargers have not been known to really want to splurge a lot on coaches' salaries. I don't know if Harbaugh, who had a bad experience with Jed York, who at the time, was still kind of I don't know if Harbaugh's had bad experiences, or at least, has not gotten along with owners in the NFL before, once with Jed York. And I wonder if he looks at the Spanos family as, I don't want to get involved with this again. I'm going to say Belichick's a better chance of ending up with
to wind up with the Falcons?
Yeah, except that I think he would prefer to go to a place that already has a quarterback, and then he can bring Josh McDaniels in. And so I can't imagine that he thinks Desmond Ridder is the guy to get him past Don Shula this season. I don't know.
I wonder if they draft one of those. I think they're drafting middle, back end of the top 10 or 10 or 15. They draft Penix or something. I don't know.
You think Belichick's a little peeved that the Chargers aren't interviewing him, that they're choosing Jim Harbaugh over him initially at least?
For their first interview?
Yeah.
You can only be in so many places at once, though, I
I know, but I don't know. Like, they haven't linked. Have they really linked Belichick? I mean, it was on the odds.
I have no idea what to think Belichick thinks about a job search. He's been in the same job for 20 years.
I told you, I saw a couple of the articles I read, they weren't even framing it like it was an interview.
Yeah.
They were more framing it like it was him and Arthur Blank getting together to trade notes because apparently it's beneath Bill Belichick to interview or something.
He's doing them the honor.
4.
Apparently Max Crosby, Max Crosby, all-pro defensive end for the Raiders, great player. Big fan of Antonio Pierce, the interim coach, Seth, in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Did a good job, went 5-4 down the stretch as the interim head coach. Max Crosby has endorsed Antonio Pierce as the coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. He wants them to just promote him to the full-time role, take the interim tag off, as they say. Max Crosby is expected to explore a trade request if the Raiders opt to hire someone other than Pierce.
He pulled a Rudy? Oh, my gosh, Max Crosby. Max Crosby
walked in and put his jersey on Mark Davis's desk and said, "For Antonio."
He's a little much, Max Crosby. I didn't enjoy the hit Netflix documentary Quarterback, where they had both Pat Mahomes mic'd up.
Tormenting
Max Crosby was tormenting Mahomes, but then every single time would do the, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I hit you in the head. Pat. Oh, gosh, I would never, Pat. Own it, Max Crosby. You want to be the villain? You want to be a Raider? Freaking own it.
He hit me right in the head.
Yeah, I hated both those guys in that. The Netflix documentary Quarterback made me despise both Pat Mahomes and Max Crosby.
Well, you got to love him digging his heels in now and saying he'll explore a trade request if they don't hire his guy then.
Yeah.
Max Crosby.
That's all right. Did he actually say that, or is that the rumor?
NFL media reports that Crosby is expected to explore a trade request if the Raiders opt to hire someone other than Pierce.
Huh.
Part of a larger report that Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh's potential return to the NFL is causing the Raiders to continue to weigh him as a possible option. Harbaugh.
Do we expect Max Crosby to issue an angry denial? Kind of like, who's the quarterback that was just rumored to have not wanted to? Oh, the Steelers. Kenny Pickett, remember, had to give the angry denial that there was a report that he didn't want to dress.
Totally cool.
This feels a little bit like that. I feel like there might be some truth to it, but I wonder if two reports got conflated where, like, maybe Max Crosby wants Antonio Pierce, but maybe he also is exploring a trade option regardless. Who knows?
Maybe.
5.
The Rockets lose yesterday, an MLK Day afternoon game in Philadelphia to the Sixers, 124-115, and this game was not as close as the final score would indicate. The Rockets at one point in the first half trailed 65-38 in this game. They got off to a ridiculously sloppy start in this game. Alperen Şengün, who we've talked about as being an all-star candidate all season long, 5 turnovers in the first 7 minutes for Şengün yesterday. This was just a game that was never really close.
Jalen Green had 20 points.
Yeah, he sure did.
That's good, right? Isn't that good?
Saw a lot of tweets about Jalen Green. Figgy, where are you on Jalen Green?
He ain't it, man.
No, I don't think so.
Man.
He ain't it, man.
Yeah. I honestly, like Jalen Green, there's a part of you it's hard to separate his interviews from his performance, his plays, where you just, I don't know if this kid just gets it. Like, where could he be if he just, I had like any level of urgency to him whatsoever
There's
in
just so
life.
many times where he's got the ball in his hands, and I'm watching him going, he's going to turn this over right now. He dribbles into traffic and passes. I've never seen anybody have more passes deflected, like hands in the passing lane, than Jalen Green, man. So anyways, Rockets are 1-4 on this road trip. The big story, they fall to below 500 for the first time in 7 weeks. They're below 500. So they've been playing winning basketball for most of the year. But not anymore. This road trip has been really, really bad.
No, but our standards, I feel good that this is where you have to appreciate and acknowledge that, okay, the standards have changed. It was, it went from like, gosh, can they win more than 20 games to, all right, what the crap? They're below 500.
Absolutely.
6.
Dusty Baker is back in baseball. Bob Nightingale, USA Today. Maybe a little hyperbole here. This is Bob Nightingale tweeting. The San Francisco Giants make one of the greatest free agent signings of the winter. Future.
Who's reporting that?
Bob Nightingale. Dusty.
Who?
Bob Nightingale. Future Hall of Fame manager Dusty Baker was hired as a special assistant to work with Farhan Zaidi in baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants, while also assisting President Larry Baer on the ownership side. It sounds like to me, honestly, Dusty Baker's role is, well, the owner part feels a little Bagwell-ish, like that he's like a special assistant to the owner.
Uh-huh.
I don't know that they're letting Bagwell. I guess they're letting Bagwell near the baseball operation side. Hell, they let him make a few signings last year.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, like a special assistant. This is what this sounds like in San Francisco for Dusty Baker.
A special assistant to me sounds just like somebody you can have near you that's like a wise voice.
Bounce some ideas.
Somebody,
off
especially
of
with an older guy that's got perspective on things, that can sometimes be like, well, just hold on a second. Like when everything, when there's a narrative being written or there's a fever pitch of sentiment, sometimes you need an older guy to just sit back, and especially like Dusty's not going to have to be speaking to Chandler Rome every day or anything, or reading bloggers about himself. Like he can just kind of sit there and take it all in and give some perspective on things. He's a wise elder voice.
Yeah.
That's where I feel like you and I need to hire as a wise elder voice? Get Rich Lord in here to just sit in the corner reading a paper and every now and then poke his head over the paper with like his reading glasses.
Here?
like lower his reading glasses as he peers over his paper to give us a look. That's our Dusty Baker Rich Lord designation.
That would basically be like my show was when Rich was on with us.
Did you guys hear?
Rich with the newspaper out, pushing his glasses down to the front of his nose like a librarian.
That would be awesome, man.
Sean, Ted, they're recidivists. I love Rich.
Who did he think was a recidivist?
Oh, he brought up how all the time. That's why he and Ted got along so well. That the Patriots were recidivists when it came to violating league rules.
Hey guys, Teddy J here.
Right. They managed to put their weapons down from time to time.
I like that.
That was a tense room at times.
I like this role for Dusty Baker. Have they signed Maldonado yet? Or no, Maldonado already signed.
Maldonado's with the White Sox.
Yeah, so we're
he's with the White Sox. But Dusty's exploring a trade for Maldi as we speak.
7.
Hey, by the way, speaking of the Astros, season win totals are out for MLB. What do you think a season win total for the Astros is, Seth, in Vegas?
Let's see. They're still top 3 in the World Series.
They won 90 last year.
Getting some pitching back that we all love to forget about.
Yep.
Because it seemed like the pitching situation from the preseason last year seems like a fever dream at this point.
Yep.
But let's see. There is no World Baseball Classic, correct?
There is no World Baseball Classic, and presumably a healthy Jose Abreu. Remember, he had a back injury we didn't know about all year?
So no World Baseball Classic is good for 5.5 extra wins. So I'll say 95 wins.
92.5.
Okay.
It's the 4th highest, though. The Dodgers and Atlanta are way out in front of everybody. The Dodgers 103.5. Atlanta 101.5.
Yeah.
Both in the National League. The Yankees 93.5. The Astros 92.5. The Rangers, defending world champs, 89.5 wins.
It's too bad.
The Texas Rangers. Yeah.
It's a lack of respect. I actually do. I don't like the Astros necessarily having a. I don't like the Rangers having a chip on.
I'm
their
going
shoulder.
under on 92.5.
Yeah.
I went under last year on 94.5 for the Astros, and I won. I didn't bet it, but I would have won if I'd bet it. I'm going under because those pitchers you're talking about aren't coming back till the middle of the season.
Yeah. Oh, good point.
Yeah.
What about the Mariners? Where are they?
Good question. I don't have the whole list.
Just think about the division right now and where they are. Like that's
I guess mid-80s somewhere.
Yeah, it's a different AL West than
it is a very different AL West for sure.
8.
Last one here.
For the A's.
You know who's about to become a free agent according to the New York Post? Ian Rappaport. Ian Rappaport, newsbreaker extraordinaire for the NFL Network, is about to become a free agent. He and Shefty are the two big ones, right?
Yeah, I wonder where. This is an interesting one because Schefter's a self-made man, even though he annoys me. Like all these Nugget hussies annoy me because I feel like they are just little hussies.
He's a good networker.
Yeah, but he's a very good networker. Whereas Ian Rappaport, I think a lot of people feel, and it certainly seems this way, that he gets fed a lot of information because he works for the man. So, how is he when he's out there twisting in the wind without Big Daddy NFL corporate
big football
feeding him the info
without big football behind him?
Yes.
It's a good question. Well, what makes this interesting, probably like a deeper story than the time we have, is that ESPN is apparently the NFL is getting ready to reportedly buy into ESPN.
Actually own part of Disney?
Yeah. Or vice versa. I can't. Yeah, the NFL.
That means Disney itself, though. Or are they going to is Disney's...
buy a chunk of ESPN and they would bring everything under one umbrella, like all the NFL Network people and all the ESPN people living under one big umbrella. Yeah, apparently they're in some pretty advanced talks to do that.
I don't want to get too down into the weeds of this. So do you know, does that mean that ESPN would split from Disney partly, or like the football side of it would, or something?
An equity stake for the NFL.
Okay.
So I don't know if it means Disney's out or not. Just an equity
Roger
stake.
Goodell and Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Who would have ever thought it?
Yep.
I want to see Roger Goodell dressed up like a mermaid, or I'm boycotting the NFL.
Or a pirate.
Yeah.
Like Captain Hook. All right, so that's your 8 at 8 o'clock. All right, so the Texans are on to the divisional round for the first time since 2019, for the 5th time in the history of their squad. Is this version of the Texans the best equipped one to go pull off a road upset in the division round? We will dissect next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland makes
Crick. Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I know our guys in this moment, second round, you talk about experience, rookies. For us and for me and my message with our guys is ball. Like, no matter who we play against, it doesn't matter if you're a rookie, if you're an experienced vet, all of that doesn't matter. It's about guys executing, playing together, playing fast, playing relentless. That doesn't change no matter where you play, no matter whether you're home or away. It doesn't matter. It's about playing team football, playing complementary football. If we do that the right way, experience, inexperience, it doesn't matter.
All right, so very, very few of these Houston Texans have played in the postseason before. Well, they've all played in it now after last week, but coming into this postseason, there's not a ton of experience on this team. They've got a win under their belt. They're on to the divisional round. This is the fifth time that the Texans will be playing in the divisional round of the playoffs. They've been big underdogs the previous 4 times. They're a 9.5-point underdog this time around. So not a ton of belief out there in the marketplace that the Houston Texans can pull this off and beat the Baltimore Ravens. That said, is this the best equipped, the best we felt about a Texans team? And I've got the 4 games in front of me here, Seth, if we need to go back for purposes of reference.
Yeah, give me the 4 games. So is this the best we felt about a matchup in the divisional round?
Is this the best we felt about their chances to pull off the upset?
Okay, gotcha.
To finally get to the AFC title game. 2011 against the Ravens. That was with T.J. Yates at quarterback.
Right.
That might still be the most talented Texans team they've ever had.
Foster and Andre Johnson, the defense playing the way they were.
Cushing was still Cushing.
And remember, too, they stopped. Boy, you go back to that game, it felt like they stopped running before they had to stop running. They tried to put it in. They tried to. I felt like, I wonder, like, it turned out that Arian was injured afterwards. You found out, but man, it felt like they abandoned the run too early in that game because they were against a defense that had not allowed rushing like that all season long. It might have been Arian Foster's injury in the fourth quarter that ended up doing him in there. But going into it, I bet people felt pretty. I wasn't back here yet. I came back the next year. I'm guessing people felt pretty damn good just because of like the team of destiny vibe about everything.
Maybe, yeah. And that was the year before the Ravens went on to win the Super Bowl. Flacco was still a young player at that point.
Right.
Houston, the Texans were an 8-point underdog in that game, which is the smallest underdog in all these games that they will have been. I'll be honest, that's 12 years ago. I think just purely based on on CJ. I think CJ Stroud's in a different strata, obviously, than TJ Yates was back then. And I think the other pieces on this team are pretty good. I feel probably a little better about this team's chances just based on being able to stand in toe-to-toe. A little better. That 2011 Texans team was so good.
I had the thing about that, too, because honestly, I'm trying to be honest with my emotions about it, looking at that game going into it. There was so much about TJ Yates that felt like, wow, this moment is not too big for him at all. He's just standing in there and dealing at times. I felt pretty confident about them. Not that they would win a Super Bowl or anything, but the entire team around TJ Yates was just clicking in a different way. So I probably felt better about them than I do this current team.
He threw 3 picks that day. That was the big issue. 2012. That was the Texans team that started 11-1.
God, no.
Decided to wear Letterman's jackets to the Patriots game, and then went 1-3 down the stretch.
Yeah.
Barely beat Cincinnati in the divisional round, and you could see the wheels starting to come off on Matt Schaub a little bit.
They were running on fumes.
Yeah. They were 9.5-point underdogs to the Patriots.
You could tell that the thing about the Letterman jackets that sucks is that it's easy to go back and think that somehow that was them getting too big for their britches or whatever. You could see it coming before that. They were not the same team heading in. They had already lost the game before the Patriots game, had they not? That wasn't the first of the.
No, that was the first.
That was the first of the. Okay.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing about the team early
they lost a game, but they were 11-1 when they went to Foxborough.
But the skid at the end was with
that was the first of the skid.
The thing about that team was that so much of it was built on an absurd number of turnovers created by the defense and just kind of overpowering teams with this slew of big plays. That was when every defensive lineman had 20 batted passes, the JJ SWAT era. And without that, the offense started to show its blemishes. So people were not confident going into that divisional playoff
Dude, I
game.
looked at the box scores for these games yesterday. And especially the 2 Patriots games, we'll get to the second one here in a second, 2016 with Brock Osweiler. The touchdowns that the Patriots scored were all Shane Vereen, Stephen Ridley, James White, Deion Lewis, all these running backs that probably went on to get paid in other places because they did fun things for the Patriots. It was just, you look at the box where you're like, that's a loss to the Patriots, all right. Stephen Ridley getting 2 touchdowns, Shane Vereen beating a linebacker down the sideline or whatever the case may be. I'm with you. I feel better about this team than the 2012 team that ironically was 12-4 at the end of the season. They had the best record of any Texans team in the regular season in team history. I don't think we need to spend much time on this one. I feel way better about a team with DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud than I do about one going up to New England as a 16-point underdog with Bill O'Brien and Brock Osweiler.
They were plucky, at least, in that game.
It was close in the third quarter.
They kept it way closer than everybody thought
and
it would have
been. And if Will Fuller catches that deep ball, then the calculus changes quite a bit in that game. Remember, Will Fuller dropped a touchdown pass.
That's right. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah.
That was tough.
He certainly did. Early.
I think it was 24-16 at the time or something like that. I think I don't directly recall. So I feel better about this team than 2012.
It wasn't the Will Fuller one. It was to a tight end.
You're thinking of 2012 James Casey.
That was 2012. Okay, gotcha.
James Casey, first series of the game. Yep. 2016, I feel better about this team. Do we feel better about this team than the team that went up and coughed up a 24-0 lead in 2019 to the Kansas City Chiefs? Feel better about DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud and company going to Baltimore than we did about the Texans. Keep in mind, Texans a 10-point underdog going to Kansas City.
They were a 10-point underdog in that game. Also keep in mind, though, that the Chiefs hadn't yet won a Super Bowl.
That's right.
And that year had gone 1-3 against the AFC South when Pat Mahomes was banged up in the middle of the year. The Ravens were the team that 2/3 of the way through the season would never be beat again. And oh my gosh, it's ironic enough. Oh, wow. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are never going to be beat again. They're going to win every Super Bowl for the next 9 years.
You're exaggerating a little, but not too much.
I'm not. I feel like, honestly, I'm not exaggerating. No, there was discourse about that. I don't know what people are going to do.
They're never going to figure this out.
This is how do you stop him? How do you stop him?
He was the MVP that year.
And the Chiefs came back from double-digit deficits in every single one of the games. So, in being honest with yourself and going back into that Chiefs game, how did I feel about them at that moment, knowing the Chiefs hadn't become what they are now? at all. Like, they hadn't shown any hints that that's who they were going to be.
Well,
you got to remember, you got to be honest with yourself.
I'm going to go back and, I mean, they did make it. They were a D Ford offsides the year before away from going to the Super Bowl, in 2018. I mean, they were a good team in 2018.
But they weren't. But I think right now there's a tendency to think of it as like, oh, yeah, it was the Chiefs. Obviously, you're not going to beat them.
Sure.
The Chiefs were not infallible yet by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. I just don't know how much confidence I had in O'Brien to get the job done up in Kansas City.
I feel like you're trying to talk me into being confident about this game because I don't feel that confident about the Texans winning this game. The versus the Ravens.
No, I'm not. Yeah. That's not my purpose at all. I'm just trying to figure out, is this the best equipped they've been to go handle business in this environment?
I would say no. I think there's maybe the second best. Because I remember it's not. This isn't a good offense. I do feel like, and I would include national commentators in on this as well. Like, yeah, this is awesome what the Texans have been able to accomplish this year, but they're they're not a finished product one bit. And I think CJ Stroud would be the very first to tell you that. Like CJ doesn't need to be in an all-pro conversation or something. He's just a rookie, and he's doing way better in the playoffs than almost every other rookie who's ever played so far. But they have not been a good offense this season. So that's where I'm a little bit torn about it. I would say in 2011, I thought they were more complete, and I wouldn't have liked TJ Yates as much as, obviously I didn't think TJ Yates, I wasn't as optimistic about TJ Yates as I am about CJ Stroud for their future. But I think that was a better overall team. So I would say this is the second best I've felt out of those. I'm with you.
You and I are in lockstep on this. I agree. I've said it for 12 years now. The best Texans team that has existed is the 2011 Houston Texans. They're better than this team that the Texans have right now. So I'm with you on that one. D'Amico Ryans alone over the last couple teams that have been to the divisional round, for sure. By the way, back to the question we threw to the text page, naming a short-time Astro that you would buy drinks for based on big performances in the postseason.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't get many good answers on here, mostly because people aren't good at following instructions. Someone said Randy Johnson. Like, yeah, Randy Johnson, that was 1998. What the hell's going on, man?
So, yeah, this current World Series era, or I guess this current playoffs era from 2015 onwards.
Through the present.
Randy Johnson, I would have allowed it if we were going back that far, but no.
The genesis of this was my whole thing saying I'd buy a drink for Noah Brown.
Yeah.
Because he's on IR now, but he made some big plays in the season. If the Texans go on to accomplish something big this year, I would buy a drink for Noah Brown if I saw him. The two that I came up with, Derek Fisher, who scored the winning run in the 13-12 game 5 of the World Series. He would get a drink from me based on scoring that winning run.
Okay.
And Trey Mancini, who I know, as you pointed out to me during the break, sucked in the postseason that year.
Yeah.
But he snared that line drive after Hughley went out with an injury in the deciding game or in the clinching game of the...
You're doing a hand motion where you're going up and to the right.
Well, he was down,
and low. Okay, yeah.
Because it looks like on the YouTube I would be doing things.
I'd say that's relevant and important because I feel like a lot of first basemen would have made that play.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he had to make an athletic lunge or something, right? Trey Mancini, people are also very careful because he'd overcome a really drastic and scary health issue and concern. I don't know. He does fit the 1 year category. You had mentioned Derek Fisher, but Derek Fisher was here for a few years. But what was the Derek Fisher?
He was. I don't know if he was on the team. He might have only been on the team for the. I know he's in the organization.
Yeah.
I don't know how much he was with the big league club. Derek Fisher. You know, he was part of the organization. So we'll go back.
But what about Derek Fisher though? If I reminded you that they traded one of the guys that they traded him for was Joe Biagini. He brought Joe Biagini into the organization.
I don't put that on Derek Fisher. I don't put that on Derek Fisher. Boy, thanks for bringing up Joe Biagini's name. He's one I would buy. I'd buy a drink and dump it on Joe Biagini. I'd buy a drink for Derek Fisher. I'd buy a drink to dump it on Joe Biagini. Where you come out on Biagini, Figgy?
I don't care. I wouldn't even buy him a drink.
No.
Fisher was he played way more than you remember in from 2017 through 2019.
Oh, he did? Okay, yeah.
So he doesn't necessarily meet the criteria, but I know what you mean. As far as taking a meaningful role, yeah.
I'd still buy him a drink for that run scored.
I would say mine's Christian Vasquez. I would buy a drink for Christian Vasquez.
That's a good. Okay, that's that. I think that fits what you were talking about.
Yeah. He's part of a World Series championship. Yeah,
he caught the no hitter.
Yeah, the committee no hitter.
Yeah, he caught that.
So
that's a good one, Seth. Good job by you. That is a good one.
And I didn't know that when I asked the question. It wasn't one of those things where I planted a question where I'm going to have the Christian Vasquez.
No, I brought it back up. So, yeah, that's a good one. It's a good one. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I don't think we've reveled in the Cowboys not making it to the divisional round enough.
Oh, that's true.
I think we need to do that in the next segment. And there's a song that dropped yesterday that just proves the internet is undefeated. We will have that for you next. Got to tell you about Men's Tea Clinic. mensteaclinic.com.
wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm saying Jake Marisnik and Marwan Gonzalez. These guys they were regulars on the team.
You're getting frustrated with the lack of ability of following. Okay, you're getting frustrated because I asked I wanted a one-season Astros signee from the World Series era.
In the spirit of Noah Brown going on IR.
That you would want to buy a drink for, and almost nobody followed the criteria. Almost nobody answered. We got
Jose Altuve.
Altuve, yeah. Biggie's in for Ben today.
You know what's been annoying me lately was the when Brevin Jordan got a notice for a random drug test after his big time. Every time that a guy has a big game,
you were hot on this.
If there's a random drug notice, people bring it up like it's like the NFL targeting them. And I think most of them are joking, but then there's like some people that are hardcore, like, hey, what the hell? Oh, NFL every time. Like, no, it's not every time. It is like genuinely random. It's just they drug test a lot. You got a 1 in 6 chance in any given week of being drug tested. So, yeah. A lot of the guys that have big games are going to also get drug tested in any given week. Well, there's no headline about the 5 other out of the 5 other guys out of 6 that had big games but didn't get drug tested.
They won 45-14. Yeah. Chances are, if someone's getting drug tested, they had a hell of a game that day. Did anybody have a bad game for the Texans?
Oh, yeah. One of the guys that had a big one is going to randomly, one of the random guys is going to be a guy who had a big game.
Yeah, a big game when you win by 31 points.
I can never, it's one of those things like when people say the salary cap is a myth. I feel like some people are saying it as a joke, but then like 90% of the other people run with it and take it dead serious, and it drives me insane. It drives me insane because I see sports writers doing it, and they're ones who also write about analytics and stuff. Yeah. And I'm like, you liberal arts, what the hell are you? No, you're not allowed to write about analytics and then also think that a guy having a big game and then getting a drug test notice is somehow being targeted by the league.
Would you like me to cleanse your frustration palette via song right now?
Oh, yeah.
A song about the Dallas Cowboys and failing in the playoffs. The video's even better because the dude singing it is hilarious. He's like in character and everything. He's got background singers singing with him. To the tune of The Longest Time by Billy Joel, here is a song, an homage to the horrible, horrible Dallas Cowboys.
Daddy, how long has it been since the Cowboys won the Super Bowl?
Longest for the longest time. Longest for the longest. There's no Dallas Cowboy fans in sight. Are y'all still them boys after tonight? Green Bay destroyed you. No championship for you. That hasn't happened for the longest time. So much has happened since you won your last. Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, trash. Lost in the wild card. Green Bay just stood on your star. You haven't won it for the longest time. Maybe this won't last very long. You said you'd win this year, but you were wrong. Dak Prescott let down CeeDee Lamb. He's the interception man, and that's all that he's known for.
That was the end, and I wanted another verse of that so bad. That was pretty good.
It was pretty good. I mean, like the stats just get more astounding every single year. Where now, like since 1996, the Cowboys have won 4 playoff games.
Yeah,
like 4 playoff wins since 1996. They haven't been back to a conference championship game since they won their last Super Bowl. It's not like. Even with the Yankees, like sometimes we're reaching a little bit with the Yankees when we act like everything that they've ever done was in the past, where like it hasn't been that long of where for at the very least the Yankees have won playoff games. You know, they haven't
the ALCS.
Yeah, they haven't been to a World Series, and they've won a World Series this century. Whereas with the Cowboys, I mean, it's been really, really bad. They have been It's like to the heights of mediocrity for a team that otherwise has had some really good regular season appearances. This is the first time a team's ever won 12 wins. Had 12 wins in a season 3 years in a row and not gone to a conference championship.
Yeah, you got to fire Mike McCarthy just based on that.
Like, especially when Mike McCarthy is becoming known as such since his Super Bowl championship, he's been just abysmal and had some really, it's not just the losses, it's the embarrassing losses.
Yeah.
It's blowing championship games. It's taking these 12-4 seasons and doing absolutely nothing with them. He lost his fastball if he ever had one. Remember that when they won that championship, they had a weirdly awesome run by the defense in that playoffs, in a defense that had lost like 6 of their starters that year. Like a guy that's basically known as perhaps, and I think sometimes it's tough. Two things can be true. Maybe Aaron Rodgers doesn't quite have that championship gene, but also it doesn't help that Mike McCarthy was his. Aaron Rodgers to be as good as he was and only have that one Super Bowl,
Yeah, I think a lot of Packer fans blame Mike McCarthy for that more than Rodgers. Am I petty that I was sitting and coming up with a list last night of former Texans that I'm glad are out of the playoffs while the Texans are still in the playoffs?
Yeah, but it's okay to be petty.
Yeah,
it's just embracing your human nature.
Yeah,
it would be an affront to God if you didn't embrace that very part of you, which is most human.
Right, and so I think Brandon Cooks, a God-fearing man, would understand that.
Every time I'm
super happy.
Every time I sin, I look at it as my basically demonstration to my appreciation to God for me being human.
Right,
I'm
right.
Look, I wouldn't be able to do this if I were some perfect creature.
Exactly.
I'm just a human.
Exactly. So I went back.
Be petty.
I went back and watched the video of Brandon Cooks in the locker room after the last game of last season, saying he didn't want to be part of a rebuild.
I mean, you said get my mind right. I mean, for me, my mind's not there. Rebuild, like I said, that window of where your gifts are at its peak only lasts for so long. So for me, I'm not looking at it as far as being a part of a rebuild. However that looks, that's where I trust my camp and my representation to be able to get a map from here and to there to see what that looks like, to be a part of something that's a trusted plan. But I'm not going into this offseason thinking like I want to be a part of another rebuild like that.
Yeah.
Did he really need a map to get from here to Dallas?
Apparently.
That's pretty basic,
straight
right?
north. Yeah.
I mean, is it that hard, Brandon Cooks?
Yeah.
You knew. The whole thing too is the funny thing about Brandon Cooks is, like, I think the problem was maybe when he tried to orchestrate the move himself. He's been traded plenty of times. The weird thing is usually it's a team brings him in, they win a Super Bowl with him, and yet somehow they're still like, no, not anymore. We're going to ship this guy out of here. Has anybody ever been such a key to coming and winning a Super Bowl, but then also been shipped out by that very same team?
He never won one.
Oh, he just went to that. Oh, I thought he won one with the Patriots.
No, they lost.
They lost that one. Okay.
Somebody
so
brought
he's enough to get to and then ejected from them.
Somebody brought this to my attention yesterday, and I looked it up, and they were absolutely right because I tweeted about this. Every team that has traded Brandon Cooks has done better the following season after getting rid of him.
So he helps get them to that Super Bowl caliber status, and then they eject him, and then they win it.
Well, not even that. Like in New Orleans, they were 7-9.
Well, but once they trade for him, I'm saying.
Here are the 4 places Brandon Cooks got traded. New Orleans was 7-9 in Cooks last year. They trade him. The next year, they're 11-5.
Okay, gotcha.
New England trades for him. They lose the Super Bowl. The next year, they win the Super Bowl against Brandon Cooks and the Rams. The Rams were 9-7 when they traded him to the Texans. They trade him, and the next year they go 10-6, and they make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans were 3-13-1. They trade Brandon Cooks, and now they're on to the divisional round of the playoffs.
Maybe that's the Cowboys' plan, though. Maybe
they
the
would
Cowboys
be better off trading Brandon Cooks.
Right? No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like you brought him in, and now they'll trade him off, and then they can maybe reach the promised land, which for them is to go to a conference championship.
That's right.
That's what they haven't done since they last won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If you could just get to a conference championship, that would be nice.
Dude, I was jotting down names. I'm like, Deshaun Watson's not playing anymore. Zach Cunningham's not all the people that I feel wrong the Texans in some way.
Yeah.
Randall Cobb. Kamu Grugier-Hill.
Oh, yeah.
He's on the Panthers, so I'm kind of picking on him a little bit. But all the ones who didn't want to be here anymore. Oh, this is
Randall Cobb said
get
it
me
was
out of here. Yeah.
Randall Cobb said it was a prison.
Looks like you got out of prison, huh?
Yeah.
So I don't think I'm being petty at all.
You got out of prison so you could be Aaron Rodgers' bitch in life instead of like.
Exactly.
Hi, Aaron. Can you get me a job, please? I would like a job with the Jets, please, too.
Do you think that Aaron Rodgers' buddies are all still on the team next year?
Oh, for sure.
Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard and all those guys?
Yeah, he'll have his. I bet the whole athletic training staff's going to be replaced by some homeopathic doctors and some shaman, a shaman of some sort. But it's going to be like a shaman named Bob from Toronto. It's not even going to be it's not even going to be a real shaman. It's going to be some dude that took an online class, and now Bob knows the secrets to the universe. Yeah.
Text message. Usually the songs y'all play are horrible, but that one was incredible. Seth and I don't play a lot of songs on the show.
Yeah.
You're conflating us maybe with Figgy, do you guys play a lot of music on In the Loop?
Not really.
Yeah, I think they're just conflating us with other stations maybe. I don't feel like
Do you think we were Mega? It was just like
probably so.
Mega has the worst. They play the worst country music.
Usually I hate
in
the songs
history.
y'all play, like when you play Bieber, but that one was really good.
Every time I tune into Mega to listen to some good old school country, they continually disappoint me.
It's always in Spanish. Yeah.
Es Mega. Todos mañanas con un Mega This Morning. Muy buenos días, Houston.
These guys they're so happy
so much
all the
fun.
time. I know.
We have on this studio, we have very thick doors heading into the studio, like thick, heavy doors to keep the sound out. But when you walk past Mega, you can hear the party coming out through it's a really cool environment.
Absolutely.
And then I look in like I'm looking in at the party that I'm not invited to.
Yeah.
I walked in one day. I'm like, what's so funny?
Yeah.
I want to know what's so funny.
Do you speak Spanish, Figgy, by any chance?
I do not.
I don't either.
I wish I did.
I feel like I would fit in more.
Oh, yeah. I walk around. Hello, fellas.
Yes.
Hi, Cindy. What are you?
Buenos dias, amigos. Yes.
Cindy, do you know how to foxtrot? That's foxtrot.
All right. The Texans are big underdogs in Baltimore on Saturday. Are they being disrespected? And if you're worried about the weather, I think our head coach is going to put your mind at ease. We'll have that for you next. I'm going to put your mind at ease right now. If you have a New Year's resolution to lose weight that has
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. It'll be Texans and Ravens on Saturday. Ravens a 9.5-point favorite. I'm a little surprised that feels high to me. But I feel like this show today, I feel like, Seth, I'm the one who maybe has a little too flowery a view of the Texans' chances.
I think this is what you got to be careful about.
Like you're slapping me with some realism today.
Well, no. I mean, look, for one, I mean, obviously, upsets happen all the time in the playoffs, and I'm not acting like it's insurmountable or anything. But I think you got to remember that as awesome as C.J. Stroud has been as a rookie, and as promising as his future is, the team itself still has a ways to go. The offense has not been a particularly good offense. They've been an average offense. C.J. Stroud has had moments of brilliance, and he's improved so much as the season has gone along. But they're still a very shaky rushing offense. You know, they're not the worst in the league like they were at the beginning of the year, but they're very, very shaky. They still do not have more than one guy who genuinely threatens you as a receiver. And I'm including, that's Nico Collins and nobody else. Dalton Schultz is nice, but he doesn't genuinely threaten a defense. So, yeah, when it comes up against a team like the Ravens, they very much should be a heavy favorite at home versus the Texans. Yeah. So I'm not, but like a 10-point favorite is different than or a 9-point favorite is much different than a 15 or 16-point favorite. It's not like they're being given no chance to win this game or anything. And and it's very possible that they could win the game.
The weather obviously will be a big topic. Figgy, I'm going to skip down to the weather stuff here on the rundown. The Texans obviously don't play a ton of cold weather games. When they have played in cold weather this year, they played in that game in New York back in week 14. The weather was kind of nasty. Y'all were at that one, right, Figgy? Were you at that
Jets game?
Yeah, you were there. That was kind of nasty weather, right?
It was just rain.
It wasn't cold. It was just raining nonstop.
It was a little chilly, but it was just the rain.
Was it? Usually you can't really tell on the TV broadcast how hard it's raining. On that TV broadcast, you could see the rain.
No, it was raining nonstop.
So it was coming down hard,
I was soaking wet.
Yeah. That's where I figured if. Like, because you know, a lot of times you can't even tell it's raining, and then they show one camera angle.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, wow, it's really blowing through there. It felt like on every camera angle in that game, you could see it just coming down.
Yeah, socks wet, underwear wet, everything was just soaking wet. I had to go right to the airport.
I was going to say, did you all just jump on the plane after that?
Did you change?
We ended up changing,
Oh, like at the airport, like in the bathroom?
We went to the bathroom and changed clothes.
Did you just toss your clothes away, or did you bring them with you and have them smell when you got, you had to bring them on the flight with you?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Did you have a plastic bag to put them in at least?
I didn't.
That sucks.
I didn't know it was going to rain like that.
I hate changing in a bathroom stall at the airport. Or you're standing on top of your shoes.
Oh, yeah.
It's a small stall, too.
People can see. Yeah, people. Oh, yeah.
You're trying to bring your suitcase in there and all that.
You're trying so hard not to have anything touch anything.
Yeah.
Crowded airport. And you're like, I'm going to use a handicap stall. And then there's actual, handicap people.
Somebody in a wheelchair come rolling in.
As you're, pulling off acrobatic moves inside trying to change. That's how you're basically taunting that handicapped person.
Spending 90 seconds standing on one toe.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm standing on one foot while precariously balanced with an arm above my head.
Sorry about it. Yeah. Here's D'Amico on the cold weather. The cold weather this week in Houston is a gift from the gods.
Right, not sure where we'll be playing, but we do know the elements. There will be cold weather. Gracious that we have cold weather here in Houston this week. It comes at the right time for us to be able to go out, practice outside in the cold weather. I don't think you get used to it. I always say, no matter what the conditions are for a game, you have 3.5 hours to suck it up, and whatever that weather is, you have to deal with it and be your best in that moment. You're not the only one dealing with the conditions. The other team, they're dealing with the conditions as well. So it's no excuse, no matter what the weather is, where we have to go. You have to be excited about the opportunity to play. And whatever it is, you suck it up for 3 hours and you play your best.
Yeah, that's as far as the weather goes. When I first heard D'Amico say that yesterday about, being kind of prepared because of this cold. I can imagine people up north thinking like, oh, they think that's cold. Actually, this is almost perfect weather to get ready for the forecast conditions for this weekend because it's supposed to be right around 30, 32, which is not, I mean, that's like obviously, you don't want to run around naked in that, but once you get going and moving and you've got that, I don't think even warm weather guys that haven't had a lot of experience playing in the cold, I don't think that bothers them that much. It's not enough. 30 degrees is not enough to make your fingers numb while you're out running around.
That's right.
If it's windy or something, that's a whole different deal because then the quarterback's got to deal with wind chill, but then also the wind itself. But if the conditions are just cold, I don't think that's going to be nearly as much of a factor.
I'm looking it up right now.
It was like 29 or 30 degrees with winds of 9 miles per hour.
Saturday, high of 25, low of 17 on Saturday. Yeah, so
sunny or cloudy?
Partly cloudy.
Okay.
Partly cloudy. So two things. The two things that worry me aren't the temperature. It's precipitation, which doesn't look like there will be any, and yes, wind. If there's wind, especially if your team is going to try to move the football more through the air, do most of their damage, not just through the air, but attacking downfield where the wind can probably affect those type of passes more than just, little screens and hitches and things like that. The Ravens can line up, bust you in the mouth, and run the football with Lamar Jackson if they want to. The Texans, while running the football better with Devin Singletary, are not a team that, at least right now, can just line up and go get 5 yards a clip. Not against this defense.
It's a very good defense. And I guess one of the big questions, and a fair question, of course, is that, okay, are the Ravens going to be rusty at all? I never know, and I think that all depends on, what that particular team needs. Do they need to get healthier? Do they need to stay sharp? I think the defense is going to be fine. The Ravens defense will be just fine being rusty per se, because I don't think that Clowney, for one, Jadeveon Clowney, who's having a good year, has always demonstrated that he does not need a lot of practice to play well. Used to be a big issue between him and Bill O'Brien. But offensively, they're very heavily oriented around the tight ends. Their tight ends are pretty much like the majority of their scoring, or at least 50% of their scoring through the air. And like it's not the same as Greatest Show on Turf or something, or a Tom Brady offense where you need this ridiculously high level of precision. I don't think the rust is going to be a factor. I think the Ravens being fresh physically would concern me more as an opponent than the Ravens, whether they're firing on all cylinders in terms of timing and everything else.
Guys are asking, texters asking, morning guys, is it possible for a Tank Dell return? No, it's not. The Texans have used up all their returns from IR, and I don't even know if Tank Dell's ready to return.
He doesn't look like, whenever I've seen him walking, he looks like he's walking for a reason. Like, it's not like he's restraining himself from, even if he could come back, it doesn't look like he's restraining himself from hopping around and everything.
Broke his leg 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, but that could be if it was a simple fracture.
That's true. Terrell Owens played in the Super Bowl with a broken leg.
Coming up next, to D'Amico Ryan's panic in putting Tank Dell on IR.
Yeah.
Answer me that.
Yeah.
What do you say, Figgy?
Yeah.
He did.
No. He sound like McClain.
No.
It wasn't a compound fracture. There's no bone sticking out, right?
No, not that I know.
It wasn't a Nick Chubb injury.
No.
Listen, I just watched Lone Survivor, and basically, I'm in a mood to tell you that I think Tank Dell could be a little bit. He could be tougher than he's acting right now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If dragging yourself across the dirt isn't the same thing as playing wide receiver in the NFL, then yeah.
So why, the question on the text page, why is the OC getting so much head coaching love if the Texans offense is so average?
Because they're doing really, really good things with what they do have. Tell me where they're not. Tell me where they're better than average. Honestly, to the listener, tell me where they're better than average. I think the fact that CJ is playing as well as he is without a good offensive line, with a majority backup players at offensive line, with only one wide receiver who's like a genuinely viable, at this moment, really good wide receiver, with a tight end who sat out in free agency and only ended up signing a 1-year deal with the Texans, with a running game that's like decidedly average. Like, tell me exactly where the fact that they are where they are and that CJ's playing the way he is is why Bobby Slowick is getting a lot of love and credit for what he's done with CJ Stroud.
I think the two with Slowick in terms of just recency is that they've played 2 games in a row with the stage all to themselves, and Bobby Slowick has had really good games scheming things up against the Colts in Week 18, and then especially against a top-rated Cleveland defense on Saturday afternoon this past weekend.
Like every rookie performance.
Like a Slowick infomercial on Saturday.
Like CJ, I think that CJ and Lamar, I think, likewise this year are similar in that the stats don't really tell the whole story about their performances. And I guess just the difference that I would say with like CJ's performance is there's still room for growth in terms of being one of the best offenses in the league. This is how I judge quarterbacks. And if you guys that have been listening to me for a long time know this is why I always felt like Tom Brady was a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers, because Tom Brady consistently, almost every single year, had a top 3 scoring offense, whereas Aaron Rodgers would vacillate between being top 3 and every now and then 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. So Tom Brady's a better quarterback. Deshaun Watson, to me, was never a genuinely good NFL quarterback because they were never in the top 10 in scoring. They just weren't flat out a good offense. So that's where the Texans are right now. Like for CJ to genuinely to arrive and be a stud NFL quarterback, it's going to take a better team around him, and they're going to have to consistently score more points. Like, it's as simple as that.
CJ would tell you that they haven't been great in the red zone this year.
Yeah.
I think that's an area that they're going to have to improve. Honestly, it's an area they're going to have to be way above what they've been this season on Saturday if they're going to win that football game. Like, they get down in that, especially against his defense, they get down in that part of the field. They're going to have to cash in with 7s and not 3s in this
Just
game.
like this is the offensive performance since that Bengals game. They scored 21 points, 21 points, 22 points, 6 points in the Jets game. Then
CJ's out the next
Tennessee and Cleveland. Then he scored 26 points versus Tennessee and 23 points versus the Colts. So they've been fine enough, and they've been a good team, and they won a lot. So as a complete and total team, I think they've done a really, really good job, and they're way ahead of schedule. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid and acting like they've arrived. Like, that's just this is how people get in trouble. And it doesn't matter what we as fans think. Like, there's no way in hell you think D'Amico's going to go into the offseason and be like, oh, basically a finished product, huh? Yeah, no improvement to get done here. Hey, Nick, let's just go on vacation until the draft. They still need to keep improving.
Well, I think where a lot of the love from CJ comes from is his intellect.
Yeah.
His football intellect, his leadership, things like that.
And that's CJ's doing incredible things as a rookie. It's just the offense just isn't there yet. And that's all that I'm not going to be offended by the fact that they're heavy underdogs to the Ravens, because they're not actually demonstrably a dominating team yet, whereas the Ravens have been a dominating team.
I need to get you offended by Friday.
Okay.
That's my goal.
All right.
To get you offended by the disrespect that the Texans are experiencing with this spread against the Ravens. I think that spread is going to wind up being probably closer to 8.5 or 8. I think a lot of, I 30,000 feet, I think a lot of people do feel a certain kind of way about C.J. Stroud, and that'll move that line. We'll see if it turns into fruition against the Ravens on Saturday in this football game. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in via the text page. What are the current odds for Coach of the Year? I don't know. I think Stefanski's won it already. The game Saturday does not count towards Coach of the Year.
That's a regular season award. Something that I wish they would tell the players that, because I saw Texans players stumping after the playoff game for D'Amico to be.
That's true.
Those are already voted on. I don't know if I ever knew that when I was a player. I don't think I knew it until after I started talking about it all the time.
I wonder what kind of chance Will has to get Defensive Rookie of the Year. I think CJ's getting Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
I think Stefanski's getting Coach of the Year. I wonder if Will's got a shot.
What's his name there from the Eagles?
Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter. I always want to say Jalen Curtis. Jalen Carter. It's tough because he's been very, very, very good. And he's played a pretty heavy percentage of the snaps by interior defensive lineman standards. Every argument I was going to try to make against him, I had a hard time overcoming. I think that the biggest thing about him, if you look at even statistically there, by interior defensive lineman standards, his stats and his production has been more impressive than Will Anderson's has as an edge rusher. And then also, I think he's just been that guy consistently throughout the season. Will was, and I'm not talking about sack numbers here. I'm talking about actually watching Will down in and down out. Will got better and better and better as the season went along. In the second half of the season, he was if he had played the entire season the way he did in the second half of the season, then it would be Will Anderson. But I think Jalen's just played that way the entire season.
Yeah,
long.
It's tough when you get way out in front like that. And Carter did. Honestly,
too, Carter just has more like highlight reel, physically dominating kind of freak show plays. So maybe I'm biased as an interior defensive lineman watching him. He does some damn impressive stuff. But it's very close. It's very close. And I do think I still like Will long term as a guy that's like better than Carter. Because of like the trajectory of Will Anderson.
The NFC playoffs, we talked a lot about the AFC playoffs. The NFC playoffs and the results the last 2 days could end up having a massive ripple effect on the Houston Texans. We'll explain next. West Point Lincoln.
Utopia Football Podcast. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's pretty wild, man. Like the last few games over the course of the weekend, not so much the Detroit and LA game. That was the one close game this week, and that was one of the games where both head coaches are on a really strong footing with their team. But some of these other games, man, like it feels like Mike McCarthy really put himself in jeopardy with the way that the Cowboys lost. And it feels like both of the games yesterday had some degree of coaching drama swirling around them. You know, the Bills and the Steelers, I think McDermott and Tomlin are both on pretty strong footing, although Tomlin, really both of them at times during the season felt like they were on a hot seat. Mm-hmm. Tomlin got asked, well, I say he got asked, a female reporter asked him, hey, you have a year left on your contract, and before she could even get the rest of the question out, he walked out of the room. Oh. That was the end of the press conference yesterday for Mike Tomlin.
Why does he get so upset about stuff like that?
He usually doesn't. That's the thing. It was everybody I saw that covers the Steelers said it was very uncharacteristic of him to do that. Yeah,
I don't care when people ask any question ever, like after a game. Like people always get upset when somebody asks about the future of the coach, but then people get upset if the question isn't asked to when they come out. Like, guess what? Mike Tomlin makes $10 million a year. He's a big guy. He can handle it. You know, like ask the question. What are you going to do next year? I don't know.
Right?
How hard is that? I don't know.
Yeah,
I got to figure it out. I got to take some time and figure it out.
But he didn't answer it. He just walked out of the room. I think. Yeah. There's more people were criticizing Tomlin than the line of questioning, obviously.
I would say I wouldn't criticize him for it. I just don't think that the people should get criticized for asking the question. If he's emotional, he wants to leave, then just go ahead and leave.
Yeah.
I think that so Mike Tomlin potentially leaving in a year where Belichick and Pete Carroll left, Nick Saban left. Is there? I feel like somebody's gonna write a big think piece about how the times they are changing or something.
Well, here's the thing. Here's my angle with this with the Texans is that with every potential job opening is another place Bobby Slowick could land.
That's a good point.
And so the Dallas could have an opening coming up here. You know, I'm guessing they're deciding what to do with Mike McCarthy. There were odds that came out yesterday. Who will be the next Dallas head coach? If it's not Mike McCarthy. And Bobby Slowick's third on the list behind Bill, I think it's Bill Belichick. I forget who was second on the list. And then Bobby Slowick's third at 7-1. After that game last night, I think there's a decent chance the Eagles' job opens up. And there's another spot that I don't think there were a lot of people going into this head coaching cycle thinking the Cowboys and the Eagles' jobs were opening up.
The funny thing about
the Seahawks or a couple of these other ones.
With Sirianni, I guess we'd have to go back to looking back at his introductory press conference and thinking, maybe there was something to that. Boy, we've
changed our minds on it 6 times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks right now man, he was smart enough to pick the right offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator last year or 2 years ago.
He wasn't,
and that he had been the play caller, and then he had Shane Steichen become the play caller, and that was a smart move. But now without those guys, everything just fell to shambles. And there's something about, the way that defense played. I'm watching yesterday, and I thought, the Eagles' defensive line thought they did everything they could to try to win a football game. The guys on the back end looked like they thought it was two-hand touch or something.
They looked like they were trying to get Nick Sirianni fired.
Yeah. It was bad.
The tackling was non-existent.
Just a non-contest.
Yeah.
So I guess I wonder at this point, the only thing that if you're the Eagles or if you're the Cowboys, the question becomes, all right, there's all these other vacancies, and what are the chances that I'm going to end up with a guy that I really like, especially when maybe we haven't necessarily been doing the groundwork for getting something done.
Yeah.
I see all this speculation about Belichick to the Cowboys, and I just wonder, would Belichick really want to go play for Jerry Jones? I just don't know. I don't think money's going to be an issue. I think Belichick's going to get a boatload of money wherever he goes to coach. I don't think Jerry Jones is going to be able to throw so much money at him that he decides, I didn't want to work for you, but now I do. I don't think he's going to be like that. And I just can't see, Belichick just came out of a situation where he and Kraft had a good enough relationship, except he did have to deal with the distraction of his owner getting happy endings from the spa down in South Florida. And just
infringing the on-field product.
Jerry Kraft. I think Kraft slowly over time became more and more like a Jerry Jones wannabe. It felt these last few years like Kraft was trying to keep up with the Joneses, literally. Like, he wanted to have that same lifestyle and that same image as Jerry Jones. And I don't know if Belichick wants to sign on for more of that.
Yeah, I don't know. As far as Slowick goes for the Cowboys job or for the Eagles job, let's pretend, because if I had to guess right now, which job has a better chance of being open? The Eagles after last night or the Cowboys after what happened on Sunday with them and the Packers? Jeffrey Lurie seems like a guy more likely to fire a head coach over what happened.
He's already fired Doug
Jerry
Peterson
Jones.
3 years after winning a Super Bowl.
Right.
Then Jerry Jones would be for firing. Let's see. Jerry Jones, as of late, is kind of. I mean, he let Jason Garrett there stick around just
That's
for
what I mean.
absolute ever.
Yeah.
He wasn't necessarily like that before. He got, Wade Phillips was only there for a little bit. Campo lasted what, a year or two?
Bill Parcells.
Yeah, so it's not like he's always been that way, but it feels like over time, maybe after Parcells is who broke him because he's like
at his age, he should have more of a sense of urgency, I would say. Get busy living or get busy dying.
Yeah. I think he probably thinks he's going to live another 70 years.
If you're Slowick, how would you, if the Eagles job opened up,
yeah,
because I feel like Slowick's going to be a candidate for any of these jobs that are open, how would you look at the Eagles job with Jalen Hurts? You know you're locked into Jalen Hurts at quarterback for at least a couple years because of that contract.
I think he likes, honestly, I don't think when you talk about, for him, I don't think it's an either-or situation, like with the Cowboys or the Eagles. I think it's more a matter of, when I do choose to take a job as a head coach, is it the right situation? And I think right now Washington is that one that really looks like it would be the right situation because they have a high draft pick. They have a number 2 overall draft pick. They have a GM that is there's a good chance he's philosophically aligned with Slowick because they both come out of San Francisco.
Adam Peters.
That there's that's the one where he might look at it and say that's my best option. I also think though too, I think that Tennessee might be more enticing than people are giving it credit for, just because I think Amy Adams Strunk, despite the seemingly kind of capricious decision-making of the last couple of years, I don't think she's looked at as an owner that doesn't support her coach. I think things just got ugly there, and I think that he might look at that and look at it as a blank slate, depending on what the owner says to her. And they have a GM also that came out of San Francisco. It's no guarantee that they actually like each other or anything, but they have requested interviews with him.
He's the favorite for that one right now. He's tied with Belichick. At least as of a few days ago, Slowick is tied with Belichick as the favorite in the clubhouse for Tennessee.
I think as far as, so earlier, I was trying to have kind of an even-keeled approach towards like where the offense is right now. Multiple people, of course, heard that as me saying the Texans have no chance of winning because you guys can all go die. The ones that can't make that distinction between you're either going to lose or you're going to destroy everybody, and there's nothing in between. So somebody else asked a very fair question, though, of why is Slowick getting so much attention if the offense wasn't genuinely good? And to me, because it wasn't a genuinely good scoring offense. They're about midway through the pack. But they're way ahead of, this is how I'll put it. There are many other coaches who could have come in here this year. If Sean Payton had come in here this year and the Texans had gone, had gotten 5 wins, people would have said, I mean, this is a big turnaround. This is a big job. There's a lot that they don't have.
Multiple years.
There were legitimate and valid excuses for why this offense shouldn't be where they are right now. So, people are looking at what Bobby Slowick did with C.J. Stroud and saying, they're accounting for the fact that they're not nearly as talented as most of those those genuinely good offenses in the NFL. And they're looking at CJ's progression, and they're looking at the things he's doing, because CJ is a part of that. Like CJ and what he's doing with the weaponry he does have, it has a lot to do just with his natural ability, his ability to diagnose, his accuracy, all of that. But he's running an actual system in which he's got answers to the test. A lot of times rookies are out there and they look like they're lost, and they're just kind of improvising at times. And if they have success, it's because they're doing it kind of like in a herky-jerky hodgepodge, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Mm-hmm. CJ, it's been more of a steady progression of he's building something here alongside Bobby Slowick. So the style points for Bobby Slowick are much higher than the actual outcome on the field.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. The game on Saturday comes with a warning label for a lot of Houstonians. We will tell you what that is next. But first, West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. I just told you about the main West.
advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you Texan fans, you're about to be warned. If you intend on watching the game on television with the sound up, I know this triggered a lot of people a couple of weeks ago when the game was on ESPN/ABC, the Colts game. Is that this game is on ESPN/ABC as well? This playoff game against the Ravens coming up on Saturday afternoon, and thus you're going to get Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call.
I think, but didn't most of our listeners say that they're cool with him for football? They don't like him for baseball.
I'm just letting the very vocal
the ones
minority
that just really hate him.
Yeah, that just know.
And my issue with him for baseball has nothing to do with an anti-Astros thing or anything. It's just that he doesn't. I don't like the way he waits until like 28 hours after a home run for him to decide that it's a home run.
Right. Fortunately, he won't be calling any home runs in this particular athletic endeavor. But I would say for those of you who are upset about this or agitated by it, just know that Joe Buck is the vocal author of the narration of many, many fine Astros postseason moments.
Altuve has just sent the Astros to the World Series.
See? And now he is getting a Houston postseason moment, albeit in a different sport.
It's weird that It's weird that he could tell that one was a home run immediately.
I'm glad he.
Well, I guess because that was off the left. That's easier there.
A 3-year-old could have seen that one.
Or a 93-year-old. I guess is the more one that's appropriate.
Yep. So yeah, just be warned. But the good news, the game will be right here on Sports Radio 610.
I like. I actually like those two a lot because I think Aikman does a pretty good job of balancing the easy to digest commentary with some of the more technical stuff. And I feel like everybody always wants guys to be more technical, and it's not going to happen because that's not what the masses want.
No.
The people listening to this show would appreciate the more intellectual stuff, but for the most part.
Correct.
Yeah. For those dullards, your coworkers and such, not our listeners. They want a little bit more. I didn't hear this part of the show, but I heard somebody from Philadelphia saying that they thought that Aikman on the broadcast last night really synopsized the Eagles' offensive issues very well. I listened to like little commentary here and there, but I didn't hear the part they were talking about. But like the Eagles' offense, as we know, has a lot of issues. I do look forward to hearing Troy Aikman talk about C.J. Stroud in the playoffs.
They were talking about him on the broadcast last night.
Yeah.
They're very excited to get to see him for the second time in 3 weeks. I would say this, too, from all these games this weekend, the 6 wildcard round games, for a weekend that had really like 5 not very competitive games out of the 6, ultimately. I mean, the Texans game was competitive for a half, and then Joe Flacco turned back into Joe Flacco, et cetera. And even the Eagles game was 16-9 at the half, but ultimately, there were a lot of these games where the second half, it just turned into a run over.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good dramatic storylines that have come out of these
There
games.
were a lot of good dramatic storylines. It was a lot of fun in even some of the games that weren't good games. There was kind of it was like you were watching a train wreck and you hated one of the people in the train type of thing. It wasn't just watching a train wreck where like, I shouldn't look, but I can't stop it. It was like, no, I really want to watch this train wreck.
Right. Like I probably other than the Texans game, had the most fun watching the least competitive game of the weekend, the Dallas Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
Because it was an entity, a 53-headed entity that I despise, getting curb stomped.
I think too. Okay, so the Bucks Eagles game ends up being 32-9, but it was 16-9 for a good chunk of time, and there was enough like hitting Smith on that deep ball. Like there was enough reminders here and there that like, oh, okay, well this could get blown open at any time. Despite the fact that the Bucks scored every time they touched the ball in the first half, it felt like the Bucks were in control, but you don't trust the Bucks enough for them to stay in control.
Yeah. I thought the turning points in that game when they made it 16-9 with the touchdown, they kicked the extra point to make it 16-10.
Yeah.
And then there was a penalty, an offsides penalty on Tampa Bay. So they took the point off the board got the ball pushed down to the 1.
Yeah.
He went for 2. The stopping of the tush push, it was curtains after that.
You felt like that was the moment they realized that like kryptonite exists.
Big turning point.
Yeah.
And then Hurts gets sacked in the end zone, and it's 18-9, and it's a 2-score game.
Hurts getting sacked in the end zone was where I felt like it was on him, and you could almost. I didn't actually see any of this. I just imagined in my brain all confidence like draining from everybody on the Eagles on that, and like losing just whatever mojo they ever had when they almost won the Super Bowl. It just was drained from them completely.
Hurts is a guy who has looked miserable playing football. He's never really like a rah-rah guy.
Yeah.
His style of leadership is always kind of very even-keeled and monotone. I don't know how well that plays when you have a team that's circling the drain like that over the last 6 or 7 weeks.
Yeah, it's tough.
He looks miserable playing football every day.
And that's one of those things where he might not actually have any different mannerisms than he had when things were going well, but people are going to interpret it a certain way.
Yeah.
People read their own thoughts into it, and they might, they look at that as like, oh, wow, he's really down.
Yeah. Well, and if you have a head coach that maybe isn't all that great about rallying the troops, you need a quarterback to do it for. Unfortunately, we don't have that problem here.
So the Texans won 45-14.
Yeah.
At what point did it start to feel like a blowout?
The pick 6 by Steven Nelson.
Yeah.
It was weird because the Browns were driving for what would have been a score to make it a 1-score game.
Yeah.
Which in actuality means it's a close game.
Yeah.
When he threw that pick 6, to me, the game was over. The game was curtains.
It was because they had been driving down. Browns fans are upset that they think the game was lost when Steven Nelson wasn't charged with a interference on that drive.
Figgy talks to Cleveland people.
Yeah.
Figgy's in for Ben Gary today. You've talked to people back in your home state.
Yeah, I got all my family and friends up there, yeah.
When did they feel the game was over? I'm always curious about the other side of this thing.
I think the second pick 6 at that point, it's like, all right, Joe Flacco is turned to Joe Fluco at this point. So it's over with now.
Joe Fluco. I can't laugh at Joe Fluco. Because when Joe Fluco was sitting there
more than you could imagine,
looking super sad at the end and gray as hell. Looked like he grew new gray whiskers as the game wore on.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's Just for Men dropped out. But I won't sit here and laugh at Joe Fluco. It'd be ungentlemanly.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like back in Joe Flacco's day, they didn't do that.
No. That's right.
That wasn't how the game was played.
You had some good quotes in this piece on The Athletic. I'm sorry, the New York Times.
New York Times.
Yeah.
I have not read it yet.
Oh, you haven't read
the piece? It was Kaylin Kaler interviewed me, and I didn't know what she's going to interview me about, but it was
it's a long form piece.
It was seemingly going to be about D'Amico Ryans.
It's about Ryans and Stroud.
Okay.
The first half is about Stroud. The second half is about Ryans. Would you like to hear some of this?
The headline isn't like Seth Payne weighs in on Texans coach.
Controversial shock jock.
Seth Payne, Texans hater, apparently.
It said she's talking about when D'Amico emerged as a head coaching candidate last January. Former Texans defensive tackle and current Houston radio host. I read that as shock jock.
Streamer, thank you.
Seth Payne.
Make me sound old.
Struggled to find the right words to describe Ryans to Payne's radio audience.
Yeah.
Ready? Quote, I was just really frustrated. This is you talking. I was just really frustrated in trying to explain how unique an individual he is, because you hear all this crap all the time from people, like PR campaigns about what awesome dudes they are. So I really had to stand on top of tables to tell everyone, like, no, I mean it. He's different than other people.
Mm-hmm.
End quote.
Yeah, we're also coming out of an era where everybody would not stop talking about what an awesome dude Deshaun Watson is all the time.
Right.
So I'm like, no, really. I seriously mean it this time. Yeah.
Did you describe yourself as an old school grumpy veteran?
I think so.
She put quotes around that. She said Payne was a, quote, old school grumpy veteran when the Texans took Ryans in the second round of the draft. He was upset that a rookie linebacker was getting to start early on in training camp.
Yeah. There was like 1 week into camp, they put him in at starter, and I was like, what the hell is this all about? Yeah.
Do you want to hear what you had to say about this?
I do, because I barely remember this. I was driving.
Quote, within a couple of days, I realized what an idiot I was for having that opinion. The guy just exudes leadership and maturity. It sticks out now, but it really sticks out when a kid is 22 years old, and you could just tell then that somebody's an old soul, end quote. It
sounds
almost,
like CJ Stroud, doesn't
dude,
it?
I was just going to say, man, this is why you can tell like these guys are so simpatico, the head coach and the quarterback.
Yeah.
That quote could be used. That quote has probably been uttered in about 6 pieces about CJ Stroud over the last 2 months.
I plagiarized an article about CJ Stroud and then read it to her, yeah.
You did? There's one more quote from you in here. You want?
Yeah, this is lovely.
Okay, I mean, what do you think of this Seth Payne guy in this article? By the way, he's making a lot of sense.
Sounds like a blowhard.
He's making a lot of sense. Payne tells a story about the first time Ryans called plays in the huddle. You've told this story before.
Yeah.
When the rookie had a hard time getting the play call out and Payne snapped at him.
I did. It's so hot. It was a really hot day. We were in goal line. Yeah.
This is your best quote. Quote, he looked at me and it was like he was the Beastmaster. I didn't even know what happened. I was immediately pacified, like he might as well have shot me with a tranquilizer dart. That's good stuff.
Was he linebacking or did I fall in love with him?
I don't know.
That almost sounds like a romantic scene in a movie.
I don't know, but you know what's awesome?
It was but you know that way he has of looking, like where he's just super, super calm. And it's not like one of those calms that comes over people when they've had anger management, where you can see that they're counting to 10 or whatever. It's just like that, his natural ability to stay calm. Yeah.
She circled back to your tranquilizer dart reference. You actually gave her. Yeah. She says, Kalen Kaler. I'm reading this piece from the New York Times subsidiary called The Athletic that Seth did an interview for. She says Ryans, who made 2 Pro Bowls as a starter in Houston, emerged as one of the most sought-after coaching candidates last offseason after a sterling run as a defensive assistant in San Francisco. He was a slam dunk hire for his former team, or maybe a tranquilizer dart hire. Yeah. He gave her material, Seth. Good job. It's a good article. Go find it. Even though I read like 80% of it.
I'm glad she only kept one of my 2 drug references because I said.
What was the other one?
I had said that Will Anderson was like D'Amico Ryans on Adderall, and immediately I was like, no, not like D'Amico needs Adderall for ADHD, but like Will, if you were taking it illegally, like snorting it or something.
Right.
I didn't say that part to her either.
You can get suspended for Adderall, right?
Oh yeah.
That's what I would have been.
No, I just kind of said it like he's pepped up all the time, and then I was like, crap. I really hope she doesn't use that quote.
Can you imagine if Will Anderson got drug tested this week after your Adderall quote?
Will Anderson is in the protocol.
Real random, Seth. Thanks a lot.
I honestly,
Reverend Jordan, Will Anderson.
This is what happened.
Tested.
As I was saying it, I was just kind of speaking freely, and I was thinking I was gonna say like Will Anderson on speed, but then all of a sudden I was like, that could sound bad. So then Adderall came out, and then I felt like instead of explaining myself, I better just move on and hope that she doesn't put that part in.
She did not.
Yeah.
Just so you know, she didn't put that part in. It's a good piece though. If you're a Texan fan, you're gonna love it. It gushes about C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans.
Yes, it's actually an article about those two.
Yep. Seth's the main event though. Lamont texts in of the teams remaining in the playoffs. This is an interesting point. The Texans, the Bucks, the Packers, and Bills have been in playoff mode for nearly a month. All 4 teams balled out this weekend. Is there something to that?
Maybe.
Like the Texans have been fighting for their lives for the last 6-7 weeks.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe they could have the Texans have been
the Ravens have been the
acquainted
opposite
with playing close games in general. Yeah. But then especially winner go home type of deal. They've had their backs against the wall. I like that, especially if you look at it through the Ravens, haven't had that same level of pressure.
That's a good you look at it as far as narratives go. Hey, if it's a close game in the fourth quarter, the Texans will have shown they can stand in already.
This is where I get so annoyed. Where earlier I was talking about the limitations of the Texans because I feel like in some respects, some people are getting a little ahead of themselves with how they're describing C.J. Stroud or the team in general, and I would include national people. National people are usually way too high and way too low on things. I think C.J. is doing incredible as a rookie, but C.J. himself, he said it in the press conference, so I was like, I'm still a rookie. I still got a lot to learn and everything. And he does. But for somebody that we had several people that took that and made it, they thought I was saying the Texans have no chance of winning this weekend. This is one thing you will never, ever hear from me ever about any single game in the NFL. I will never say that a team has no chance of winning. It's the dumbest thing somebody could say if they've watched the NFL for any amount of time. I don't think they're necessarily all a 10-point underdog to me doesn't strike me as some insurmountable task or anything. I just think realistically you do have to look at what a task you're up against. I said the same thing about the Browns defense, specifically for this reason. I said the Browns defense is really, really good, and I'm telling you that. So if CJ has a good game, I want you to understand how impressive it is. And what did CJ do? He went out and he had a hell of a game. I don't think, honestly, CJ was so far beyond what even other promising rookies could have done versus the Browns, that I'm still kind of astounded by it. Having said that, the entire total cast for the Texans still has a lot of room to work and everything. I totally think they can pull this off this weekend. They've showed a lot of pluckiness. Like, I totally think they could pull this off. It's just that recognize that if they do, it's a hell of a thing they'll have pulled off.
Absolutely. John Lopez is here. John, did you meet our new producer?
Hello.
Figgy. Have
What's
you met
up,
him
man?
before?
Hey,
Yeah.
that ice must have been strangling over at Ben's house.
Yeah.
He said he was trying to. This Figgy character says he's trying to break in a new nickname. His actual name is Geraldo.
That's right.
Because sometimes people move to a new place and they're just like, all right, I'm going to create a new image for myself.
Create something. Yeah. We got a text. Landry and Lopez like Jim Irsay. Can you ask them why?
I just think he's a goofball.
Oh, so
I
you
like fun. He's
I like him as a goof, not like he's a great owner.
Yeah.
I really I don't know.
He's great for the Texans.
If only we had Jim Irsay.
He's great for the Texans. Love having him on the Colts.
I would say, though, I don't think he's one of those guys that you think would, like, I wouldn't want to actually spend a road trip with him. I feel like he would talk nonstop. No. I think he thinks
maybe one.
Yeah.
Maybe one. I would be intrigued.
How far?
Yeah.
How far?
Exactly what is behind this curtain.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I would want to see.
If it's in Indiana, he'd probably have you stop at a lot of weird places.
He's got the billionaire's disease of thinking he's more interesting than he is because people have been telling him he's interesting and that his ideas are good for way too long. It's really hard to be a billionaire for any length of time, and not be warped in some way by it.
Absolutely. Were you surprised, John Lopez, that the spread was 9.5 when it came out yesterday?
Not really. Yeah. That sounds about in the wheelhouse. But like as Seth was talking about a minute ago, people getting ahead of themselves. I am way ahead of myself.
I am too. Seth's going to be annoyed with me by Thursday.
Far ahead of myself.
Yeah, I know. You know, I'm going to be hated.
I'm out over my skis.
I'm way up there.
I am out over my skis big time with this team
sometimes
right now.
I feel like, honestly, like undying devotion and belief in somebody is like the worst insult you can, because it doesn't give credit to like how actually hard it is to pull something off.
Yeah,
you just believing in something because you want to believe in it and because it's fun.
I get your point because you're talking about context.
Yeah.
Like the context of what he did against that defense is
beyond.
It's remarkable. Yeah. All right. That was Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and appropriately inflated tires, too.
Thank you very much. Yeah, mine are not right now.
Boy, that's the worst.
Mine are not. I got to go do that. All right. Figgy, thank you very much.
Salute. Appreciate it, man.
Salute.
That was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming in, Figgy, and for Ben today. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig going marathon duty today. They are in the loop, and they start right now.
So we have an opponent. It is the Baltimore Ravens.
An opponent.
Something's got to give on this. I just want to jump right into it. We've talked about C.J. Stroud. We've talked about playoff Stroud. We've talked about flipping the switch. And it's understandable that some guys just have a feel for the moment. A feel for the moment. When the stage is the biggest, or when the lights are the brightest.
Wow, you're bringing your own.
I'm bringing my cliches here. Because there's substance to it. In his last 3 win-or-go-home games, he's 2-1. The only game he's lost was on a missed game-winning field goal. He's thrown 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He's completing 73% of his passes in those games, and it goes without saying that there is a strong possibility that this guy, when the lights are the brightest, plays his best ball. Correct. And sometimes it be like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what am I to make of Baltimore? Because the Baltimore Ravens, I think we would all agree, they are, without a doubt, the most one of the most complete teams in the NFL, definitely the most complete team in the AFC.
Totally agree.
We can agree with that. But since 2014, they've won 1 playoff game. They're 1-4 during that stretch. And John Harbaugh's been the coach the whole time. And I'm not minimizing what John Harbaugh is. I'm just saying maybe it's possible that while C.J. Stroud knows how to flip the switch, whatever it is lately, I mean, that's a decade sample size. The Baltimore Ravens, maybe they don't have a feel for that moment. And by the way, the last time the Ravens were in this position, right now the Texans are a 9.5-point favorite.
Mm-hmm.
They were a 10-point favorite against the Tennessee Titans in the division round. They got their ass whooped by 16 points.
Yep.
They got their ass whooped.
Yeah.
And it was the exact same situation. So, am I going to pick the Texans to beat the Ravens? Probably not. But if I am to sit here and say that C.J. Stroud knows how to flip the switch on the biggest stage, then I need some sort of explanation as to why in 9 years the Baltimore Ravens have won one playoff game. They're 1-4, and they've been in this position and gotten whooped up on badly. Make some sense of it.
Look, here's what I can tell you. I can tell you that I am not going to bet against C.J. Stroud. That is the spoiler alert of the day. I get it. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens roll. You mentioned what they've done in their last few games. They're 11-2 in their last 13 games against the Texans, but that's not this Texans team. You know, we talk about all the things that have changed. That has changed. Like all the time people say, well, what are the trends in this series? No, man, there ain't no trends. The trends in this series is the trend in this series is
they won week 1.
Yes.
How much do we make of that?
And
that's what matters. How much do we make of that? Because they're better. Let's be serious. Let's be clear. This is not a sales pitch to say the Texans are going to pull an upset. I'm gathering the data, however the hell you want to pronounce it. All I'm saying is that something's got to give. But I also acknowledge we can sit here and say the Texans are a much different team than they were in week 1. So is that effing team in purple.
No question.
We can better.
We can talk about, well, the Texans, it's so long ago, and the Texans didn't have Cashman, and they didn't have other players. Damian Pierce was the running back, and C.J. Stroud was literally in his first NFL game. We can talk about that. The Ravens are legit. I am not disrespecting what Baltimore is by any stretch. They're rested. They've gotten guys healthy. A lot of guys didn't practice at all last week. That's not because they couldn't go necessarily. I think it was because they were just being safe. No, they are absolutely legit. We talked with Sean and Seth. I don't mind that point spread. That's about right. 9.5. Hell, it might be low. I don't know. But in terms of like what people are looking at in the NFL this year. But I cannot bet against C.J. Stroud. That is what it comes down to.
The other elements of this, and I listened a little bit to Cleveland radio yesterday just to kind of get a pulse of what they were saying. First of all, I mean, my gosh, you want to talk about kids' gloves? I mean, they might as well put training wheels on their bicycles.
It was a moral victory.
I mean, then Carmen started it. Well, I'm not going to get too upset. I'm going to separate the game from the season because I have to do that. Nah, brother, react to the game.
No. You don't
do. Sit there like, okay, all right.
It was. Oh my god.
But that was what it was. But my thing is this. They brought up a good point, and I do wonder if there's any truth to it because they brought up. Do you think this team was too rested? Do you think the fact that they rested their players the final week of the season, do you think that maybe there was a rust factor with the Browns? I don't know whether there was or wasn't, but I do know that Baltimore's been sitting on their butt for 2+ weeks. And while they've been doing that, yes, they've gotten healthier. Yes, they're fresher. Yes, I would rather be in that situation than beat up. Yes, I would.
Yeah.
But while they've been doing that, the Texans have been playing for their lives. They've had 2 win-or-go-home games, and they've been playing for their lives.
Mm-hmm. That rest thing, it's only important if it goes your way. If it doesn't go your way, then it's not important. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever happens in the game, you're either going to blame rest or you're going to credit rest. I think that's a big pile of garbage. I am worried that the Ravens are rested and getting healthy. Of course. I don't think that rust is going to come into after 1 week off. Basically, it's a bye week.
2.
Well, I'm saying, but they had
they
did rest.
They did rest
The last
it's
game.
2. It's not 1.
Yeah, they did rest.
We're talking
they had 2 bye weeks.
Yeah, we're talking 2 weeks.
That worries me more than it encourages me. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and I get it. I would rather definitely be where they're at than where the Texans are at. But I mean, that is something that kind of comes up, and we hear it a lot.
Yeah. You know what else is happening today that I could give 2 flips about? Absolutely 2 flips.
What's that?
The Texans are practicing today. And
what's wrong with that?
I don't care about who's practicing and who's not.
Yeah, this is the irrelevant.
This is the first time in 2 months?
Yeah, this is the irrelevant injury report.
Where we're like, so and so. We know who's going to be on the field. We know who and why they're going to be resting. We know who's out. Noah Brown's out. we know like the players that are going to be active and inactive. We know it already. Just get a good practice in, boys. Let's go. That's all I care about. Do what you can. I woke up this morning. I was like, oh, it's a practice day. I'm like, who cares? Like, who cares? They're going to rest them. They're going to get better. They're going to play who can play in practice today. And I was like, but that kind of speaks to the same point. Like, the Texans are just doing the best they can to get as healthy and ready as possible. But they've put a couple of scars on their bodies the last couple of weeks, but good scars. Like they've been
easy for you to say, sir.
Good scars. It's like the one you want to show off to your girl.
Easy for you to say,
You know what I mean? Because they had 2 elimination games. They came through them both. They were injured going into both, and now they can just kind of focus on Baltimore. Baltimore, famous last words, doesn't scare me. Doesn't scare me at all. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they're awesome.
No, I got you.
You know who else is awesome? Texans right now.
Okay.
I mean, all evidence points to that.
No, okay.
Yeah, all evidence points to that.
I hear you. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I have confidence that the Texans can compete. We'll go through the history of road dogs, by the way, at 11:20. I have gathered every road underdog in the divisional round that has won since 2000. And we'll go through this and talk about the similarities, the stuff that matters when it comes to the Texans-Ravens. So we will go through that, gather that. D'Amico Ryan's going to speak today. You'll hear him when the drive is on the air. It was kind of awkward yesterday because he didn't know he was going to play.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was awkward when he
and he was also asked, why did you believe in your players?
No, why not? I just figured.
Why did you believe in your players, Coach?
What the hell? I'll believe in them. I get some of these questions, but it's so obvious on some of them. It's like, yeah, I figured if I could either believe in them or not, so I guess I will.
So the numbers, like if you want to be encouraged, if you want some nugs to puff on as we prepare for this game on Saturday, 3:30, the Ravens have won 1 playoff game since 2014. They are 1-4 in that stretch. Lamar Jackson has as many playoff wins, as C.J. Stroud does. And the last time the Ravens were a 10-point favorite in the divisional round against an AFC South team, they got their ass whooped by 16 by Mike Vrabel and the Tennessee Titans. So there you go. That's what you hang your hat on. You got the quarterback. Other thing that the Texans don't have to worry about is weather. The weather in Baltimore is identical to what we got here. And D'Amico brought that up yesterday. He said it's going to be 30-ish degrees. There's 0% chance of precipitation, so there's not going to be any of that Jets crap. And I think there's going to be like 14-mile-an-hour winds occasionally. Yeah. So you have the elements will not play a factor unless you just don't like 30-degree weather. But they have some guys who have some experience in cold weather.
I'll give you a confession preview.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All the little breaks we've been talking about that are going their Texans' way. The Texans have caught a break. That is the temperature today for practice. They're going to be on the field, I believe, about 1 p.m. is when they're scheduled to be on the field. Mid-20s, partly cloudy, 15-mile-an-hour winds. The forecast for Saturday in Baltimore, mid-20s, partly cloudy, 15-mile-an-hour winds. They're going to be practicing today in the exact weather they're playing on Saturday. I don't know how much that affects guys, but at least even mentally they'll be like, yeah, we did this Tuesday. And tomorrow's is going to be a little warmer, but not much. So, yeah, the Texans are in a good spot right now. They're literally going to be practicing in the exact same weather they'll be on Saturday. I'll take it. I don't know if it means a lot, but I'll take it. Just another little break.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let me give you another one here. You were given some nugs and some notes and stuff. I think this is the first time all season that there's something that I usually worry about that I have no worries about. The Texans will run the ball. The Texans will
what?
They will run the ball against the Ravens.
Okay.
You
sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Me personally, I could be wrong, but me personally, I'm sure they're going to be able to run the ball. The Ravens' rush defense, that's like all they're talking about in Baltimore right now. Can they stop the run? Can they stop the run? They're giving up 4.5 yards a game. In their last three games, now I know one of them they rested some guys. They've given up 155, 154, and 121 yards rushing. The Texans' offensive line is playing its best football of the year. I don't know a lot, and this is way out there because I've never felt this going into a game. I'm convinced they're going to run the ball against this Ravens defense, and that would be so huge for C.J. Stroud.
What does run the ball mean? Like
over?
Like,
look at that.
Are we talking Cincinnati running, or are we talking like just enough of a presence of the run game like what we saw against Cleveland, which is kind of misleading because they had the 2 pick sixes.
Right. Well, like I said, they've given up 155, 154, and 121. So let's say 130 as a team. Texans are going to rush for about 130 as a team. I'm guessing most of that would be Singletary, but we saw a little bit of Dameon Pierce late on Saturday. I think the Texans are going to run. I mean, that sounds ludicrous because you're playing the Ravens, but I think they're going to be able to run the ball, and that's going to be huge for C.J. Stroud. Like, it's going to be so big.
Noah Brown done for the season, so we don't have to have Noah Brown watch this week. Thank you for your service, sir. Without Noah Brown, the Texans are not where they are right now. Those 3 games, those 3 elite games versus Cincinnati, Tampa Bay, and Tennessee. But he's done. So CJ's going to have Robert Woods, Dalton Schultz, obviously Nico, Brevin Jordan, among others. See how that works. This is kind of the game where this is a type of game where I would like to have Noah Brown on the field, though. This is kind of like the yuck it up. Like we saw it against Cincinnati. We saw it on the road against Tennessee. It just seems like whenever you just need a scrappy, rough, tough football game on the road, it kind of felt like Noah Brown was just built like that. That jersey background, that toughness that we've experienced. This does seem like a Noah Brown game.
It does. I'd like to have him for sure. In the first game against the Ravens, Nico Collins was very good. Robert Woods was very good. 6 catches, 57 yards. And Tank Dell was kind of barely a factor, and Noah Brown was barely a factor. So they have faced him, in such case where Robert Woods and Nico Collins were the big hits, but I'd rather have him than not have him. What about Sims?
I don't know what he does here.
You think they're going to bring him up? Xavier Hutchinson?
I mean, I think you can elevate him now. Xavier's going to be out there. He's going to make a play this week.
Mechie was actually...
Did you hear me? Hutchinson's making a play this week.
What week is this, Figgy?
You're going to be right one day.
Mechie had 3 for 44, man.
Yeah, how about Mechie?
That was a career day.
Yeah.
And some big ones, too. Yeah.
And
maybe Mechie's ready to go.
Maybe Mechie's the one.
Maybe he's feeling his groove right now.
I'm not going to call it, though. I'm not going to call it. I don't know if we can have that kind of confidence in Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson.
No, I mean, not really, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah. No, I think the running game is what's going to really help the passing game.
I wonder how much Lamar's going to run because he's obviously going to run. The Texans just have defensive ends that I think on any given moment, I think. Let me put it this way. I think there's with how fast these ends are and how disciplined and reckless they are, I think there could be I think at any given moment Lamar Jackson could bust one for 20 and then slide or go out of bounds. But I also think these guys can have that big sack where he loses 9 yards and he runs into a sack to where it just completely kills Baltimore's drive. So I think especially with Grenard and Will Anderson out there, and Barnett, and Cashman and Harris, the speed that they have on defense and all the swarming and all that, it does kind of feel like they have the possibility of making big plays that take the Ravens out of their rhythm. The thing I'm concerned about, and this is going to be a theme every game, so get used to it. Jalen Petrie. He got hurt last time these teams played, but before that, he was late to help on Flowers. He got pancaked on Dobbins' touchdown.
Yeah.
And he had a couple of other stumbles. The thing that Jalen Petrie does is a lot of times he misses tackles, a lot of times he's not disciplined when it comes to cover skills. I'm worried about Jalen Petrie in this game. This is going to be another one because say what you want about him getting hurt. He didn't have, when he was on the field, it wasn't great against Baltimore. This is another chance like Cleveland was for him to salvage a rough game earlier in the season.
I think it is going to be a big focus on Petrie, but on your first point with Lamar Jackson, keep in mind this is still playoff D'Amico, man. We're still dealing with playoff D'Amico's defense, and you know, what did he do last week? He was able to find guys that were making plays, as we talked about going into the game, that normally don't. This is what he does, you know, with specifically take away something. Is it Lamar's running? Well, then I think it comes down as much to the interior guys as anybody, because you know the edges are going to keep, as you mentioned, they're so disciplined. They're going to try to keep him as best they can inside. That leads to the guys inside, you know, being able to get off their blocks and stop him from, you know. So I think playoff D'Amico has still got something up his sleeve.
And we'll hear about playoff D'Amico and perhaps playoff Bobby Slowick when we go through all the road dogs in the divisional round that won. We'll do that at 11:20. We'll talk to John McClain at 11 o'clock. John McClain joining us.
Has he shoveled his way out yet?
I just lost my voice.
Has he shoveled the driveway yet?
I'm ready to go. What do y'all want to know?
Okay. Coming up, quarterback. A wise man once said it's all about the quarterback. Do you feel, 713-572-4610, do you feel like the Texans have the quarterback advantage on Saturday? Cuss and discuss next.
I am so glad I got through the holidays and
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Who has the quarterback advantage on Saturday? I'm saying this with a straight face, and I am not. If you are expecting Lamar Jackson slander, you've come to the wrong place. I love Lamar Jackson. I have nothing but respect for Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar Jackson haters are some of the most pitiful people in sports fandom. The goalpost constantly moves. It started as this guy can't be a quarterback in the NFL. Then he can't be a good quarterback in the NFL. Then he wins the MVP, and it's, well, he can't win in the playoffs. Then it's he can't stay healthy. Then it's, well, it's a gimmicky-ass offense with Greg Roman. Then they bring in a new offense, and now he could very well win his second MVP. No. Peyton Manning struggled early on in the playoffs. Sometimes it just be like that. Brett Favre struggled. Took him a while to get over that hump. Steve Young, all of that. But for some reason, Lamar Jackson, there is constant goalpost moving when it comes to hate. for Lamar Jackson. I have the utmost respect for Lamar Jackson. I actually enjoy when Lamar Jackson succeeds despite the goalpost moving. So if you're looking for like some sort of like Lamar Jackson slander, you're not going to get it from me. With that said, though, CJ Stroud right now has shown that when the lights are the brightest, win or go home games, the last 3, going back to Georgia, when he was at Ohio State, when he played in the Georgia Dome against the Georgia Bulldogs. Think about that.
6-point underdogs.
7. Started 7, yes.
Yeah.
Then, it dropped to 6. And then he was an underdog against Indianapolis. He was an underdog against the Browns on the betting line. He's thrown 9 interceptions, 0 touchdowns, completed 73% of his passes, and he should be 3-0. Yeah, touchdowns. Yeah, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Keep saying that wrong. Is it possible Lamar Jackson, who has 1 playoff win, CJ Stroud, who has 1 playoff win, the Baltimore Ravens under John Harbaugh, who've won 1 playoff game since 2014, they're 1-4 in that stretch. Is it possible that even with all that said, and with Lamar Jackson potentially winning and deserving a second MVP, that the Houston Texans on Saturday have the quarterback advantage?
Yes, it's possible. I would, if, the old gun to the head thing, I would say Lamar Jackson, just on experience and the rushing capabilities that he has. Not to say that C.J. Stroud can't run, but I would have to say Lamar Jackson. I don't know if it's like clear. It's not clear. So that tells you alone that right there tells you that yes, they are in the same hunt. Like, look, C.J. Stroud has a better touchdown to interception. He's got more passing yards. He has almost the identical completion percentage and almost the identical quarterback rating. And they both missed games. And so it's Lamar Jackson, the MVP, C.J. Stroud, right there with him. I don't think they have an advantage, but they do have an advantage in recent history. These last 2 games, what C.J. Stroud has done, and then the elimination games, as you pointed out.
Here would be my thing with this question. Once upon a time, everybody say crisscross applesauce.
I'm listening.
Once upon a time, back in the day, there was a quarterback that was one of the best regular season quarterbacks of all time. When it came to the regular season, this guy was second to none.
Mm-hmm.
He was lighting the world on fire. He was winning multiple MVPs. But when he faced someone that wasn't as good in the regular season, he just kept coming up short, kept coming up short, kept coming up short, kept coming up short. Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. There's some guys, regardless of what they do in the regular season, when they face someone else who's built like that, who's built for the moment, sometimes you just come up short.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens. There's context clues. There's strong evidence that C.J. Stroud, I'm not saying he's Tom Brady, but he does seem to be able to flip the switch whenever the lights are the brightest. We've seen it. He's 2-0 in win or go home games as an NFL quarterback. I'm just saying.
No, that's fair, and that's a good comparison. I mean, I've seen it multiple times. He reminds a lot of people of Joe Burrow when he made the run, and what Joe Burrow has done, in the postseason when he made that run. But the fact that we are so close statistically, and even in MVP conversation, if people are being honest, and everything else, it's a nod to Lamar Jackson, but that doesn't mean that C.J. Stroud isn't going to outplay him in this week. That's to your point.
So Joe Burrow, you just mentioned Joe Burrow. Mm-hmm. Texans are a 9.5-point road dog in Baltimore. Joe Burrow, the last 2 teams that have gone on the road and won as an underdog, they've been quarterbacked in the divisional round.
Yeah.
They've been quarterbacked by Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Cincinnati beat Tennessee 19-16 as a 4-point dog in 2021. And in 2022, I mean, they were a 5.5-point dog in Buffalo, and they kicked their butt, 27-10.
Yeah.
So you talk about the Joe Burrow comparison with C.J. Stroud. The last 2 teams that have been in this situation. Now, the Texans are a little bit more heavy of an underdog than 4 and 5.5. But the last 2 times that a team has won a game like this, it's been quarterbacked by Joe Burrow, who I think is the best comparison of C.J. Stroud, honestly.
I think it's the perfect comparison. We've talked about it here on this show. Here's the other thing that Joe Burrow has, that Tom Brady has. And again, we're not all those people, oh, you're comparing him to Tom Brady. No, things that they have that C.J. Stroud has. Not just in these moments, but when they are doubted. Like we saw last week.
He is doubted this year.
Yes, this week he is doubted.
This week he is doubted.
Last week he went on where was it?
McAfee.
It was McAfee. Yeah, it was McAfee's show.
And Stephen A. said there's no way that he goes and beats Lamar Jackson.
And what did CJ say?
Okay.
All right. That is another characteristic that Joe Burrow had, that Tom Brady had, that CJ Stroud has. This is a great question. Like, do they have a quarterback advantage? I don't know what your answer is. My answer is no, but boy, is it close.
My answer is, out of respect to Lamar Jackson, I'll say no.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say that Baltimore has the advantage either.
Yeah.
My answer is that when you factor in everything, I think it's a very, very equal quarterback advantage.
Yeah.
And that's from someone who has the utmost respect for Lamar Jackson.
Well, I'll give you those actual numbers. C.J. Stroud, 4,108 yards. Lamar Jackson, the MVP, 3,678. Yards per attempt. C.J. Stroud, 8.2.
You going to do the rushing?
Lamar Jackson,
Are you going to do the Lamar Jackson thing where we only mention his passing
remember
stats?
I said earlier, I give him the edge because of his rushing.
Yeah, 800 plus.
I give him the edge because of his rushing. But I'm talking about just as a quarterback here, as a passer.
He's a quarterback when he runs.
64, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's a quarterback when he runs.
Passing, 64%. 66%. I mean, it's like.
What are you going to build Pulley in him? You want to put him at receiver?
No, I literally
As
said.
a quarterback.
He's just a running back at quarterback.
I literally said just a few moments ago, I give him the edge because of his rushing. I'm just saying, as a passer here, it is slight edge to C.J. Stroud.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how this goes down. Do the Texans have a quarterback advantage? 713-572-4610. We'll hear the latest love that C.J. Stroud got on the national stage, and John Lopez is going to get real dark. Real dark. Is DeMeco Ryans, the coach of your Houston Texans, is he the exorcist? John Lopez says maybe next.
The Texans got revenge on the Browns and won their
sinus, and or sleep problems, I'm telling you, Dr. Philip Matorin is where it's at, folks. Check him out at drmatorin.com. That's drmatorin.com.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, history of divisional road dogs coming up at 11:20. Snowed in John McClain coming up at 11. Another C.J. Stroud love fest, and John Lopez says DeMeco Ryans is the exorcist. Now on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Pat McAfee, man, this is a weekly thing. Mm-hmm. Pat McAfee was loving up on your quarterback. Here's the latest example of one of the biggest names in media loving up on quarterback C.J. Stroud.
Think about buying a C.J. Stroud's The One jersey.
Yeah, smart investment.
He's a rookie right now.
Really? Is he?
He is a rookie quarterback right now. He was playing college ball a little over a year ago.
Yep.
He is a rook-ass rook right now, and he appears to be a 45-year-old on the football field. His constant composure,
Unbelievable.
Just his confidence, everything about him oozes and radiates face of a franchise. He came on our show last week in person. We got a chance to meet him. Everything about this guy is phenomenal. And then you look at the way he played in his first playoff game with NRG Stadium, the Stroud House, buzzing. They didn't blink. They were not scared about anything. He's throwing the ball into tiny little windows. As a rookie, he's doing these things. So you'd assume Slowick probably going to get a head coaching job. Maybe not. Maybe he sticks around to continue to grow something special with C.J. Stroud down there with DeMeco Ryans. But this was a phenomenal showcase of what the next looks like in the NFL, and C.J. Stroud is it. This Houston Texans team is young, and C.J. Stroud is ridiculous.
It's just mind-blowing, because that's everyone.
Yeah, that's
everyone is thinking that.
And that's, Cleveland had some pretty strong claims about the Texans, which we'll hear when the internet goes nuts. They basically accused them of cheating. But even in that same breath, they said they're rooting for the Texans to win the Super Bowl. Like the days of Houston versus the world, all that, those are done. Mm-hmm. This is a likable squad that everybody with a casual rooting interest seems to be rallying behind. So C.J. Stroud has brought Texans buzz to life. That's the life version of the two most prominent faces with the Houston Texans. Now let's talk death. John Lopez is calling DeMeco Ryans the Exorcist.
He is the Exorcist. Are you a horror movie guy?
Hell no.
You a scary movie guy, Figgy?
Hell no.
I used to be.
Tyler Milner is a scary movie guy. Tyler, I want you to listen and listen good. DeMeco Ryans is the Exorcist. DeMeco Ryans is the Exorcist. Let me illustrate this. We know that they've already exorcised Deshaun Watson. There's one. C.J. Stroud exorcised that demon. We talked about yesterday, this just jumped off the page on me when I saw it. Desmond King tackles Joe Flacco, does that little spin copter thing. They just exorcised Rosencopter. But you know how scary movies have like different levels. Like it always gets scarier and scarier until things end. You know what the Texans needed to exercise, and I didn't even notice this, and it might be happening as we speak? Pick six, Matt Schaub. What happened Saturday?
Oh, there were two pick sixes.
By who?
Joe Flacco.
DeMeco Ryans is the Exorcist. We might have more. What if there's a pick six Saturday? Matt Schaub, I believe, was 6 straight games. Threw a pick six.
Boy, that'll never be broken.
He threw a pick six in 6 straight games.
And that was impressive.
That was really impressive.
When you look back on it, it might not have been fun in the moment. That was pretty damn impressive.
Oh, we were counting the minutes. We were counting the seconds until he threw another one. It got to be like so dark. There were 2 pick sixes.
That record will never be broken.
Steven Nelson, Christian Harris. That's 3 things that DeMeco Ryans.
So you're saying the spin was
exercising the Rosencopter.
The pick sixes were exercising the Matt Schaub pick sixes.
CJ is exercising the Deshaun Watson
You had
stuff.
Deshaun Watson on the sidelines. Jeff Driscoll was inactive, which he probably should have been his entire Texans tenure, but for whatever reason, he kept not being active.
But wait, there's more. This is a horror movie. Horror with an H, by the way.
Thanks for clarifying.
It's the worst trade. What's the worst acquisition in Texans history?
Ed Reed.
Where did he play?
He played for the Baltimore Ravens, unless you were thinking about the Jets.
He played for the Baltimore Ravens. The season before he got here, he was a Pro Bowler. Had 5 interceptions. He got here and literally did nothing. In 7 games, he had 2 assisted tackles. No tackles for losses, no passes defense, no interceptions, no solo tackles, no nothing. Where are the Texans playing on Saturday?
Playing in Baltimore.
Who's going to be the focal point of the defense that you mentioned earlier?
Of which defense?
Jalen Petrie, safety.
Focal point?
Well, one way or another.
That scares me.
One way or another. Jalen Petrie. What if he pulls out an Ed Reed game? What if Jalen Petrie pulls out?
Slow down, Turbo.
Yes, I like to say
I
Cowboy.
just want him to have a decent game.
Yeah, I like
slow down, Turbo.
I like to say Cowboy.
Yeah, slow down, Turb.
I'm just saying, D'Amico Ryans is the exorcist. Now let's talk about D'Amico Ryans and his latest exorcism. You know who was quarterbacking the Texans in D'Amico Ryans' last game? By the way, a playoff game in Baltimore in the divisional round. T.J. Yates, a rookie quarterback. They lost 17-13 in a very winnable game in Baltimore. That was D'Amico Ryans' last game as a Texan. That's the last time he wore Texans gear until he became head coach of the Texans. Now, playing in Baltimore. There's a couple more. D'Amico Ryans, the exorcist. What did Bill O'Brien not have in Kansas City?
A play. He didn't have a play, man. He peed his pants.
He peed his pants.
No, he really did.
He did.
No, like really, you could see it.
Oh, I don't know if I saw it.
Yeah, he peed his pants.
Bobby Slowick will have a play. If it's a close game in a key moment, Bobby Slowick will have a play.
The last time they played, I don't know how much stock you put into it because Baltimore's way better and so are the Texans. They did that goofy go for it in their own territory crap that I hated. The 4th and 2, the 4th and 1, 4th and 2 with Pierce and all that. So I am interested, and this is something we'll probably get into a little bit later on. I want to see what Bobby looks like at the podium because last week he let you know he had something.
He had it.
But this is going to be a second crack at that defense. And as much as the offense has progressed and it was the first time that they'd run that offense in a real game, defense has been the defense for the last couple of years.
Yeah. One more. Remember the Letterman jackets? You remember the Letterman jackets?
Yeah, what about them?
They all wore Letterman jackets. They go up to a Monday night game in Foxborough.
Thought it was Thursday.
Was it Thursday?
Yeah.
It was a primetime game in Foxborough.
Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah. And they get waxed.
Yeah.
By the Patriots.
Wait, was it Monday night? I don't know.
It might have been a Monday night. Whatever. It was a primetime game.
It's a blur. All the Patriots beatdowns are a blur.
Yeah.
I just remember Jacoby Brissett 27-0. That was sick. Yeah, that wasn't Letterman. Yeah. That was Osweiler Thursday.
I was about to say that was just a couple years ago.
I think the Letterman was a Monday night.
That. Yeah, that was Wade Smith and them.
You know who wears a Letterman jacket to every game she goes to?
Who?
Taylor Swift. She wears a Letterman jacket in every. You know who might be the Texans' next opponent?
Dude, you're getting weird now.
D'Amico Ryans is the exorcist. Let's recap this.
Crazy now, man.
Deshaun Watson exercised. Rosencopper exercised. Thank you, Desmond King. Pick 6 being exercised. 2 pick sixes by Steven Nelson and Christian Harris. Ed Reed going to Baltimore. Could exercise that. D'Amico Ryans, last game as a Texan with a rookie quarterback in Baltimore. That's going to be potentially exercised. B.O.B. didn't have a play, potentially exercised in Kansas City. Letterman jackets, potentially exercised in Kansas City. D'Amico Ryans, ladies and gentlemen, is the exorcist.
You lost me at Chiefs. You lost me.
Let's stop there.
Yeah, you lost me at the Taylor Swift one. Yeah, I felt like you were grooving, and then I felt like you got greedy.
I did not get greedy.
I feel like you got greedy.
I saw her in that Letterman jacket.
Yeah, but
and I rubbed my hands together like you do. I went,
Nah, I think you got a little greedy there.
No, man, we got to exercise
just
that
a little
too.
bit. Figgy, thoughts?
You kind of lost me with the Ed Reed. Jalen Petrie
I like the Ed Reed.
Like,
Jalen Petrie with a pick, maybe even a pick 6. Some big tackles, fumble recovery.
I don't know about all that.
Ed Reed like.
I don't know about all that. So I woke up this morning to a text message from our next guest.
Yeah.
The Hall of Famer John McClain sent Sent a text in. Normally he joins us in studio. We get to see John McClain, but here was the text that I got at 8. It was 8:13 a.m. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't wake
Sun
up.
was already up.
Yeah, it looks good.
Streets were already clear.
I mean, me personally, I come all the way from Gessner all the way to 10, all the way to 59, 69. It was the smoothest drive I've ever had.
Could have roller skated.
It was the smoothest drive I've ever had.
Yeah.
Be safe out there, but if you're coming from the Memorial City Mall up to downtown, you're safe. Through the gallery, all that, you're safe. This was John McClain's text message to me. Guys, there's ice on my driveway and street. Please send an opal. I'm staying off the road today. Stay warm, thank you.
Yeah. It rained on one house in Houston. John McClain's house.
So he's snowed in.
Yeah.
Is he? Do we need to send help?
Oh, he's shoveling it.
You should ask him when he hop on. Hey, you need some help over there?
So was that? So that wasn't. Those weren't pictures of the Buffalo Stadium yesterday. That was John McClain in his driveway. Let's talk to him, man. Let's talk to the alleged snowed-in John McClain. We'll talk some playoffs. We'll do a little leg hiking as well. Don't go anywhere. In the Loop continues. Divisional week next.
AFC. WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh man, John McClain, the general, he coming up right now. Everybody line up. Line up, everybody. Stand up straight. Make sure you fit your hat, fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come. Women salute him.
All right, John McClain joining us, the snowed in one. John McClain here live on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. John, Texans, Ravens. I'm going to ask you right now, do the Texans have the advantage at quarterback when it comes to C.J. Stroud versus Lamar Jackson?
No, Lamar Jackson's an MVP. He's been in the playoffs. He's considered one of the top 3 in the NFL, but Stroud's moving up, and if he were to engineer an upset in this game, people would be talking about him as being as good as Lamar Jackson.
John, we were talking earlier. I just can't pick against C.J. Stroud. I get what's going on in Baltimore, the road game, the streak against the Texans, all that stuff. Where do you stand on just the game itself, and what would be the Texans' case for a win?
One of the things about Jackson, he's never been a really accurate passer throwing to the boundaries. He likes to throw down the middle. He's also susceptible to being blitzed, but if he gets by the blitzers and he starts running, you guys know the damage that he can do. I remember when the Titans beat them in Baltimore, when Baltimore had home field advantage, they protected the outsides. I mean, they worked on the middle and wanted him to throw out routes and along the sideline, and he struggled. Now, he may have gotten better, but, you know, this is a different Texans team, and it's different with the Ravens in that first game because it was Todd Monken's first game as their new coordinator. But if the Texans were to win, and I'm not picking them, but if they were to win, I don't think a lot of people would be surprised, except maybe the people in Baltimore.
John McClain joining us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 16, getting ready for Texans versus Ravens. So what am I to make of Baltimore winning one playoff game since 2014, 1-4 during that stretch? Last time they were a double-digit favorite in the divisional round. They got completely thumped by the Tennessee Titans. Is that much to do about nothing, or what? Like, what am I to make of that? What do you make of that?
I think that you make of that is that they have been susceptible to losing in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson had, now in that game he lost to the Titans, he had over 500 yards passing and rushing, so it wasn't him. But he still has only won one playoff game in his career. And if you want to be considered a great quarterback overall, you got to win in the playoffs. One's not enough, and this is his chance to do it. But the Texans, I think, it's supposed to be cold there in the 20s, and you never know, because the stadium is on the harbor, what kind of wind you're going to get. But if you get wind, then, of course, the running game is even more important, and the Ravens are number one in the rushing, and the Texans are not. And I think it's a game that we could see Stroud utilize his mobility more because, you know, he showed 2 games ago, he ran 3 times for 20 yards. He can run if he chooses to. And I think in a game in which they're going to rely on running, assuming if the wind was bad, we'd see CJ run 5 or 6 times or more.
We saw a zone read the other day in the red zone. He ran to the sidelines, and that was one of the first times that we've seen, you know, a designed zone read where he kind of pulled it back. So that's a good observation by you, John.
Yeah, John, and you mentioned the running game. This is famous last words, I know. But I'm not really worried about this offensive line. The Ravens are not good against the run. That is their one flaw defensively. And this offensive line, I've never seen such a transformation, especially what they did against Cleveland.
Well, that was the same thing with Cleveland. Browns number 1 in defense, number 1 in pass defense, but they were giving up 102 yards a game. Colts were giving up 110. The best formula for the Texans is to rush for 100 yards because they're 6-1 when they do it, 3-0 when Devin Singletary hits triple digits, and he had a 23-yard run called back because of a penalty. But, you know, they've done better. They've done – still, this is a team that gets a lot of sacks. They rushed the quarterback, but so did Cleveland. Laramie Tunsil, the job he did on Myles Garrett was fantastic. The line up and down. I gave him an A+ on my report card. That may have been the first one of the year because they set the tone up front. They're going to have to do it again. And I think that Baltimore comes at you from different angles. They don't rely specifically on one pass rusher. And Stroud is he's very wise beyond his years when it comes to recognizing blitzes and adjusting and getting rid of the ball quick. And, Bobby Slowick's going to have him doing that again. So I can't wait to see him. They won in Indy, which was like a playoff game. They won here. Now they're going outside. The coldest weather they've played outside, 48 degrees in Nashville, in which they won on Fairbairn's field goal with no time left in regulation.
No precipitation either. So there is that. Is Bobby Slowick going to get a head coaching job this year?
I think if he wants one, he can, but I'm hoping it's like D'Amico and these others we've talked about, that he believes he needs another year of experience. I talked to Kyle Shanahan about that last week. I'm going to write a column for SportsRadio610.com about what he said about Slowick and head coaching and D'Amico and the job they've done and how it basically, he didn't predict it, but he just talked about how great he thought both would be back when they got the job, and he was right. So multiple teams are going to go after him. I would hate to see him go to Nashville, and the Texans have to go against him twice every year. But he's going to be in demand. No, I would not love that. I think it'd be terrible because he's good. And if he's going to leave, I'd rather see him go to Washington, where he has familiarity with their new GM, Adam Peters, from working together for 6 years.
But he has familiarity with the GM with the Titans, too, though.
I know, but I don't want him to go to the Titans because I want the Texans to play against them twice a year.
Look at you. John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The other thing to keep an eye on with the Texans is the defense. Do you feel like this defense is playing their best ball right now at the right time?
They sure showed it. They did well against Indianapolis. They did now. What we're seeing with Christian Harris and Blake Cashman is what D'Amico did with Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, guys who were not drafted high who become stars. And those guys are playing really, really well. Cashman has been the most consistent linebacker all season. Harris has just turned into a big play machine. The defensive line, when everybody's healthy, it's really good. And the key is don't let them throw deep on the safeties. But, man, Derek Stingley Jr. did a fabulous job shutting down Amari Cooper. And where before they kept him on his sides, now they had him shadowing him after what he did the last time. And he came through with flying colors. And the Ravens have beefed up their wide receivers this year. Maybe we'll see Stingley on either Odell Beckham Jr. or maybe Zay Flowers.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that. Do you see that was a one-off and Stingley's just going to stay on one side, or I actually think Zay Flowers is a big threat, but I know Odell Beckham Jr. has his thing going on.
The thing about Beckham is just his experience, his playoff experience, Super Bowl experience. If he were going to do one, I would think it would be him. Flowers is a better deep threat. And, of course, Steven Nelson's coming off a tremendous game. And the corners, and Desmond King started to lead them in tackles a lot because he plays inside and he's around the action. And the Ravens are going to run the ball. They just do. Whether it's Jackson or whether it's Gus Edwards, they just run the ball. So the safeties, the corners, and the linebackers have to play the run too. And I can't wait to see if they put a spy on Jackson. Would it be Cashman or would it be Christian Harris?
Mark Andrews, they've
that guy
kind of flirted with the idea of him returning. He's we saw the Texans even against the Browns on their two scoring drives. Both of the drives started with 40-plus yard receptions by two different tight ends, David Njoku and then the honky. What is the possibility of Mark Andrews actually playing? Is this just...
They keep putting it out there. I don't know if it's for preparation for the opponent. They're hoping. Lively's done a really good job in his place. They utilize the tight end a lot because I really believe Lamar Jackson is more comfortable throwing to them, and that dates back to when he didn't have much and he had to go to Mark Andrews. And, of course, if Andrews can play, that complicates the issue. But the first thing they have to do, and they did it against the Browns, they shut down the run early. Then Cleveland didn't run because they fell so far behind. But it looked like what happened against Indianapolis on the ground was an aberration, not a premonition about what was to come, because it starts with the run against the Ravens.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's time to get world famous with John McClain. World famous McClain leg hiking. Concept very simple. We throw takes at John McClain, not necessarily our own. He either agrees or he hikes that leg.
All right, John, here we go. Bill Belichick will be the next Cowboys head coach.
Oh, boy. Everybody's pushing that. I'm sure he would call Bill Parcells. I know Parcells didn't have a problem with Jerry Jones. Parcells told me one time when I was at training camp, if there's somebody Jerry really wanted bad, he would take him. And a couple of examples of that were T.O. and Eddie George, who was over the hill. But most of the time, Jerry acquiesced to him because he was Bill Parcells. So I'm sure he would do the same to Belichick. What a marriage, Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones.
So yes or no?
Oh, I agreed with you.
John McClain sent this tweet out during the Texans game. Quote, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but for those Texans fans getting confident with a 38-14 lead with 4:06 left in the third quarter, I'll say one word. Buffalo! ! John McClain is a slime ball for tweeting this during the game.
I can't figure why would I be a slime ball tweeting that exactly in the third quarter when it happened in Buffalo. Plus, it got so many retweets.
Yeah, it did.
And engagements.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, wow, you're going for the engagements now.
Yeah, it did.
The one that I put out that got the most was one where I said I'm an idiot because I picked the Browns to win. And the second one was I was in talking to Janice McNair, and I posted a picture of she and I, and that was number 2. And the one about Bruce Matthews sitting in the press box, and I had one where I'll guarantee you Buffalo's crossing his mind about right now.
Oh, wow. Saturday's environment at NRG Stadium was the best crowd ever.
I agree.
Oh, wow.
It was, I wish that we could, it was the best crowd as far as being full. That was the first time I can remember the stands being full, and it was not overrun by Browns fans. When we were doing pregame on the 610 stage, there were Browns fans, of course, but not as many as I thought. So they showed up, and I tell you what, I got a lot of former Oilers players texting me about the Texans. They're fired up about it. They like what they're doing. Everybody loves D'Amico. Yep, and they love CJ.
Name names, man. Who's texting you? Who's texting you about the Texans? Oilers players. Come on.
My lips are sealed.
Come on, man. Give us one. Robert Brazil.
Mike Barber.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
C.J. Stroud already is better than Deshaun Watson will ever be.
Oh, gosh. Watson had a great season in 19 and 20. I can't say that after one regular season. He's getting there. So I get Figgy.
D'Amico Ryans, not Kevin Stefanski, should be coach of the year.
Oh, he should be. I agree 100%. But Stefanski's going to get it. And isn't that going to look weird when that comes out and people are like, because a lot of people don't realize it's for regular season only. And they're going to go, wow, how could those idiots vote for him after the Texans kill the Browns?
The Texans have a big advantage today because they are practicing in the exact weather that it'll be on Saturday.
I agree, and I think it's colder here now than it's supposed to be on Saturday, but I think it's good. One thing I remember in Cleveland one time, the weather was so bad the Oilers wouldn't go to a walkthrough at Cleveland Stadium, and people asked Bum Phillips why. He said, because you can't practice being miserable. But right now it's not supposed to be miserable in Baltimore. It was miserable in Kansas City.
Joe Buck and Troy Aikman are the best broadcast team that could possibly call a Texans game, which they will do 3:30 Saturday.
Absolutely. They're getting the big boys for the second time in 3 weeks, even though they got that early time, which I love because it gives a chance to get through quicker and watch the night game. And I love the 3 days of wild card weekend. I think that's tremendous. Do y'all like it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially this year. You had 2 games.
Yeah. If you
Monday.
could just get through that awkward noon to 3 on Sunday, you had 3 straight 2-piece combos. It was fun.
The Kansas City Chiefs will beat the Buffalo Bills.
I get Figgy. I think this is Buffalo's year to beat
They're
the
hurting,
Chiefs.
man.
They're playing at home. Yes, they are. But, man, if Josh Allen,
He's sick.
He had, what, a 52-yard
52,
run?
yeah.
Man, that was garbage. He fake slid. He should get his block knocked off for that.
He should. He's 6'5". He's about 250.
Fake slide.
And he can run, and he seems like a man on a mission.
I think he's the only quarterback to average 250 passing and 50 yards rushing in NFL history through, I think, 8 playoff games or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous. He's playing some really, really good ball. John McClain with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It is world famous McClain leg hiking. Lamar Jackson should be the MVP this year.
I agree. He should be, and he will be.
Bobby Slowick, you mentioned this a little earlier, but I want to get you on the record. Bobby Slowick will be a head coach next year.
I get Figgy.
Oh, wow.
I think he'll get interviews, just like D'Amico and just like Ben Johnson from Detroit last year and Kevin O'Connell the year before, and they all decided they needed a second year as a coordinator.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
that's interesting. John, we appreciate you. Stay safe out there, man.
Guys, thank you very much as always, and enjoy the rest of the week and stay warm.
Yes, sir. Stay safe, my friend. That's John McClain here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Little world famous McClain leg hiking. What's your problem?
Nothing.
The heck is so funny?
You.
What?
Him. He's funny.
What did I do?
You didn't do anything.
Hey, why is he laughing at me, bro?
I don't know.
It's a blizzard out there, man. I put those. Did he put?
Do you need to get something off your chest? Or do you need to wait till 12:20?
Yeah, 12:20.
You need to wait till 12:20, or do you need to get something off your chest, my friend?
No, I'll wait till 12:20. Hope he has chains for his tires.
I don't like that John McClain is now looking at engagements to justify tweets.
I think it's kind of cool.
No, it's terrible.
No, it's kind of cool.
This is rough.
Now you can't take his tweet serious.
I can't take him serious. Like, he mentions Buffalo.
Everybody
when the
looks
Texans
at
are in that
engagements
beatdown.
once in a while.
No, but like, I don't know about that. Like, it's why don't you
It's
just,
one thing looking at the engagements, but bragging about it
if
like,
you
oh,
want
this tweet
engagements,
got
why don't
this.
you go live tweet politics then, and you'll get your engagements.
Oh, you'll get
John.
engagements.
Yeah,
you'll get engagements.
Go ahead and figure that out. If I never thought I'd see the day where John McClain is going to be worried about
Is
that.
he a slime ball too?
Oh, he's absolutely a slime ball for tweeting about Buffalo. 100%.
Everybody's buzzing, feeling great.
Yeah, he'll be in the slime off. There is no doubt about that.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, this is going to be enlightening, encouraging, some fun trips down memory lane. Do they matter? We're going to go through the history of road dogs as in the divisional round and the ones that actually won since 2000. That's next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard. Orchard ain't an underdog. Matter of fact,
610. Not just the best sports talk in town, but the best looking guys in the game. And now we can prove it. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Texans in the divisional round. Texans a 9-point dog in the divisional round against Baltimore. So the task ahead is tall, but it's a task that has been overcome throughout the years. In the Loop presents the history of the divisional round road dogs.
Oh, you didn't know? Your ass better call somebody.
All right, we'll go back to 2000. The Baltimore Ravens beat the Tennessee Titans as a 6-point underdog. Now, I want to go through this. I want to talk about the reason. I want to talk about what matters in this situation. That was about the defense right there. I think that was the Ray Lewis Ravens. That right there was about the defense. That's what that was. I think he had the strip of Eddie George. It was an ugly game. That was about the defense. I don't know if that's going to be the Texans' recipe.
Right.
Necessarily. 2001, the Eagles beat the Bears 33-19 as a 3-point underdog. I think the Eagles were just better. Chicago was at home. They had taken advantage of a weaker division. 2003, Carolina beat St. Louis 29-23 as a 7-point underdog. That was Jake Delhomme and the Carolina Panthers. That was them just getting hot at the right time and beating a St. Louis team that was kind of on the back end of all of their glory. 2003, the Indianapolis Colts beat the Chiefs 38-31 as a 3-point underdog. So we haven't yet seen anything to really compare the Texans situation to.
Right.
But bear with me because we will. Speaking of the Bears, they once again, God, they suck. They once again fall to the Panthers 29-21 as once again a 3-point dog. Now we're getting somewhere here. 2005, Pittsburgh Steelers beat the Indianapolis Colts 21-18 as an 8.5-point underdog. Now this was when Peyton Manning was playing at an MVP level. Steelers had a very young quarterback in the name of Ben Roethlisberger. He was at that point kind of a game manager. He wasn't on the same level as C.J. Stroud. But situational football, taking advantage. Big Ben's biggest play in that game was actually the tackle. He had the tackle after the Jerome Bettis fumble. Bettis fumbled, and then Big Ben had the tackle. That right there, that's an 8.5-point dog. Texans are a 9-point dog. Young quarterback, team kind of rallies around. MVP caliber player, Peyton Manning, this time Lamar Jackson. That right there could be something to compare to. 2006, the Patriots beat the Chargers 24-21 as a 5-point underdog. This was when LaDainian Tomlinson went up to the podium. It was disrespectful to do Sean Merriman's dance. Maybe it's a reflection of their head coach.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that was 2006. Also that year, the Colts. Peyton Manning, man. We talk about Lamar Jackson, MVP caliber. Peyton Manning early on wasn't quite getting it done in the playoffs. 2006, the Colts, though, they did go on the road. They did beat the Ravens 15-6 as a 4-point dog. 2007, Cabo. Could I interest you in a trip to Cabo?
Oh, yeah, that was the
Dallas Cowboys get beat by the Giants as a 7-point favorite. The Giants beat them. That was the Tony Romo Cabo game. T.O., that's my quarterback.
Yeah.
There's been some good podium displays in these games. Then 2007, Peyton Manning once again. 11-point favorite, the Indianapolis Colts. Peyton Manning. What an all-time great regular season player. Well, you just lost 28-24 to the Chargers, buddy. Not great.
Yeah.
But that's what the Texans are going to need. You're going to need to beat an MVP caliber player, near double-digit line, on the road, divisional round. 2008, the Ravens beat the Titans 13-10 as a 3-point dog. The Eagles beat the Giants 23-11 as a 4-point dog. And then the Cardinals, they roughed up the Carolina Panthers 33-13, and they were a 10-point underdog. How about them Cardinals?
That was, who was the quarterback? Was that?
I think it was Kurt Warner.
Was it Warner?
If I'm not mistaken.
I'm going to look it up.
I think it was Kurt Warner.
Mm-hmm.
They got hot at the right time. 2009, the Jets beat the Chargers 17-14 as a 9-point underdog. That was in 2009. Jets beat the Chargers 17-14. They were a 9-point underdog. That was Mark Sanchez's time where he would kind of peak, young quarterback, carefree, all that type of stuff. 2010, Patriots, 9.5-point underdog, same line as the Texans. They beat the Patriots 28-21. I'm sure Nick Caserio didn't like this one, and he damn sure didn't like it when Bart Scott got on the mic with Sal Paolantonio after the dub.
To all the non-believers. How did that? To all the non-believers, especially you, Tom Jackson. Way to have our back, Keyshawn. Anybody can be beat. So how did that just feel? Felt great. Poetic justice. We know we were a much better team than we came up and represented ourselves. And we're pissed off. We was ready to come back and show what kind of defense, what type of team this was, what kind of character we had. We take a lot of slack. People gave us no chance, like we barely made it in playoffs. We're a good football team. It looks like this team played with anger all day. Why, Bart? For all you non-believers, disrespect us, talk crap about the defense like we ain't the third best defense in the league. All we hear is about their defense. They can't stop a nosebleed. 25th in the league, and we the one to get disrespected. Congratulations. See you in Pittsburgh. Can't wait.
There you go. Packers also beat the Falcons that year 48-21. They are a 1.5-point dog. The Giants, they go to Green Bay. They beat the Packers. Aaron Rodgers, MVP, 8-point underdog. The Giants end up winning 37-20. This right here was the Hail Mary at the end of the first half. Akeem Nicks goes up, catches it. Really cold in Green Bay. The Giants won that game as an 8-point dog. 2012, Baltimore goes to Denver. Peyton Manning, hey, cool season, bro. 38-35 as a 9-point dog. Are you noticing a trend? MVPs do get beat.
Yes.
At times at home in this divisional round, and a lot of times I would say like the trend right now, and we'll get to the more relevant time. The trend right now is you have a team that's hot at the right time. And they just have all the momentum in the world, and they go on the road, and they handle their business. A lot of times, it's the defense, though. I will say a lot of times it's the defense. 2014, the Colts beat the Broncos 24-13 as a 7-point dog. This was Andrew Luck. I think this was the beginning of Andrew Luck mania, if I'm not mistaken. Ended up running into the Patriots and got smacked around. 2016, Pittsburgh beat Kansas City as a 2.5-point dog, 18-16. 2016, Green Bay beat Dallas 34-31 as a 5.5-point dog. This was the Aaron Rodgers on the sidelines. Dak Prescott's rookie year, actually. Dallas had a really good year that year. 2017, the Jacksonville Jaguars, Blake Bortles, huh? They beat the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That was just a magical run.
45-42 as a 7-point dog. Perhaps should have beat the New England Patriots, but did not. 2019. This is the last time. We're getting closer to where you kind of start to try to make some sense of this. 2019. Listen to this one. This is the last time that the Baltimore Ravens were the 1 seed. This was Lamar Jackson's MVP season. This is the last time they were a double-digit favorite against an AFC South team in the divisional round. They were a 10-point favorite. John Harbaugh, same coach, same quarterback in Lamar Jackson. They got their ass whooped 28-12 by the Tennessee Titans. Mike Vrabel and the Tennessee Titans. Last time Baltimore was in this situation. 10-point favorite, divisional round, Lamar Jackson MVP season, John Harbaugh, 2019. They got smacked. 2020, Tampa Bay beat New Orleans 30-20 as a 2.5-point underdog. And then in 2021, and there's 3 left, and I think these 3, on top of what we just heard about Baltimore, could be the most relevant when it comes to you maybe convincing yourself that the Texans have a chance. 2021, D'Amico Ryans, Bobby Slowick, the San Francisco 49ers. They go on the road to face the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers, MVP type of season. They beat them 13-10 as a 5.5-point underdog. So Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans in the divisional round, they were a part of a staff that beat an MVP on the road in cold weather and got the dub. So they have recent experience. That's less than 3 years ago. Also that year, the comp that we hear very often when it comes to C.J. Stroud is Joe Burrow. Yeah. Dude knows how to flip the switch. Tennessee Titans, 4-point favorite. Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals go on the road, beat them 19-16. And then last year, 2022, Buffalo Bills, 5.5-point favorite. Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals, they go on the road, they smack them around 27-10. That's the history of dogs since 2000. Try to make sense of it. Maybe some of it matters, maybe some of it doesn't, but that is the sample size, and that is the recipe for nearly a quarter of a century of what it looks like when a team in the Texans' position goes on the road and gets the dub.
All right, so let's dig in a little deeper. You mentioned one of the common things is the MVP can get beat at home in the divisional round. Like, I'm looking at all the ones that are like a 8 and higher point spread, because this one's 9.5. 2005. What do all these that have the big point spread, big underdogs on the road, have in common? They got the trifecta. Really good coach, really good quarterback, and a hot defense. You look at 2005 when the Steelers beat the Colts at 8.5 points. You know who they had.
Big tackle by Big Ben
Tomlin, and the defense. You go to 2007 when the Giants beat the Cowboys. Coughlin, Eli, and a really good defense. You go to 2010.
I actually think Cowher was 2008. I think that was his last year.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I remember he held up that.
Okay, well, still the same thing. And then you have Coughlin there. 2010, Jets beat the Patriots, 9.5-point underdog. Rex Ryan, Sanchez had a good year.
2008, you're right, Tomlin.
It was Tomlin?
Yeah. Right.
Rex Ryan in 2010, Jets beat the Patriots as a 9.5-point underdog, the exact same spread. Rex Ryan, Sanchez had a good year and a really good defense. Look at the 8-point spread in 2011. Again, Coughlin, Eli, and a really good defense. Go to 2019, Vrabel, Tannehill's best year, and
really roughed up the Ravens. This same squad.
Yeah, and a really good defense. Coach, quarterback, defense. What do the Texans have? Coach, quarterback, and a hot defense. Like, if you look at the 8.5 to 9-point spreads, they are all big-time coaches. And in the case of Tannehill, that was his best year. The other ones are all like Eli, Big Ben. Sanchez had a good year when they beat him.
He got hot.
Yeah, when they beat him. The trifecta of the big point spread, how you beat them, the Texans have that.
The one thing that I think, the trend that I think there is you have a hot quarterback. A lot of times it's a young quarterback that doesn't know any better.
Yeah.
That went through growing pains, whether it was Big Ben early on, whether it was Sanchez, and we know Sanchez isn't like great, but you got hot. And a lot of times it's just a team that's really hot. Like, they've been playing for their lives. They had to win a game at the end of the season to get in. They had to win the next game just to get in this position. And the other team in these situations, they're kind of sitting around. They're kind of complacent. You're trying to figure some stuff out. So that's the hope. What does it mean? Who knows? Maybe certain things mean certain things to different people, but that is just the data. So take that for data. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, it's been set up. One of the best weekends in all of Pigskin has been set up, and the Houston Texans are kicking it off. Let's get into it. Hits are lit next.
or visit Prevnar20.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Texans will face the Ravens. C.J. Stroud versus Lamar Jackson. John Harbaugh versus DeMeco Ryans. Obviously, you have a healthy amount of – I don't want to speak for you, but I feel like you probably have a healthy amount of respect for both Lamar Jackson and John Harbaugh, correct?
Who doesn't?
Which of these two marquee matchups do you feel the best about? CJ versus Lamar or John Harbaugh versus DeMeco?
I actually feel, this is going to sound weird, I actually feel better about DeMeco.
Okay.
Playoff DeMeco, what a staff he's put together. Bobby Slowick is doing, terrific things, at least in the last two games, which were both elimination games. And look at the offensive line. I feel better. I mean, that sounds blasphemous because C.J. Stroud has been so awesome. I feel better about DeMeco Ryans head-to-head with John Harbaugh.
Can I say both? Like I feel good about both. Like I don't feel outmanned in either one.
Yeah, if I had to pick, I'd pick DeMeco, but both.
Yeah, I don't feel outmanned in either one of these matchups. Mm-hmm. Does that mean that I'm going to pick the Texans? No, but I do not feel like I'm not sitting here feeling like there's a significant disadvantage of either of these. Maybe I'm a prisoner of the moment, but CJ versus Lamar, I think a case can be made either way about the quarterback advantage. That's not to disrespect Lamar Jackson. This is a Lamar Jackson friendly show. But Harbaugh versus DeMeco, John Harbaugh, like, let's just be serious. Let's just have the conversation, okay? He's 1-4 in his last 5 playoff games. Yeah. The last time he was in this position as a double-digit favorite as the 1 seed in the divisional round, he got his ass whooped by Mike Vrabel and the Titans. Ryan Tannehill beat his ass. They won by 16 points. So, yeah, I like John Harbaugh. I think John Harbaugh's good, but his last 5 playoff games, I know one of them, Lamar was hurt. But his last 5 playoff games, he's 1-4.
Yeah.
He's 1-4. Now, the one thing that John Harbaugh is really good at is he's not stuck in his ways. Like they use analytics more than any other team in the league. They've implemented a whole new offensive system. They changed the way they do things. So this isn't like, something getting stale with like an old coach who's stuck in his ways. So there is that. Yeah. So you do have to factor that in, but 1-4 in your next 5 playoff games, and we'll even take away the one where Lamar didn't play. 1-3,
mm-hmm.
That's not good.
No, it's not good.
And you have a quarterback in C.J. Stroud who appears to have the clutch gene.
Let me ask you about this: is pressure? I always think it's overrated. No, I'm telling you, I always think it's overrated. But there is a certain amount that is
for the Ravens. Yes,
yeah, that is starting to kind of, you're starting to hear it.
Yeah, for the Ravens, yes.
Yeah. No, not the Texans. There's no – I mean, yeah. I'm thinking like Lamar Jackson is about legacy right now. He wants to get to the Super Bowl. He wants to win a Super Bowl.
He got his MVP
right now.
He got to get over the hump.
Right now, the only knock on Lamar Jackson is can he perform in the postseason?
Yeah.
That's it. It was the same thing that Peyton Manning went through. It was the same thing that Brett Favre went through. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's what it is.
So you agree it could be something kind of just percolating.
I don't know if it's pressure, but maybe there's a reason why it's happening. I mean, I do think that needs to be at least addressed. Like, is there a reason why Baltimore has won 1 playoff game since 2014?
Right.
Texans have won 3 during that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I just think the balance. Like, if we're going to acknowledge that C.J. Stroud appears to be a guy who can flip the switch in win or go home games, and we've seen it in about a year's time. I mean, is it possible that John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson cannot? It's a discussion worth having. Texans Ravens, by the way, 3:30 p.m. on ESPN. Got a little Joe Buck, Troy Aikman action. They seem legit excited too when they were talking about it yesterday.
Yeah, they were. I can't wait for that one, Joe.
Yeah, that Eagles game. Maybe it was because they were watching the Eagles.
Yeah,
completely crumble, but. They seem pretty excited.
Yeah, they absolutely did.
Packers at 49ers, DeMeco's old squad. They're going to take on Green Bay at 7 o'clock. So that's game 2 of the first doubleheader this weekend. San Francisco, by the way, is what do you think, San Francisco? Have you seen the line on this?
I haven't. I meant to look.
10.
So, just 10?
So a 9-point Baltimore favorite and a 10-point San Francisco favorite against Green Bay. Seems like a lot, man.
It is.
Seems like a lot. Green Bay's playing pretty
lot.
good. That's a lot of points, although I wouldn't want that smoke with San Fran. That game's going to be on Fox. And then Sunday, some interesting game times. You have a 2 o'clock game between Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus the Detroit Lions. Lions are a 6-point favorite in this one.
Sounds about right. Don't you think?
Yeah. I'm kind of feeling Baker right now.
Baker's, come on, man.
He had a good year.
Yeah, he's been playing well.
He had a good year. And then the nightcap. What a perfect way to end this. Buffalo Bills on fire right now. The Buffalo Bills hosting the Kansas City Chiefs. Buffalo, 2.5-point favorite over the Chiefs. Seems about right.
You want to know another little small advantage that is breaking the Texans' way? AFC Championship game, they get an extra day if they win.
That's something nobody's talking about.
They do. It's next Sunday. They'll get an extra day if they make.
Nobody's talking about Guy.
It's an accumulation of a bunch of little things that never go their way that are going their way.
Yeah, you get the extra day, and you'll have a chance to exercise demons, because if you win this game against Baltimore, it's a big if. Don't think we're sitting here saying win. It's a big if. I, capital letter F, capital letter if.
Yeah.
You're going to get to exercise the demons against the Chiefs, the 24-0 Bill O'Brien pee in his pants game, or the Buffalo Bills. You think John McClain's going to mention the Oilers in that one?
Oh, my gosh. He did in the last game. He did in the last game. He's definitely going to do it in this one.
So that's the NFL divisional round schedule. Texans kicking it off 3:30 right here on Sports Radio 610 pregame in the noon hour with Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. Bill Belichick, he's wasting no time. He has gone to Atlanta and met with Arthur Blank about the Falcons' open coaching gig.
I don't buy any of this. I believe that he went. I think he's got his eye on one job.
Which one?
Dallas.
Well, they got to fire their coach first.
Okay. Details.
Adam Schefter. By the way, Jerry Jones has canceled his weekly visit with 105.3 The Fan. Now, it should be noted, their contract expires as soon as the season's over.
Okay.
So that's their obligation. But Jerry in the past has gone on after
the week
season.
after the last game.
Yeah, he's gone in after the season. But this week, maybe he's got something to take care of.
Hey, contract's a contract.
Here is Adam Schefter on ESPN with Pat McAfee talking about the possibility of Jerry Jones and Bill Belichick working together.
Well, I definitely think it could work if that's what both sides wanted to happen. I don't think it would be an issue. Jerry made it work with Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells made it work with Jerry. If they decide to make a change, to me, he would be in play. Look, if Jerry makes the move, that's going to be the guy that everybody looks to right away as a prime candidate for that job if he makes a move. Jerry wants to win. How many more chances is he going to have to win? And if you can win and you go hire arguably the greatest coach of all time, would that make sense?
Okay. So we'll see.
Don't you think it's just like inevitable?
I think the Cowboys are in a weird situation because right now, next year against the salary cap, Dak Prescott counts $60 million. So there's a lot of Cowboy fans who are saying, we got to move on from Dak. Okay. Mm-hmm. The only way to lower that cap hit is by giving him an extension. Yeah. So you're in a situation right now where you might just have to take it on the chin and figure something out. If you have a small window and you think there's limitations with Dak Prescott, why not just go all in with Bill Belichick? Bill Belichick's not trying to be there for 5-10 years. Bill Parcells was there for a few years.
Yeah.
I would hire Bill Belichick. Jerry Jones is old, man.
He just
and that's basically what Adam Schefter just said.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter basically just said Jerry's about to die. This is his last chance to win.
He wants one before he dies.
Yeah.
He wants another one
before
he
said.
dies. And that's exactly the case, too. And then, there's the whole makeup of the Cowboys. We enjoy when they do things like they just did last weekend, most of us. But they are off the shelf ready. Like 12 wins, 3 straight years?
Yeah.
A defense? Oh, Bill Belichick, come on down.
What happened in this game was Dak Prescott was not prepared and the head coach wasn't prepared.
And they're soft.
Yeah.
Like the Cowboys are soft. When it comes right down to
they
it.
got 2 dogs that I see out there on offense.
They're a
CeeDee
finesse,
Lamb and Ferguson.
They're a finesse team. 100%.
Yeah.
Well, come on down, Bill Belichick again. It's like perfect for him.
And it's set up for him, too.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. Really, really interesting. And my God, you talk about polarizing. Goodness gracious. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, so you surprise everyone. You go to the playoffs in year one. You go to the Super Bowl in year two. You lose in the playoffs in year three, and now people in Philadelphia appear to want nothing to do with Nick Sirianni. Fire Sirianni right now is trending in America. It's one of the main topics. Now, they're pissed off that they let Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon go, it appears. But here was Max, Barstool Max. He's a big Philadelphia Eagles fan. This was his reaction to the Eagles losing yesterday, and he said he was happy that they lost.
Better that they lost. Now I don't have to watch this coach ever again. I don't want to look at his face ever again. His stupid face and his stupid sayings. He's so corny. He's so cheesy. He's such a loser. And I never, ever want to hear from him again. It's good. It's good that they lost. This guy sucks.
Wow. Okay. All right.
They need to get rid of Matt Patricia.
All right.
That guy.
He still got that pencil over his ear.
You stick a pencil in your ear and you think...
A pencil in your ear with a laminated play sheet.
He's killed every franchise he's gone to. Like, I'm not exaggerating. He's just destroyed every franchise he's gone to.
Guy's rough.
Yeah.
Coming up, something's got to give when it comes to the Texans versus the Ravens. What is that going to be? Divisional round week continues.
access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so something's got to give. Something's got to give. Something's got to give with the Texans versus the Ravens. C.J. Stroud in win-or-go-home games, he's been phenomenal. Going back to the Georgia game, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 73%. I've said the stat many times. But the sense of the moment that we talked about before the draft, it seems to be a thing. It seems to be a thing, and that was like the biggest question. How much stock do you put in the Georgia game? I think as time has gone on, there's context clues to lead you to believe that this guy's clutch. On the other hand, the Baltimore Ravens, one playoff win since 2014. Last time they were in this situation as a near double-digit favorite, as a 1 seed with an MVP season from Lamar Jackson. They lost to the Titans by 16 points. John Harbaugh in his last 5 playoff games is 1-4. So something's got to give. Also, we do understand that it's a year-to-year league in the NFL. Where is the balance here? Do you lean either way? Do you put any stock in what we just said? Because I think it's a discussion worth having. The one thing that I do think is real is that C.J. Stroud does seem to feel the moment in primetime games. That's the one thing that I can say is real. But how much stock you put into the Ravens' recent playoff history, that I don't know. One of the losses, Lamar Jackson wasn't out there, so we can just say 1-3. But how much stock do we put into that, and what's going to give?
Look, man, I feel the thing that is not going to give is C.J. Stroud. I said this before the Indianapolis game. I'll say it again right now. There might be a lot of things that go wrong. There might be some shortcomings on the Texans roster, on the field on Saturday. C.J. Stroud will not be one of them. So with that said, C.J. Stroud is going to give you a chance to win this game. That's why I'm saying I am looking at 9.5 point spread dead in the eye, so to speak, and I'll give you those points. I'll take those points, I should say. I just cannot bet against C.J. Stroud. The odds of something giving at home with so much on the line as the number 1 seed, we talked in the last segment about there is some kind of pressure bubbling around Lamar Jackson, and can he get it done? Yes, he's spectacular. Yes, he's the MVP. He's done just about everything, but he hadn't won a Super Bowl. I think what could give are 2 things here. That, like if the Texans can somehow be there late, and I think they will. The other thing is I don't think that the Ravens' defense is what we have been accustomed to. This isn't Ray Lewis. This isn't Ed Reed. It's not Terrell Suggs. This is a good defense. The Texans just beat the best defense. This is a defense that has, in the last 3 games, the last 3 times they have stepped on the field, one of them there were some backups, to be fair. They've given up 155 yards, 154 yards, and 121 yards on the ground. That's not the Ravens defense we know. I think what could give here is everything that is piling onto the Ravens with so much pressure, the Texans, it could be the advantage Texans. I really do. I think I'm not a big advocate. I said this earlier. Like the whole who has the most pressure. I don't think that's that big a deal. I never have. I never will. I think you start playing and then whatever happens, happens. But I think if things start to go in one direction, then that pressure comes into play. And I think that's where the odds would be of something breaking.
If you look at the history of some of the best quarterbacks in the history of the game, and 2 of the best regular season quarterbacks of my lifetime, Brett Favre and Peyton Manning come to mind. And I think there's unfair criticism of Lamar Jackson. I like Lamar Jackson. I think a lot of times, like the way in which Lamar Jackson is critiqued, a lot of times I think it's just it's part of the game. It's not because of his style or anything. Like it's part of the game. Brett Favre had won multiple MVPs, and it wasn't until his 5th year in the league that he won a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
He had to go through growing pains. Like he had to go through growing pains. He had to endure those growing pains. Peyton Manning didn't win his first Super Bowl till 2007. He didn't win his first Super Bowl till 2007. And there were perhaps some things that he needed to overcome. Now, in fairness, just to respect the obvious, Brett Favre had to overcome the Dallas Cowboys dynasty, and Peyton Manning had to overcome the New England Patriots dynasty.
What about Elway, though?
So there is that. John Elway, too. Like, there's some.
He was feeling it.
Peyton Manning was a 2-time MVP before he won his first Super Bowl. Brett Favre as well.
Yeah.
So sometimes, whether it's playing style, whether it's just, I don't know, some sort of adjustments that need to be made, whether it's complacency, whether it's finding teams at the wrong time, like sometimes you just have to wait a little bit and it doesn't get done. So I do think that there has to be, that there is a possibility that Lamar Jackson and the Ravens can get got. There's a strong possibility.
Yeah.
Now, whether that happens or not, I don't know. Like, are the Texans ahead of schedule, or the Texans just getting hot at the right time? The one thing I think the Texans do have going for them, and I'm not even saying this is necessarily better than what the Ravens have going for them, is they've been playing for their lives the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And they've been succeeding in that situation.
There's also something that is already being talked about with C.J. Stroud that I'm not sure how much it's being talked about at all with Lamar Jackson. And it's another cliche. It's another old kind of, thing in football. People are saying C.J. Stroud has got it. Are they saying that about Lamar Jackson? Like, he's got it. He's, we heard.
Why would they be saying that?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, they weren't saying that about Brett Favre, and they weren't saying that about Peyton Manning. Like, they were literally saying, okay, these guys are good in the regular season, but when the playoffs come around, they don't get it done.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's my point.
They're not saying it yet. Like,
they're already saying that about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, they know they seem to believe that C.J. Stroud has it. They don't the Lamar Jackson thing, and I'm a Lamar Jackson guy.
We both are, and I don't know how much that's been said about him. He's an MVP. He's awesome. He makes plays. He leads wins. But does he have it? How much is that being talked about with him? Not as much as C.J. Stroud.
Practice, by the way, at 1 o'clock. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. I think during the drive we'll also hear from C.J. Stroud. So you've come to the right place if you're trying to get ready for this game. This is a conversation. We got a few days to talk about this. This is really fun. We only figured out our opponent. Hell,
not even 24 hours.
Yeah, not even 24 hours ago. 17 hours ago.
Yeah.
We figured out who the opponent was going to be. The other thing that I want to ask is, as far as does it matter, and maybe the answer is yes or no. Maybe there's some sort of gray area. But do you think the Week 1 matchup between the Texans and the Ravens matters? Do you think it matters at all?
Not as it's some more than the Cleveland game mattered.
Okay.
Yeah, I think because the Cleveland game it didn't really matter at all.
I do wonder though with that Cleveland game
because of CJ.
Yeah. But I wonder from like Bobby Slowick's perspective. I don't think that I think that defense was all hands on deck when they faced the Texans, and I do wonder if Slowick caught something.
Yeah,
the film nerd him being.
See, the like there's still no Dobbins is out, right? And I think that was literally C.J. Stroud's first game ever in the NFL.
Yeah, it was their first time in a new system too.
Yeah, them too. That's the same for them. It works both ways.
I think both teams are better.
Lamar Jackson was kind of this, slow foot.
He was trying to figure it out.
Yeah. No Cashman, no Perryman. I think in that first game, neither one of those guys played. Hell, Eric Murray was starting for the Texans in that game. So. But some things do matter, like some things that they tried to do.
Got hurt.
That's right. Some things they tried to do, running the ball, et cetera. The other two running backs. Some things the Texans tried to do. Tank Dell had a good game. Nico Collins had, I think, 80 yards receiving. So there are some things you can call out of that game, but not a lot. Just slightly more than the Cleveland game.
The biggest factor for me, like when I say does it matter, there's something that happened in that Cleveland game, and I agree with you. And I was actually the one who said it. That I think from an offensive perspective, I didn't put much stock in the Texans offense versus the Browns defense. But it did feel like when I heard Bobby Slowick talk at the podium, it did kind of feel like that SOB knew something was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like he had a confidence in him, and it does feel like maybe he picked up some of their tendencies. I don't know how much the Ravens defense has really changed. I think the offense has progressed. I think that goes without saying how much the new offense has progressed from Week 1 to where we are right now. Especially Lamar Jackson's weapons and his comfort, when to run the ball, when not to run the ball. Well, Bobby Slowick did get a look at that defense, and now he has a whole body of work of looking at that defense, which, if we're just talking film study, the guy who worked for Pro Football Focus as a film analyst for 2 years, I'm going to lean his way. The guy Kyle Shanahan used as a film resource, I'm going to lean his way. So I think Bobby having a second look at him could be a pretty big factor in this whole thing. And also, much like the Browns didn't get to see CJ at all, I don't think the Ravens can look at that game and say, okay, this is the guy that we
got
faced.
it figured out.
Yeah, there was no Devin Singletary. Bobby was actually kind of, if we go back and listen to or remember that game, Bobby was kind of balancing like when to be aggressive and when not to, because I think there were 2 times where they went for it on 4th down. I think they failed both times.
Yeah.
And he himself said, he said he described it as deer in the headlights.
Well, it was his first game ever.
It was his first game, and he actually said like the moment might have been too big for him. So if there is any factor, I think the Slowick factor is there. I mean, he's a head coaching candidate for a reason.
Yeah.
Like there's a reason that Bobby Slowick is a head coaching candidate.
Yeah, and by the way, you'll hear from him here tomorrow. You'll hear from Bobby Slowick. See if he still has that same sort of unspoken.
I'm interested. He doesn't hide his confidence very well.
That he has. And really, like we talk about C.J. Stroud. You just touched on something that was huge. Like Dameon Pierce just got shut down. He was carrying the load running the ball. There was an entirely different offensive line too. This offensive line is really playing well, as we saw against Cleveland. I think they're going to be able to run the ball, and it's just like the combination of that's not Dameon Pierce, that's Devin Singletary, and this offensive line. It's completely different.
Yeah, it's 100% different. So what does it mean? Who knows? You're a 9-point underdog for a reason. Seems about right. But there's reason for hope. There's reason for hope in those 2 important matchups right there. I think you feel good about them, which is wild. You feel really good about this. I don't want to say I'm in like the house money phase where it just kind of is what it is. Like whatever happens, you're going to be proud of what this squad has done. But man, I don't know. Like you've seen me like before games, and it's like I'm a little jittery. I'm a little nervous. I'm just not feeling. I'm not feeling nervous about Baltimore. I told you last week, and last week I said I cannot imagine this team losing to the Browns. Like I just don't. I do not see the ghost of Joe Flacco being what ends this season. I did not see that. Did I think that they were going to beat the crap out of them the way they did? Hell no. Yeah. I did not see that. But after seeing that, it's kind of snowballed into now. I don't like it. I'll put it this way. If you put the imaginary gun to my head that I always like to reference when we're talking about predictions, and you told me, all right, sir, you've got to pick the winner between the Ravens and the Texans, and if you get the wrong answer, you lose your life. Dude, I'm having to think about it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm having to think about it. Like I'm having to at least like consider all these things that we're talking about. Does that mean that when Friday comes around and we start making predictions, does that mean that I'm going to say Texans? I don't know, but I have to at least think about it. And again, I go back to this. If you would have asked me at 3:29 p.m. on Saturday before the Texans-Browns kicked off, if you would have asked me that question, I wouldn't have hesitated, and I would have said Baltimore. With all these factors, with all this information that we're taking in, with the element of the it factor and all that type of stuff, I'm not there yet, man. You're older than me. Like, there's times where there's just guys who just have that it factor. Joe Montana, Tom Brady, they just have it.
Yeah.
It feels like the quarterback of this team just has that.
It does. Look, I'm greedy, but I'm also
no kidding.
I'm greedy.
Damn spot thief over here.
I'm not trying to talk about well, it's all house money now. Nah, man. I think because you talked about it. We heard Sheldon Rankins last week talk about you never know what's going to happen year to year, trades, injuries, et cetera, et cetera. He was very inspiring when he joined us last Thursday, and that's true. Like right now, they are in a groove unlike anything this city has seen from a football team. So go ahead. They're not going to have any pressure on them. Like the national pundits will not all agree with us. I think a lot of people are in line.
I mean, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a straight across Baltimore Ravens.
I don't know about
I think
that.
It's going to be. You think someone's going to pick the Texans?
I think CJ
has
a
be
lot.
The last guy saying, "I want to be different."
No, not like that. I think CJ has a lot of fans and a lot of people with this kind of mysterious it thing. They believe that CJ has it and Lamar doesn't, but it'll be overwhelmingly Baltimore. What I am saying.
So you think there's going to be some national media types that will pick the Texans?
I do. I don't think it's. I think it's going to be a small number, but I do because he's been that impressive. Carrying this team, showing what he can do with this as a quarterback in this league. But I want to be greedy. Like there's not going to be a lot of pressure on. There's no pressure on the Texans right now, and I don't know what that means. I mean,
there will be when kickoff comes around.
Yeah, but like I think that they have it in them to go up there and win that game.
Well, I think there's a couple of things you need for this to happen, and we went through. If you missed it, check it out on the Odyssey app. We went through the history of road dogs in the divisional round. There's a couple things you need. You need solid quarterback play. Check. You need a coach that isn't going to be scared and wet his pants like Bill O'Brien did against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Check. I don't think D'Amico's going to wet his pants. You need a solid game plan. Check. We saw it on both ends the other day. And you might need a little bit of luck. Seems like luck's going their way as well.
Yeah, a lot of little things.
So there's just a lot of elements that play into the Ravens' favor.
You need guys to elevate their games.
And we've seen it.
Stingley has elevated his
Christian
game.
Harris.
This offensive line, Christian Harris.
Barnett.
Brevin Jordan.
Nico Collins.
Yeah, just go down the list. Like they are elevating their games at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's interesting. And that's all the good stuff. Now, there is something bad. The worst thing about the Texans playing Saturday on ESPN, and it involves a legend who knows C.J. Stroud very well. Next.
is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. The one bad thing about the Texans playing on ESPN on Saturday in a second, but in the meantime, it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
How was your drive-in today?
Honestly,
yeah,
the smoothest drive that I've ever had in my entire life in Houston. And I come from Spring Branch, so I went all the way down Gessner, smooth. I went on to 10, smooth, and then I went on to 5969. Even went over that big ass ramp, smooth. 15 minutes.
Really?
And I wasn't speeding. I was going very moderate speed, very very smooth.
Tyler's in for Figgy. Tyler, how was your drive in today?
Well, y'all know I live up near where you used to live, Lopez, way up north. It was awesome, to be honest. I was very thankful that seems a lot of people aren't at work today. But no traffic.
Be safe, folks. Be safe.
So you live in Spring Branch?
I do.
That's not far from McClain.
It's not.
Yeah.
I think it's actually really close. Yeah, I think we're close. We're almost neighbors.
Yeah.
Why?
Huh. So McClain texted us today.
I am probable.
And he wasn't probable. He wasn't probable. Here's the confession. Dude, just tell us, I don't feel like coming in today. Instead,
he said he had an icy driveway.
He said there was ice on the driveway and the streets. And he was going to have to do his hit from remotely today.
Now, my question is this, though. And this is where it gets really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, hopefully, like, his neighbors, they were helping their elder OG neighbor and helping him shovel all that snow that he had in his driveway.
Nice. Yeah,
all that.
Yeah.
So is he not going to go see D'Amico
We're
and
going to
CJ
find out
speak?
here in a little bit.
Like, are we going to hear John McClain's voice when D'Amico and CJ speak? Because playoff John McClain is a different animal.
Yeah, it is. He's all over everything.
I just don't see John McClain missing D'Amico and CJ during a playoff run.
There's ice on my driveway and street.
Be safe. He told me to be safe.
So he did. So here's the thing, Houston. Loopholes.
Well, sorry.
We did get like a wintry mix. It just landed on one house today. John McClain, wintry mix, ice, sleet, maybe little flurries of snow.
I'm not a liar.
Well,
Buffalo has nothing on McClain.
Yeah.
The McClain residents.
Like those guys, those videos, they're trying to find their seat in 3 feet of snow. So prayers up, man. Let's go. Prayers up.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I love Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg actually has a history with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud was in Snoop Dogg's Pee Wee League out there in Cali. Here's Snoop Dogg with Ryan Clark talking about his memories of a young C.J. Stroud.
What was CJ like when he was playing for you?
Man, CJ has always been a stand-up kind of kid. He's always been a leader. He's always been underrated. I'll say that. I love the fact that he's always been the underdog that turned into the wonder dog. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Because he puts in that work ethic. He's a strong believer in God. He's got great parents. And he's just a great listener. Anytime you got a kid who wants to listen and wants to learn, you could definitely get the best out of him. So CJ is one of the kids that come out of the league that we're so proud of.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So there we go. That's Snoop Dogg. My confession is the only bad thing about the Texans playing on ESPN is Snoop Dogg's worst work is always on display when there's an ESPN football game. That Chris Stapleton, Feel It in the Night, it's perfect. He was made for it. Mm-hmm. It gets you pumped for the game. I think it's elite. Then they threw Snoop Dogg in, and this has to be the worst verse in the history of Snoop Dogg's entire career, to where I almost have to change the channel because I don't want to see him like this. He had to have just driven up and just said, all right, I'll throw something down real quick.
Wrote it on a napkin.
This is terrible.
Rivals, us versus them, survival. We must win, it's tribal. My team like Ken, by any means necessary. One head-to-head with adversaries. Nothing is given, so we gotta take it. It's 4th and inches, so we gotta make it. Can you feel it?
Come on, man. I gotta confess, that's the only bad thing about being on ESPN.
So Snoop finally flopped one.
50 Tyson, man.
Finally flopped.
Good Lord.
He's the man. He did it.
Oh, Lord. One thing about the weather, I got to confess, and maybe I'm overstating this. In fact, I probably am overstating this. I love that the Texans.
It's identical. It's proportional.
Now, as we speak, taking the field in the exact weather they will experience on Saturday. Today, mid-20s, partly cloudy. And in Baltimore on Saturday, mid-20s, partly cloudy. Maybe I'm reading too much of it. Like I said, probably I am. But it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. You're in the exact weather you're going to experience on Saturday today.
It's going to be 30 degrees, 0% of precipitation, and you're going to be out there. I keep hearing about the Jets game. Dude, Nico Collins left after a 13-yard reception. He literally had a 13-yard reception, and then he left the game. So you had no Tank Dell, you had no Nico Collins, you had no Dalton Schultz. It was raining,
It was wet the whole time.
It was awful. So I don't know. You know, this is going to be nice weather. This is going to be absolutely nothing.
This is going to be more like football weather.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This goes back to the early 90s. I know we all hate this guy around here. I think I speak for most of us. Thurman Thomas, Oklahoma State running back Thurman Thomas, Buffalo Bills Hall of Famer. I remember watching Thurman Thomas when I was a young lad, and I was just fascinated that this dude would wear short sleeves in some of the most miserable looking weather that I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Saw it yesterday with the Buffalo Bills as well. What are we doing? I got to confess, this makes me sick seeing these guys out there trying to be hardos with the short sleeves on in this cold weather.
I think it's dumb. I also think that they have a workaround. Haven't you heard, like, sometimes they rub,
they have, like, some sort of thing they rub
on their arms?
Man, that doesn't sound like it would make it much better.
It kind of insulates
You rub some sticky Vaseline on my arms when I'm out there in that cold weather, that doesn't seem like it would make me feel much better.
But if it insulates, you'll feel a little warmer. I just still think it's dumb. I still think
What about the dudes who go out there shirtless?
Those guys.
I hope those guys get pneumonia.
They probably deserve it.
That'd be what you call a hardo, wouldn't it?
That would be a hardo.
Extreme hardo.
That would absolutely be a hardo.
Big time.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, somewhat self-serving, but we launched OGSauce.com yesterday.
Oh, look at this. A plug-in confessions.
No. It's like,
look at this.
No, when we
Nice.
launched it, I was telling my son, Jacob, who really did a lot of work on the website, he deserves a big shout-out. We put some recipes on there so people could do that. We really launched it not to sell the product so much, but if anybody out of state wants to buy it, we can ship it and all that. Dude, we had 2 sales in the first 4 hours. I didn't expect a sale. I mean, I didn't expect a lot of sales. OGSauce.com.
So what's the confession?
I didn't expect to have, like, sales right away. I expected eventually.
This is some plug-in.
Well, the problem is
getting the plug-in on playoff.
No,
Tyler.
I absolutely am mentioning OGSauce.com. That's a big accomplishment for me, and I really just did it just to kind of, promote it, give some recipes out there, have some pictures, testimonials, just kind of keep the product out there. Dude, we're selling product.
Yeah, I remember where we were when you started bringing the sauce, man. And
Yeah,
we started
right here
We
is
started
where we
calling it
were.
OG sauce.
Yeah,
So
right
I
here.
remember that.
Look at this.
That was back when you used to actually bring it for us.
We got
but,
articles.
Now he gives us a website link.
all that stuff.
Back then it was in a mason jar.
That's what I should do.
Yeah, back in the day,
Hey, John, I could
it
use
used to
some
be
more.
in a mason jar. Now he just has to give us the website.
I could use some more OG sauce. Well, here's the link.
Yeah.
So you're wanting some sauce?
Yeah.
Let me just give you this HTML real
You
quick.
guys will never, that. You'll never have to pay for it.
Okay.
But if you want to.
It's been a few months.
But if you want to, the link is OGSauce.com.
I don't even think the Texans had played the Ravens for the first time. The last time I got some of that. Quite honestly. Good Lord. Still grilling
Look
weather.
at that, though. It looks good. I'm proud
Still
of it.
grilling weather.
Pretty sweet.
It does remind me I'm out, so I'm going to need to go to that link.
No, I'll get you some.
Yeah,
I'll get you some. I'll bring some tomorrow.
Don't hold your breath.
I'll make a note to myself.
Don't hold your breath, man.
Yes.
It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Have the Texans transformed into not only a good team, but a lucky team? We'll lay out the case next.
The Texans got revenge on the Browns and won their
or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so are the Texans lucky? Are the Texans lucky? Some people say it's better to be lucky than good. We know the Texans have played some good ball. the last couple of weeks when it's mattered most. So sometimes it's good to be both. Are the Texans a lucky squad, and is luck starting to shift in the favor of the Houston Texans? John Lopez has a case that yes may be the answer to the previous question.
Yeah, they're lucky. Yes, they're lucky. They are absolutely lucky. And what's your point? I mean, because they have been so unlucky for so many times.
You know who was lucky? The Patriots.
Yes.
You know who's gotten lucky? The Warriors.
The Spurs.
Yeah.
Just
some of the best teams in our lifetime have been lucky.
Yes.
They've also been good.
But I don't see where that is like, oh, they're lucky. Okay, cool. This is year, 22, 23, whatever it is for the Texans. It's the first time I've seen these things go the Texans' way. Like the first time I've seen all these things at one point go the Texans. D'Amico, he could have held a grudge. He left the Texans. He blew his Achilles and blamed the field. I mean, we forget about that now, right? Like, he sued the Texans.
I never thought that was a thing.
I didn't either. I'm just saying he could have. So
I think CJ. It starts with CJ.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted Bryce Young. You wanted Bryce Young.
I wanted Bryce Young.
And I think most people in this building wanted Bryce Young.
Mm-hmm.
Got CJ Stroud. That's lucky.
Kenyon Green got hurt.
Oh, wow.
Are we being honest? Juice Scruggs mauled fools on Saturday.
Do you think that was the exorcist, D'Amico Ryans, punishing Kenyon Green for wearing his jersey number?
Well, it's funny you said that. D'Amico Ryans as the exorcist is something that I've been talking about, like, for a long time. There are a number of things that he has exercised. And I got this idea when Desmond King did the helicopter,
the Rosencopter
on top of Joe Flacco.
Yeah,
it looked exactly on the ground as opposed to in the air.
Yeah,
it looked exactly like the Rosencopter,
right,
which was one of the lowest moments in Texans history. He exercised that.
Okay.
Deshaun Watson. Oh my gosh, he hates it here. This is before all the other stuff. I don't blame him for leaving, but what a mess. We'll never see another Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't. We see somebody better. I mean, C.J. Stroud's better than Deshaun Watson.
You're there.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
You're already there?
I am there.
Okay.
Are you there?
Close.
Texans in 20.
He's better than him now.
Well, for sure.
Yeah,
I think he's got.
Yeah.
I think he's better than Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I'm not gonna push back to. I'm trying to at least respect the good years that Deshaun gave us around here.
Remember when the Texans were a really good team? Then Matt Schaub started throwing some pick sixes.
Oh boy, did he ever!
6 games in a row.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That's DiMaggio-esque.
Yeah,
that's like one of the records that will never be broken.
I missed him saying he considered himself the luckiest man on the face of the earth, though.
Oh, you're mixing. That's a race card. You're mixing not Stan Musial, DiMaggio with
Lou Gehrig.
Lou Gehrig.
Damn it! Hit me with the race card. Good Lord, the hell is wrong with me? Damn.
Well, what happened on Saturday?
Oh, wow. Joe DiMaggio is the one who slung it around with Marilyn Monroe, right?
Marilyn Monroe, yeah.
Damn, Joe DiMaggio was Eskimo Brothers with JFK. As you were, go ahead.
Yeah. So
that's sick.
6 games in a row, pick sixes.
Yeah.
What happened Saturday?
There were 2 pick sixes in a row.
2 pick sixes in a row, Steven Nelson and Christian Harris. And who's to say that it's going to stop now? Maybe it will be 4 games in a row. 6 games in a row, whatever it is with pick sixes. There's a lot of things with the Texans have been lucky. Yes, they've been lucky.
I have some like just this year with the Texans being good. Okay, so the C.J. Stroud thing, we've already acknowledged that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the fact that C.J. was out against the Browns, that was lucky.
Yes.
They didn't get a look at him.
Yeah.
I think
in retrospect, lucky.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, they knew nothing about him coming through. I think the fact that Brandon Cooks requested a trade, I think that was lucky.
That was big time.
Because he wanted to follow the POS. Jim Jones, the POS, person of service, Jack Easterby, he wanted to follow him. I also think the Texans might be lucky that they face Baltimore week 1 because the Texans know what it's like there.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, this was the first game that C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and a lot of these young guys played.
And Bobby Slowik called.
Yeah, a lot of these guys remember walking into that stadium. Like that, your first game, you might not be best prepared to perform, coach, play, but you damn sure remember every step you took that first step.
Mm-hmm.
First time you stepped in your office, first time you stepped in the classroom, first time you went somewhere, you remember that.
Right.
So they at least remember that. They probably remember every dang step they took in their first game. So that's kind of lucky.
It is.
I mean, there's a lot of things, and on top of that, they've performed at a good level as well. It's a good mix to have, and as we said before, some of the best squads have it. I do not fear the Ravens as much as I should.
Wasn't Toto starting in that game? Instead of Christian Harris?
I believe Toto was getting a lot of snaps in that game. Maybe.
Yeah. And now you see him on special teams. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, he's out there.
Yeah. But I'm saying Christian Harris has elevated his game.
He has elevated his game big time.
Yeah.
As a CJ, and that's the most important thing. But yeah, there does seem to be a certain level of luck that goes with the Texans and where they've come, where they're going to be on Saturday 3:30 on ESPN. You could hear Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, man. They were giddy. They're ready. I can't wait to see that first Pam Oliver stand up. What do you think she's going to talk about? I think it's going to be Lamar versus CJ.
You know, she's a Houston native.
Pam Oliver?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She used to work at KPRC.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
She did the sports at KPRC. The sports. She did sports at KPRC.
I did not know that.
Yeah. I think it was KPRC. That's NBC, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty sure she was there for several years.
She's from Dallas, bro.
But she lived here.
Okay.
And she did sports here.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, that much I know. That's how I got to know her. She used to travel with the Texans.
Yeah, she started out in Georgia in 1985.
Mm-hmm.
Then she went to Huntsville, Alabama. Then she went to WIVB TV in Buffalo, New York. Then Tampa. And then she was in Houston.
Yeah.
Where she continued to be a sports anchor.
Mm-hmm.
And then she hit it big. Did her thing.
She's cool, too. I like her.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What's your best memory with Pam Oliver?
Just hanging out.
You said she's cool.
Just hanging out on road trips. She's very cool. No, she very, very, very much is cool.
She's a badass, too.
Yeah.
Tell me a story, OG.
Yeah, tell me a story.
Pam Oliver story?
Don't make up a story.
I'm not making it.
You don't know. I can tell you basically you look like me getting called to the chalkboard in school trying to solve a problem. Don't make up a damn story.
I'm not making up a story. I just said just hanging out with her. That's not
my man's
making
about to
anything
make something up here.
I didn't make anything
Man,
up.
You should have seen it.
Yeah, well, that one time. No.
Man, you were about to make up a story.
I was not going to make up anything.
So, question of the day. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Hopefully, you're staying warm. Question of the day. Will John McClain be at D'Amico Ryan's and CJ Stroud's media availability? Will he be there?
2:30.
He told us that he had he was snowed in this morning.
Yes.
With
streets
the ice.
in the house was iced.
He said
up.
the streets in the house were iced up. Will John McClain be at the D'Amico Ryan's or CJ Stroud press conference? That's the question of the day. Do you think he will be?
Absolutely.
Do you think he will be?
I think he will be.
T-Mill in for Figgy. Figgy came in early. T-Mill, do you think John McClain will be at CJ and D'Amico media availability?
I think he will.
Okay.
I think he will.
Okay. They must have got some shoveling going.
That sun's been up for a while. You know, it's all melting away.
Okay.
Freeing him up.
Okay.
He'll be there.
All right. There you go.
He'll be there.
Good for him, man.
Yeah.
Good for him. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Look forward to seeing you, my man. The Baltimore Mysteries. What are they going to look like? Is there such thing as too much rest? That was one of the excuses I heard in Cleveland. It wasn't an excuse. It was a question. And I actually think it's a fair question. Did resting the players the final week of the season, did that lead to perhaps some rust, specifically on defense? Maybe. I mean, I think there's also an element of CJ Stroud that we're all very aware of. But Baltimore's been doing this for a while now, man. Like this ain't just like a 1 week. This is a lot.
3
of
weeks
rest.
of time, 2 missed games, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is a lot of rest, man. That is a hell of a lot of rest, and it's also not really a normal week for them because it's not an orthodox week because typically when you recharge. Like, let's say you recharge, you go recharge. The routine, I'm sure, on Monday is you go in, you're watching some film on the opponent. They didn't even get to do that. Like, the Texans haven't really been on a routine in a while. They moved the Colts game up to Saturday. They flexed that. Then they played another Saturday game. So not being in routine has kind of been, and they've been battle tested because they've had to win both of these games to advance. So they have that. They're kind of used to being uncomfortable right now. Like, Baltimore, this is a lot of time, man. I would rather have it the way they have it. Don't get me wrong, but there is a possibility that is something that they might have to at least battle maybe early on. Perhaps
I think when you lose, it's an excuse. When you win, it's not even mentioned. And so I don't put a lot of stock into that. The one thing I do want to see is they rested a lot of guys at practice last week that didn't even participate. If some guys are still not participating, that'll be key. That'll be key. At least certainly tomorrow, maybe not today, but certainly tomorrow and Thursday, if the Ravens are still without guys. What's Mark Andrews? Like, what's his status? That's the number one you're looking at.
They showed the video of him, dude. He's sitting on the sidelines, just to the side catching passes.
Mm-hmm.
We thought he was done for the season. They might, and if Mark Andrews is good to go, that's a big problem. We saw Cleveland even in their moderate success on offense. Both tight ends were able to get behind the defense.
Yeah,
so that could be a real problem.
Yeah,
I'll believe it when I see it. I know
but that's what I'm saying. That's what's so key this week.
I see it.
That's what's so key this week about who's in, who's out. Ravens practices.
Texans about to hit the practice field in 10 minutes. We'll give you the updates on who is and isn't going to be on the field. Noah Brown done for the season. 3 great games with the Texans. They're not where they are without Noah Brown. Other guys to keep an eye on: Denzel Perriman, Laramie Tunsil. Other than that, I think I don't think this is going to be a huge injury report.
Well, that was another confession that I didn't get to in the last segment. I woke up this morning and went, okay, they're practicing. And I went, what the hell do I care? It's the first time in maybe 2 months that it really is not that significant to see who's in and who's out of practice. Like, we know who's out. Noah Brown's done. You just talked about that. Tank Dell's out. We know that. Jerry Hughes, I guess we'll see on that one. But, yeah, but like.
Not counting on that.
All the guys that we wondered who were out last week played. I mean – like, this is the first week where you're like, I don't even care. I mean, do it however you want to do it. We'll see you Saturday. Whereas in recent weeks, we've just been like, okay, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? What does it mean?
Yeah, we were all over the injury reports in the past.
I don't care. I'm done with that. Like, the whole participation, unless there's a surprise, like, that we didn't expect somebody.
Don't get specific. Just keep it to yourself, sir.
Yeah.
Jinx. Landry Locker, John Lopez, T-Mill in for Figgy Fig here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, let's go around the league. There's a lot of drama around the league, and there is some clarity on what to watch around the league next.
According to Coach D'Amico, the Texans' success in their 40.
And Lewis has the best products on the market. Check them out online at abilitytrees.com or give them a call at 281-441-4179. Nobody does it better than Lewis Flooring Ability Trees. Abilitytrees.com, Houston's leading tree care professional.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans get accused of cheating. You'll hear that coming up in 20 minutes. I know Lopez ain't a big fan of that. 120. A lot of you going to be fired up in about 20 minutes. I'm just going to ask the question, going around the NFL here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Who would you rather face? If the Texans win on Saturday, who would you rather face? Would you rather go to Buffalo or would you rather go to Kansas City?
Still think I'd rather go to Kansas City.
Okay.
They look pretty damn close to the Chiefs.
They were facing a scout team.
Whatever.
Come on.
They look pretty damn good.
You kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Mahomes made plays that he normally would make on these types of runs.
Against the scout team.
Kelce was Kelce. Whatever you want to call it. Their defense was
is good.
Outstanding.
Their defense is really good.
They ran the ball. Rashee Rice looked like he could be an answer. All that said, I'd still rather face the Chiefs. I still think they have vulnerabilities. Maybe inconsistencies would be the right word.
I would say the Chiefs because I think that having to travel to Buffalo, play the final game on Sunday, travel back to Kansas City, I feel like that takes a lot out of you. The Texans would have, regardless of who they face, they got the extra day.
Yeah.
But I just feel like a road trip to Buffalo would be miserable and would take a lot out of you.
Yeah.
So that would be my answer. My answer would be the Chiefs.
Well, I think it's all of that.
Yeah.
I think it's
plus, I think Josh Allen's the better quarterback right now.
Yes. I think I think there are some.
Josh Allen is the better quarterback right now.
I think there
With the way that he's playing, he's better. He is playing better than Patrick Mahomes. He is.
You may want to look over your left shoulder.
I don't care. He's playing better than Patrick Mahomes right now. Josh Allen, no quarterback is playing, not even CJ, is playing better than Josh Allen right now.
Now, look, I'm going to give the Chiefs their due.
Especially in that weather.
I think
that weather, no quarterback is built to play like better than Josh Allen. None.
There are things about the Chiefs, and I think the right word is inconsistencies. That I would take advantage of.
Their defense is the best in the league. Though.
That is
we talked about
consistent.
the Browns being the best in the league. Their defense is the best in the league.
And the travel on top of the Texans having an extra day.
Yeah.
Give me the Chiefs.
The way Josh Allen's playing right now. I mean, I don't want to mess with him.
Yeah.
Texans at Ravens, 3:30 p.m. That's going to be on ESPN. Packers at 49ers. 49ers are a 10-point favorite. Now, the 49ers are rested up. I don't think too many people want to see the 49ers when it comes to a street fight. But 10 points is a lot, especially with the way the Packers looked against the Cowboys. We can say what we want about the Cowboys, same old Cowboys choking, all that. Green Bay looked damn good. They looked
Jordan
prepared.
Love.
It was an immediate FU. They won the coin toss, took 8 minutes, went up the field.
Mm-hmm.
I still pick San Francisco, but I do think that Green Bay might be getting kind of slept on with the 10 points. Who knows?
I agree.
Tampa Bay at Detroit. We got Baker Mayfield versus Jared Goff, 2 number 1 picks, which I saw this yesterday. If the 49ers win, and they're expected to, it will be the number 1 pick in the draft versus the last pick in the draft, quarterback.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, because Goff and Baker were both number 1 overall picks.
I think I think Baker Mayfield is doing some things, and
6-point dog Tampa Bay is
and
right
certainly
now.
Tampa is. I mean, nobody is a lock to win a game, but I do think, like, now that the pressure's off of all those years of not winning a playoff game and winning at home, I think the Lions are going to just kind of let it rip. And I think it's a good bet. I think the Lions will be.
Oh, so you take a -6, huh?
I would take the -6.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They're going to let it rip now. They're over that hurdle.
They're going to get drug by San Francisco.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
They're going to get absolutely destroyed. Jared Goff versus San Francisco. That is.
No. I like both those bets if they come.
I actually like the way Tampa Bay looks right now. Who knows? Road game, home, all that type of stuff. And Philadelphia is kind of a hard case study. They're broken.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen a team that broken a year after being in the Super Bowl in a long time.
The most amazing thing is that, like, it happened overnight.
Well, they were 10-1.
Yeah.
As soon as Nick Sirianni started talking crap to Chiefs fans, they went 2-5.
Yeah. Yeah, from leaving the field.
Might be the most hated guy in the world right now. Definitely in Philadelphia. Fire Nick Sirianni was tweeting nationally a minute ago.
Yeah.
Chiefs at Bills, 5:30 p.m. Bills a 2.5-point favorite. That's a perfect way to end it. Buffalo at Kansas City. I think the only negative there, and I might practice this.
Mm-hmm.
I might turn on the Odyssey app for this. I can't listen to Romo anymore.
Oh, I see.
He's so bad now.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do it.
Watch this, Jim. Look at this coming up right here, Jim.
He doesn't even try anymore. I think he just shows up and wings it.
He talks to the players before the game. You know how they have their meetings?
Oh, okay.
That's it.
I don't even know if he does that.
That's it.
Yesterday, it was like, well, this is the first week I was aware that Jaylen Warren was good. I'm like,
yeah.
All right, dude.
He's been pretty good.
Yeah. What have you been watching? It's going to be a tough one. Chiefs at Bills. Bill Belichick met with the Atlanta Falcons about their head coach opening. Here was Adam Schefter with McAfee talking about the possibility of Jerry Jones and Bill Belichick working together. Schefter basically said that Jerry and Belichick could work together.
Well,
that's what we had.
But the key thing he said is Jerry wants to win.
Yeah, and he also basically said Jerry's about to die.
Well, that's kind of what it was. He's like before.
He basically said Jerry doesn't have very many years to live. He's going to be willing to do. Whatever it takes.
You're not exaggerating. I mean, that's kind of what he said, and I think that's the case. And there's so many things for Bill Belichick to just fall right in line. You got a quarterback that's ready to go. Say what you will. The team that's won 12 games in a row, 3 years in a row or something. A defense Bill Belichick is made for. All the things that he can do. And he can go in there and say, I'm calling all the shots, right? Right.
Here was Adam Schefter on that possibility.
Well, I definitely think it could work if that's what both sides wanted to happen. I don't think it would be an issue. Jerry made it work with Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells made it work with Jerry. If they decide to make a change, to me, he would be in play. Look, if Jerry makes the move, that's going to be the guy that everybody looks to right away as a prime candidate for that job if he makes a move. Jerry wants to win. How many more chances is he going to have to win? And if you can win and you go hire arguably the greatest coach of all time, would that make sense?
Well, who knows? Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, Nick Sirianni, not too popular. This is Max from Barstool. They have like the Eagles live streams. Mm-hmm. He's one of those Philly guys. They got a few there. He's not a fan of Nick Sirianni. He's actually glad they lost to the Bucs yesterday.
Better that they lost. Now I don't have to watch this coach ever again. I don't want to look at his face ever again. His stupid face and his stupid sayings. He's so corny. He's so cheesy. He's such a loser, and I never, ever want to hear from him again. It's good. It's good that they lost. This guy sucks.
He sucks, according to him. I don't know that Sirianni gets fired. It's possible. What's wrong with Jalen Hurts? I know he's hurt. He's been injured. He looks broken.
He was the MVP leader, wasn't he? Probably about 8-10 weeks into the season.
Yeah, he was. I don't know where they go. By the way, Jason Kelce announced he's retiring. What a career.
Pretty touching moment.
What a career.
Pretty touching moment.
Yeah, he's the authentic Kelce.
Yeah, he's the real one.
He doesn't have a planted relationship
in the group. No, he doesn't. And you could just tell it was it.
What is he going to do? TV?
I think it's podcast. I think that's on his own
terms. He can still do TV, right?
He can still do some.
He's got to be on TV.
He's really
put
good.
Him somewhere.
Authentic.
Got to put him somewhere.
Yeah, you got to put him.
Beast, Hall of Famer for sure. Both Kelce's.
Yeah.
Hall of Famers. Yesterday, Buffalo versus Pittsburgh. We saw the snow shoveling. I think that was them. It might have been John McClain's house since he said he was iced in today. Not sure if it was John McClain's house or Buffalo. But Sal Capaccio, he was on the Pat McAfee show, and he was asked about Buffalo's next stadium. Here's what he said they're going to do with the next stadium to maybe minimize the scene that we saw yesterday.
Now, a lot of us have always said that every single stadium should be a dome. They can afford it. Everybody's billionaires. Every single one of them, Sal.
All of them.
Put a dome over top. There's a contingency of us. Football fans say, hey, there's football weather for a reason.
Damn right.
The next stadium you guys are building does not have a roof, right? Not even one that's a retractable roof. Do you think there's any second thoughts to that, or this is Buffalo football? This is how it's going to go?
Well, there's a lot of layers there to what you're asking. The new stadium is not going to have a dome, but it's going to have like a canopy, kind of like in Seattle or Miami. There was a survey done amongst Bill season ticket holders before the new stadium was, finalized, and basically they said, we don't mind being cold, we just don't like being wet. So to keep the elements, but to keep people a little more dry, they're going to put a little canopy. I think 60 to 70% of the seats will be covered.
Is he familiar with this thing called wind?
It's so dumb.
These team.
Just leave the retractable roof closed. If there's deadly weather, leave it closed. If you want to be hardo and have these blizzards during the game, just cover the stadium at least.
These team-generated
silly, man.
Surveys are not. Let's see it. Let's see the survey. Let's let an independent person survey it.
I just don't understand this, man.
Yeah.
I just don't understand this. I don't understand why you want this. Now, we are dramatic in Houston when it comes to cold weather. I think we're seeing that right now.
No, we are, and just as John.
But we also at least here, Arizona, Dallas, other places, we also at least acknowledge the severe weather that comes with our region. Like when it's 102 degrees outside, they put the damn roof up.
Yeah,
we at least respect the heat.
Mm-hmm.
It's just as easy to die in the cold. So I don't know where this idiotic notion came that this is just football weather. Any new stadium built, and I'm going to say this till I die. Any new stadium built in the NFL should at least have the option. If you want to open it during the game, that's fine, but it should at least have the option. Or else, you know what I want to do when Buffalo comes here? Since we're used to it, let's open the damn roof at 104 and see how they like it.
And see if they complain.
It's a joke, man.
One of the things that I'm going to say until I die,
and I wouldn't want that, and I love the heat,
is all these bozos, and I mean bozos, that say, don't be so soft, it's football weather.
Come on.
That's not football weather. Wait, if I were to ask you and Tyler, what's football weather? Would you say 65-mile-an-hour winds, 2 feet of snow, and minus 10 degrees?
Not even humane weather.
No, I would say 40 degrees, nice, crisp, clear sky. You know, that's football. It's crispy. It's frisky. It's nice and cool. Football weather is not negative degrees and snow and sleet. That's not football weather. It's stupid.
It's just weird. I just really do not get it. So we have theories from wild card playoff losers. Let's start in Dallas. Boy, Mike Bassick over there. He's on the KNC Masterpiece. Mike Bassick's the man. He believes that the Cowboys have an individual brand problem when it comes to not being able to reach the highest level of success. Here's theory number one.
Each player on the Cowboys just wants to be their own individual brand, and that's been going on for decades now. Dak cares about his individual brand and his individual commercials, and Mike is a super individual person. Like, I don't know if he cares really at all about the team. He cares about himself tremendously. You just look at the Cowboys, and I don't know if this will ever change because Jerry loves it, that they all have their individual brands based off of the Dallas Cowboys because he wants to be the individual face of the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones is. It's a tough thing. I'm not doing team functions. I'm only doing individual brand functions. That's the Dallas Cowboys. It's tough to create a team that wants to sacrifice for each other when everybody's just trying to sacrifice for themselves, their individual brand.
I don't know if that's, I think that's true everywhere. Maybe more so with the Cowboys.
Maybe. Have you seen Micah Parsons? Have you seen Dak Prescott?
Yeah, but that's everywhere, man. Everybody has their.
Is it?
Once you become a star, you
Do
are
you think
about your
CJ's
individual.
obsessed with it? Like, CJ's aware of it, but he's not obsessed with it.
I think he has one.
Yeah, of course he has one.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's obsessed with it.
Well, that's also in individual personalities. There have been big time super duper duper stars that just weren't about it. But if you want an individual brand, I think every player is in for that. By the way, the Texans have signed Steven Sims to the active roster.
Yep, Noah Brown out. Steven Sims.
Yeah.
He is going to be elevated. And you know what that means. Lopez wants to see at least 4 Steven Sims reverses on Saturday.
I never said that, and I don't believe that. Xavier Hutchinson looked pretty good, and they used Nico, which was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's not do what we did last time we saw Steven Sims. I kind of overdid that a little bit. I like Steven Sims, though.
Mm-hmm.
I like Steven Sims. Don't know what his role is.
Not
Don't
as
know
much
if there
as
is
Bobby
one.
Slowick likes
Who knows?
reverses.
Well, hey, leave Bobby alone right now. He's got
I
the
love
bulletproof
him.
vest.
He's the savant.
So here's another theory, and this is a theory about the Dolphins, the Steelers, and the Bears. So this is three examples in one. This was on Pardon My Take. This is the alleged. And Chase Claypool started out a Steeler, then he went to the Bears, then he was traded, then he went to the Dolphins. This is the alleged Chase Claypool curse, courtesy of Big Cat from Barstool Sports.
Chase Claypool off your team. Okay, so Chase Claypool, here are the numbers. The Steelers, the season they traded Chase Claypool, before they traded him, they were 2-6. After they traded him, they were 7-2. The Bears then got Chase Claypool. Before they got Chase Claypool, they were 3-5. While having Chase Claypool on the team, they were 1-13. The minute they got rid of him, they were 6-5. And then the Dolphins started the season 6-2, traded for Chase Claypool, finished 5-5. Probably got to get him off your team.
I want to know which is plus minus.
The 1-13 stretch for the Bears with Chase Claypool, and I don't think he was even active for the one, which was against the Commanders this year. Get Chase Claypool off your team.
Okay. Damn.
Pretty sound. pretty sound reasoning right there.
A lot going on. Texas, the Texans are entering the practice field as we speak right now. So we'll be getting updates on who is out there, who isn't out there. I don't anticipate too many guys not being out there. Robert Woods looks like he's going to have a light day, per usual. Jonathan Grenard off to the side, not warming up with the rest of the squad. Same with Will Anderson. Laramie Tunsil, rest day as expected around this time. That all courtesy of Cody Stutes. So it's rest day. Tomorrow is where we get a little more clarity. Robert Woods, Laramie Tunsil, they've been resting. Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, just to ice up, be ready to go, watch the film, do what you got to do.
Have a good week, boys. We'll see you Saturday. I am not nearly as invested in this. Some of it, if there's news, we'll see. So we'll keep an eye on it.
Keep a close eye on it.
Yeah.
It's around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, T. Mill in for Figgy Fig here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Steven Sims, the wide receiver, you might know him as number 82 if you don't follow this thing too closely, and I wouldn't blame you for not knowing exactly who Steven Sims is off the dome, although I think a lot of people do already know. It was kind of awkward with him. They like him, but you're only allowed a few elevations, so they weren't going to elevate him because then he would have to be on the active roster and you would risk losing him. But with the news of Noah Brown, Steven Sims now on the active roster, we'll see how he fits in to everything, but he's officially up, and we'll see if he's on the field and in what capacity on Saturday. Coming up next, we know the Astros have been accused of it. Hell, they did it. But the Houston Texans, following their big win on Saturday, have been accused of cheating. You cannot make this stuff up. Get your popcorn ready next.
The Texans got revenge on the Browns and won their wild card matchup. tickets? Head to Tix.com, or you can enter to win a 4-pack right now at SportsRadio610.com/contest. It's Bud Light Fight Night, January 20th. Enter for a chance to win tickets right now at SportsRadio610.com/contests. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Divisional round on Saturday. Texans a 9.5-point dog. Steven Sims, he's been signed to the active roster. Noah Brown out for the season. A lot of Texans riding high after that win against the Cleveland Browns. However, there's a show in Cleveland called the Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show. Jay Crawford, Adam the Bull, shout out to Garrett Bush, and some guy named Jason Lloyd was on there as well. And I didn't think we were going to deal with this.
I did. I wanted to.
But, no, I didn't even know this was going to be a thing.
Oh, I got you.
The Texans have been accused of cheating. This is mainly by Jason Lloyd, and then you hear Jay Crawford kind of
Did you know these cats
elevating?
when you were up there?
I didn't know Jason Lloyd. I didn't know Jay Crawford. I knew Garrett Bush, and I knew Adam the Bull.
He's a big fella.
Adam the Bull?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a big fella.
Yeah. He's huge.
Yeah.
The hell are you bringing that up for? He's not even in this.
I'm just saying.
It kind of is.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Here is mainly Jason Lloyd accusing the Texans. People are about to get fired up on that text line, YouTube, Twitch. This is the Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show accusing the Texans of cheating on Saturday.
Texans crowd was a lot better. And you know what?
I'm not so sure that there wasn't some help with that.
Oh, do you think they were piping sound in?
I'm not so sure there wasn't some help.
I've been in stadiums, by the way, where I've wondered that. I'm like, I'm sitting here, and it doesn't feel like this is generating that.
Being in that stadium, let me tell you.
That's really interesting.
That's not allowed?
No, it's not. You're not allowed to pump in artificial noise.
I'm just saying.
Music, yes, it has to stop when the quarterback breaks the huddle.
Let me tell you something. There are a lot of empty seats in that stadium.
Were there really?
Yes.
It's embarrassing.
Yes. There was
Texas,
a lot.
I want an investigation.
Your former state is a complete embarrassment.
I saw what the tickets were going for on the resale market. It was a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke.
There was not interest there.
The lower bowl was packed, but like the middle row and the uppers, there were a lot of empty seats.
So then I a number of times said, damn, this crowd is bringing it. I underestimated their fans. Wow,
so
that's really disappointing.
I'm just saying, I know it's
Hey,
illegal
you know
and it's
what?
against the rules, and nobody in the NFL ever cheated before.
Here's the new rule. Don't ask for permission. Ask for forgiveness.
Right. Yeah.
We are looking at a national champion in college football that had not one, but two different scandals during the course of the season that caused their head coach to be suspended on two different occasions, and they won the national championship.
That's a fact.
So here's the drill. Go ahead and cheat. That's the message. Cheat. If you get caught, beg for forgiveness.
Get away with as much as you can.
And I got to tell you, that really, really, really disappoints me.
All right, let's break this down. I heard this, and I'm like, you know what? Anybody's entitled to be tripping over their bottom lip when their team loses. Anybody's entitled to even make up irresponsible opinions and facts. But what? Were you even there?
He was right there. I talked to Zach. He mentioned Zach Jackson in there. I talked to Zach. Zach's my boy. I talked to Zach. And he was right there to the right, kind of looking a little bit creepy.
There is no one else.
Kind of had some barbecue sauce on his lip. Might want to wipe that next time you slob. But yeah,
you can't find anyone else who said that stadium was not full at the start.
Dude, it was full.
It was full.
Yeah, it was full. And the resale market. December 10th, 2023, I heard them talking about this yesterday. The Jags were going to Cleveland to face the Browns. This was with playoff implications.
Yeah.
And I'm not defending the Texans stadium attendance. I think it's been trash. It wasn't on Saturday. You know how much you could get into that game for Jags at Browns on December 20th?
What was it?
$6. How the hell are y'all talking about
these were like 140 value? Or something like that?
Yeah, it was like in the hundreds. I don't know. Like the crowd noise, there were times where the stadium, there were a ton of empty seats, and this place was loud. Fake crowd noise, huh?
Okay, so that's the second part. First of all, like, he's the only person I've heard from Cleveland, national media, local media, that said it was not full. It was full. So you're making stuff up right off the top. And then You literally compare the Houston Texans to Michigan. Like, that's not even like an inference. Like, he says, then there's Michigan, and that's the lesson. Cheat. Like, you're literally comparing what the Texans didn't do, by the way.
Yeah.
They did not pipe in any noise.
Yeah.
I would recommend.
We're the first ones to call out the crowd.
We have called out the crowd for years.
Yeah, we're the first one to call out the atmosphere, the crowd, all that.
We called them out last week. Like, are they going to finally show up?
Yeah.
So don't make crap up.
It's kind of sore losing. There's Cleveland pride that I think is really admirable. I love the city. I'm not familiar with Jason Lloyd's work, really. I've heard him fill in on the Fan every once in a while. Jay Crawford, I don't know what his goofy ass is talking about. And then I like Bull. He's fine, but I don't respect his football opinions. I'll listen to his baseball opinions.
I can listen to you whine and be disappointed. And
Shout out to G. Bush, though, you crazy mofo.
I've been there. I've pouted.
Crazy dude, you.
I've whined. I've lashed out. But don't make up stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get it.
Flat out making it up.
Because I know Garrett Bush, and I don't like this show. I thought it was. I think it's kind of lame. But I know Garrett Bush last week. He went on a rant where he was basically like, C.J. Stroud has a library card, and D'Amico Ryans is barely got his driver's license and stuff, and he was just saying it. But I mean,
that's fine.
But then afterwards he goes, "I was wrong. C.J. Stroud showed me the library card that he was."
But it's even fine to say that. You're just talking trash.
Yeah.
But you're making stuff up, and then you're comparing them to Michigan?
Yeah, that was weird. That sounded really. I mean, you do got to admit though that like just to put ourselves in other people's shoes. Like, in Cleveland, I mean, it was a rough week last week.
It was a tough week.
I mean, let's just go through the last 7 days of being a Cleveland sports fan. And let's assume that the strong majority of Cleveland sports fans, Team 1A is Ohio State, Team 1B is the Browns, or vice versa.
Yeah.
You had to watch Michigan win a national championship. You had to watch the Browns completely embarrass themselves on Saturday, despite having a good season. And then you had to watch Baker Mayfield win a playoff game on Monday.
Yeah.
So it's been a tough week for them. So I do feel with them. Now, I do want to say this, though. Even with all that said, and this goes back to it's not Houston versus anyone, listen to what they said at the end of their NFL segment about C.J. Stroud and the Texans.
I'm rooting for the Texans, by the way, to go to the Super Bowl.
You know, I kind of am too now. C.J. Stroud, I think, is.
Can Houston beat those teams? Yes. Do I think they will? No.
That's fair.
There you go.
Yeah.
So shout out to him. I don't know what Jason Lloyd was talking about, but yeah, it is what it is.
I got the internet going nuts.
Dusty Baker.
Okay. What's he up to?
The perfect gig.
Okay.
Like, this is the perfect gig. He got employed. He got hired.
Really?
By the San Francisco Giants.
What's he up to?
He's going to be an occasional advisor. So he's going to get to live near his winery.
Yeah.
In outside of Sacramento. He's going to be able to watch his son play whenever he wants, and he's going to pull a check anytime he wants to weigh in on what the Giants may or may not need.
Good for him.
Dusty Baker, still in baseball.
Shout out to Dusty.
How about
man.
that?
Legend.
I got the internet going nuts.
So the Eagles season ended yesterday. Got to do it. Gilly the King, $1 million worth of game. Number one Eagles fan. This was funny. So there was a viral video of him. He actually walked into the locker room before they went to Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
And he was basically calling up the rest of the team. He was like going from player to player, like, you ready? You ready? You ready? And then he went up there and did like a funny like coach's speech.
Yeah.
This was him after the game, though.
Oh, no.
This was him after the game.
Oh, no.
And actually, I think there was still some time left on the clock. Here was Gilly with his rant after the Eagles lost.
Take my loss on the chin like a man. You know what I mean? I just want to say shout out to all the players that I talked to yesterday who did what they said they was going to do. Fletcher Coxsack, Brandon Graham, Jalen Carter, Josh Sweat, Quez Watkins, man. It ain't personal, man. But you ain't man. You got to get the out of here, man. Bradbury, I asked you, was you ready, man? You look me in my eyes and said you was ready. I didn't know what you was talking about. You was ready to go to on vacation. The is going on, man? You supposed to be late. I'm done, man. Y'all got Baker Mayfield. He been on 14 teams in 3.5 months. Y'all got this looking like Tom Brady, Roger Staubach, and Joe Montana, man.
Yeah, not great. Not great in Philly. All eyes on Nick Sirianni. All eyes on Mike McCarthy. Why has McCarthy not been canned yet? Where are they waiting
I don't
for?
know.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
I mean, he's gone, right?
He's got to be.
Yeah, he's done.
He's got to be.
So it's got to be tomorrow,
I mean,
right?
it stinks for him, but
tomorrow?
I mean, it's his own doing.
Who cares?
Yeah. I mean, Belichick is like perfect fit.
Well, you think they'll go that route?
They should.
What if they called up old Bobby?
Oh my gosh, I hadn't even thought of that one. Nah, they wouldn't, because that's.
You mean that's what?
That's not Jerry Jones.
Okay,
that's not Jerry Jones at all.
Okay, is Belichick? I mean, I guess you have the.
That's
one
Jerry
exception.
Jones. That's this guy that hired Parcells and
yeah, but that was
Jimmy Johnson.
He was in college,
but he was a national champion.
Yeah, but he deserves credit for that. He rolled the dice.
It's like hiring, I don't know, Saban or something like that.
He's going to ESPN. That is a fact.
I think so.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I don't know if it's still going nuts, but this was this morning. I was looking like just what's trending nationally, and for like an unknown reason at the time, Texas Roadhouse was trending. Did you see why?
The peanuts? Do they still do the peanuts?
They do the peanuts on request.
They're rolls.
The peanuts on the ground?
I'm glad you said that. Weigh in on this. So apparently, like in a very
T-mill in for Fig.
a very innocuous way, somebody just said, "This is my free roll rankings of chain restaurants."
Like free bread?
Dude, it had like 28,000, retweets or whatever. So they ranked them.
Yeah.
And I agree with these rankings.
Okay.
You guys may not.
You don't even know about this. So let me.
I went to Texas Roadhouse like a month ago.
Your chain days are way over.
No, man.
Sit back, sit crisscross applesauce.
The only one of these four restaurants, the only one of these four restaurants that I dislike, you'll know when I say it. I ranked them the same as the first person. Texas Roadhouse rolls number 1, Olive Garden number 2, Outback number 3.
Wheat bread?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm not a big Red Lobster fan, but they had Red Lobster number 4. The biscuits?
The biscuits. Cheddar biscuits.
That's it, right?
That's a strong top 4.
Isn't that the top 4?
I would argue. First of all, I think Olive Garden's number 1, especially if you paid the $3.50 for the bottomless marinara sauce.
Different strokes.
Dip them in the marinara sauce.
I'm not going to fight that.
And if you dip it in the salad dressing, it's
Alfredo
on point.
sauce, man.
Yeah, well, you can get the Alfredo or red when you get the bottomless sauce.
But the Roadhouse with that cinnamon butter, dude?
Olive Garden's 1. I actually think Saltgrass with the honey butter's up there.
Similar to Roadhouse.
I don't think too many people are familiar with Saltgrass's work outside of this region, but when they got that bread going and they got that honey butter, it's pretty hard to top.
I got that like beer bread.
Yes, sir.
It's good.
Yes, sir.
I'm all about that Texas. I love the peanuts. They don't have them on the table anymore. You have to request them because remember the floors used to be just all full. But I think the Roadhouse is number 1. I'd go Olive Garden number 2. What's yours, Tyler?
I think that top 4 that you just read off is pretty damn accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, that number 1 with the cinnamon butter from Roadhouse, that's hard to beat. I do think Outback's bread is a little underrated.
Yeah, it was 3rd.
Outback bread is really, really good.
It was 3rd.
When's the last time you went to Outback, though?
Outback's been a while, probly. When
I didn't know they sued Chili's back in the day for the Awesome Blossom.
I
had
just
no idea.
found that out from you.
I had no idea that was a thing. So that's why Chili's stopped the Awesome Blossom.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I went to Roadhouse like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Probably 3 weeks ago. I like Roadhouse. I like it a lot for all those reasons. It's been a while on Outback. Olive Garden.
I think Olive Garden's the GOAT.
I can't remember, but
the other thing about it is, do you factor in that you get the salad with the Olive Garden? Like, does that not factor in?
No, it's just bread, man.
But I mean, you get, but the salad is there. It's not a thing. Like the salad is there, no matter what. The salad is with the bread.
But we're talking bread.
But with the bread is the salad.
Well, then include the peanuts with the Texas Roadhouse. Those peanuts are the bomb.
Come on, bro. By the way, Olive Garden salad is better than any nice Italian restaurant salad. I don't give a damn what anyone says.
No, that's not right.
Yeah.
That's not
There's no better salad than Olive Garden salad when it's there.
There's a lot.
No.
Yes, there is.
No.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Not close.
You're wrong.
And Lopez, if the reality is, if they brought out the exact same bowl of Olive Garden at like a $60 a dish restaurant, Lopez would say it was the best.
I mean, no.
He just has to have that atmosphere and stuff right there.
Nah, man. You are incorrect on that.
Coming up, Texans hitting the practice field. What's going to give when they take on the Ravens, and what is the dream scenario at this point? Let's get greedy during divisional week here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of greedy, I felt like I got greedy when Texans Turf installed turf in my home. I feel like
Polo Lone Star Chevy Price at the legendary Lone Star Chevrolet, 298 Eldridge, or LoneStarChevrolet.com. Chevy, find new roads.
Call 877-229-4217 for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the news with the Texans, Steven Sims side to the active roster. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, perhaps more significant, Mark Andrews. He's moving around, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's practicing. Looks like he's got a little jump. Again, granted, it was a 25-second clip, but he's out there. So the Texans could see Mark Andrews on Saturday, and we know how vulnerable the Texans are when it comes to tight ends. They are very vulnerable. We saw that even in all the glory that they had against Cleveland. We saw 2 40-plus yard receptions by 2 different tight ends. So that might be something to keep an eye on when it comes to the Texans and Ravens, for sure. Now, when someone comes back into a lineup and the team's been grooving without him, how does that work? Do you try to overcompensate? Is it just kind of he goes out there and fills it out? Who knows?
Well, Mark Andrews is a different cat. I mean, you
top
just put him
tight
right
end in the league.
By the way, interestingly, the Ravens are practicing indoors today
because they're used to that
yeah,
weather, right?
They're accustomed to it, so they're just getting the work in. Return to practice, Zay Flowers, Malik Harrison, linebacker. Not practicing Marlon Humphrey. They're one of their top cornerbacks.
Well, he likes to talk some smack online.
Yeah, he does.
He definitely does. So Marlon Humphrey, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting matchup. It's going to be an intriguing matchup. Baltimore has struggled in the postseason recently. 1-4 in the postseason since 2014. Last time they were the 1 seed and they had a quarterback, the same quarterback, with an MVP type of season was 2019. They hosted the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee went there as a 10-point underdog and beat them by 16 points. Now, what's made of that? It's a different offensive system. It's the same quarterback. It's the same coach. A lot of these core players still there. I know Andrews was a part of that squad. I don't know if you put a lot into it or not, but it is interesting to see that when you hear that Baltimore's won 1 playoff game in nearly a decade, it's
something.
It's kind of surprising.
It's something.
And I know Lamar wasn't in the last time.
Yeah, so that's one of those where you just kind of like maybe you shrug it off. One thing I don't shrug off is something you brought up earlier in the show that I thought was really interesting. You got basically a double-digit underdog, the Texans, 9.5 points. And I don't know which direction the point spread is going to go. Who knows on that. But like whenever a double-digit underdog has lost at home in the divisional round, like what are the ingredients of the team that beats them? There was a common thread with them.
We went through, if you missed it, fire up the Odyssey app. We went through every underdog in the divisional round that has gone on, a road underdog that has won a game.
Right. And
straight up as an underdog.
So what does it take
in this round
to go on the road and to beat a team that's basically a double-digit favorite? We saw a common theme. Largely a defensive-minded head coach, but a good head coach. A quarterback having either the best season they've had or a great quarterback, and defense. Like you talk about Tom Coughlin and Eli Manning with a very good defense going in and beating
Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers,
yes.
MVP Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. Mike Vrabel with Ryan Tannehill having his best season and a really
MVP
good defense.
Lamar Jackson.
Going in and beating Lamar Jackson.
MVP. We saw Peyton Manning, MVP Peyton Manning lose to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Rex Ryan with Mark Sanchez having that was one of the years he had a good year and a really good defense winning on the road as a double-digit underdog. That was actually very encouraging to me because, I mean, what does this team have? A really good head coach who's a defensive-minded head coach, a quarterback that is having an MVP-type year, to be honest, and a defense that has been making a lot of plays.
Aaron Rodgers was MVP in 2021, and in that season, D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick were part of San Francisco's coaching staff. D'Amico was actually the DC, and they went to Green Bay, and they won 13-10.
Yeah.
And that's the last time that we saw an MVP lose in the divisional round, and DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick were part of that. So you have that. You have Baltimore the last time they were in this situation getting whooped up on. You also have the last two divisional dogs to go on the road and win. They were quarterbacked by someone that C.J. Stroud gets compared to quite often, and that's Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow.
The most recent one was against Buffalo. I think they were a 6-point dog, and they went in there and beat them by 3 possessions. So sometimes the quarterback has that dog in him. That's what we've seen with Joe Burrow. Sometimes maybe the team's rusty because they're sitting around and having to wait, and the other team's hot. I don't know, but there are some things like when you take this data, you can look at it however you want. I know there's some people on the text line saying it doesn't mean anything. You could be right. I'm not disputing that, but do with it what you will. But there are some encouraging things, especially and it's one thing to go back to Bart Scott 10, 12, 13 years ago or whatever, but when we're looking at just the recent ones and we go 2019, this Baltimore Ravens team with this quarterback and coach. That's the thing. This quarterback and coach.
These guys,
MVP Lamar Jackson, they got their butt whipped 28-12 as a 10-point underdog in 2019. All right, let's go to 2021. San Francisco beat Green Bay 13-10 as a 5.5-point dog. Aaron Rodgers was the MVP that year. DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick, two most important coaches on your staff, they were there. Cincinnati beat Tennessee that same year as a 4-point dog, and then the next year Cincinnati beat Buffalo 27-10 as a 5.5-point dog. That's the Joe Burrow comparison. So just in the last couple of years, you have DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick being a part of a similar upset that's going to have to be pulled off, and you have the quarterback who seems to be the most viable comp of C.J. Stroud. He's gone and done it twice.
Look, you gamble. Tyler gambles. I dabble a lot in gambling. You can talk yourself into your bet. I mean, we've all done that. Where like you kind of figure things out. You look at data like this. You look at elements and ingredients of that game and factors, and you're like, I'm going to bet on the Texans in this case. And then you start talking yourself into the bet, right? And then it blows up in your face. A lot of times. Like you can talk yourself into things. I don't feel like I'm talking myself into this because I kind of came to the conclusion about the really good chance the Texans have on Saturday kind of backwards. Like I was like, well, anything's possible with CJ. And then I'm looking at it and I'm like, you know what? Not only is it possible, these are the elements that teams that have gone and done this in the past, have done and have had.
I also just wonder if it's like a blessing that CJ got 2 weeks off. I mean, whether it comes from like a mental appreciation, then you get an opportunity that you didn't see going down on top of all that.
And he is a rookie.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like, the data is what it is. It's in the big scheme of things, you can go hardo and say, well, it's a different game on Saturday. Yeah, we can do that. But I mean, sometimes you look at this data. I mean, this is literally since 2000, every single underdog to win on the road. I mean, some of this stuff does tie together. I don't know what to make of. 1-4 since 2014 in the playoffs. Okay, because the thing about it is, it's not like John Harbaugh's like some closed-minded hardhead that doesn't like transform.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not questioning. I'm not questioning his ability to do that, but you had the MVP. You were a 10-point favorite in 2019. You got smacked around by Tennessee. Sometimes there's tendencies. And then all these other ones, the DeMeco and Slowick being a part of the staff, and then the Joe Burrow factor. Who knows? But it is something to keep an eye on. I would still lean Baltimore, but some quarterbacks, you have to get over that hump. And Lamar Jackson, like Brett Favre, like Peyton Manning, it's not. We always want to make it like stylistic with Lamar Jackson. Like some of the most prototypical quarterbacks have had to go through the struggles, MVP caliber, before they get over that hump. Now they had bigger humps to get over. Peyton Manning had to get over Brady. Brett Favre had to get over Steve Young, Jerry Rice, and the Cowboys. But who knows?
I just think that the best part about this whole week is I can't tell you how many divisional round. Well, I can because they've only played in so many. But like when the Texans go into a playoff game or a divisional round game, where I truly felt, yeah, it's not going to happen. Like even when the Texans were up in Kansas City 24-0, I felt good then. But like once the Chiefs maybe scored a couple of times, I'm like, yeah, this is not good. And I'm at a place right now, Clint, where I feel like it's not just C.J. Stroud. It's all the elements of this team as they're playing right now where I'm like, I think they can win this game.
Absolutely. You feel like as a fan, now whether it's fair or not or whether we're premature with it or not, you feel like as a fan, whatever situation presents itself, be it a 24-point lead early in the game, there's a plan to secure that lead. Yeah. It's not just pissing in the wind and hoping it works and not having a play on fourth down.
Fingers crossed.
Fake punts to a guy that's got a broken collarbone and or whatever the hell whatever it was.
Because I'm saying, even when they were leading, I think did they score a touchdown first? The Chiefs 24-7. Once they scored, I was like, oh no.
They had Kenny Still scored on the opening drive. That was the first time they'd scored on the opening drive all year. Then they had a block punt. Lonnie Johnson scored a touchdown, and then Tyreek Hill fumbled. So two of the three touchdowns, it was a special teams blunder, and then it was.
But I guarantee I won't feel that way if that happens this week.
No, I think your overall point, I think, is the biggest difference between the winning that the division championships and the winning that has happened here or happened. I can only speak for what happened under Bill O'Brien. But to me, the biggest difference is that it's more of a team. It's more. There's more depth to it. They're so much more better coached that there's just a plan for whatever situation comes up, good, bad, or indifferent. And to me personally, that's why I can really buy into what the hell's going on over there.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a good point because the last time the Texans were heading into this situation, even that Buffalo game, you were like, damn, Deshaun saved all butts there.
Yeah.
Like spinning off a guy after getting leveled and then throwing it and all the stuff that Deshaun was doing. It was like he saved all butts. These receivers were 4 yards wide open the other day. Like and CJ was making all the right throws and everything like that. So I'm with you. It just there's a lot more substance to the hope that there is right now.
I think we talked about this yesterday, Clint, and I think Saturday's game was one where I think you have to have ultra confidence. Kind of to the point you're saying is like CJ didn't need to have to put on a cape at all. At all against a team that most
you thought
people,
he might need to.
Be honest, most people felt was better,
and he seemed capable of it. Though he seemed more than capable of it.
Yeah, but he just had to. I mean, he threw like I said it yesterday. CJ's going to get all the press because this is kind of what happens when you are starting to become that guy and you're the quarterback. But I mean, CJ threw a 5-yard pass for 76 yards and a touchdown. He threw a well-designed screen, to Nico that took it, the rest of the way. The defense scored 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't need him to have to be great for them to beat a good team, which I think means you should feel a lot. You should feel a lot better that it don't have to be pinpoint accuracy, have to throw people like that had to make you feel better.
To your point, I think the point being made is like in the past we've seen some superstars assembled here with Hopkins and even Watson and J.J. Watt. And when those guys were great, the Texans were hard to beat, right? But when they came up against somebody that it was a good matchup and you had to lean on scheme or you had to lean on some other advantage, it was hard to be consistent, hard to find
and
that
still
advantage.
Didn't have the confidence.
Right.
Man, what a time to be alive. You're listening to KILT AM. KILT HD2. John McClain, hopefully you shoveled your way out of that driveway, my friend. The drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. It's
Johnny Mac gonna take one on the ice day now. He gonna take one on that freeze.
Man, John ain't playing with that weather, baby. I'm retired. I do what I do.
And damn near expired.
Damn it, Jim.
I was telling somebody about Nasty Ass Jim a little earlier, man, like this weekend. I mean, telling a good story about Nasty Ass Jim. And
I am retired and
I think my cousin
damn near
Tiffany started crying.
Tyler, did we confirm that we lost Jim?
Oh, yeah. Tyler did some digging.
I don't know if it's 100%, but I did some digging. And
you found an obituary, didn't you?
Yeah.
I think we lost Jim. Damn. Anyway, there ain't not. But see, don't bring up sadness. Jim would have loved. Well, Jim would have loved.
Oh, boy, he'd be
He's
having
probably
time
rolling
right
around
now,
in his grave, allegedly. Rolling around in his grave with this Texans season.
I like to think that he's looking down on us from heaven and throwing the H's up for these Texans, you know?
Allegedly. Or he could be in Colorado just really taking his time.
Fly fishing.
Well, yeah, that's what Jim would do.
Hey, Lopez done come in today. And all of his Christmas gifts. That that backpack, them jeans and pants and breeches and that jacket right there. That's fresh. That's fresh stuff there.
That jacket looked like you only worn that a couple of times. Only when it's cold.
Hey, got that quilted jacket on. Got some cargos, some dark green cargos.
Don't criticize me for being loved.
No, not at all. Not at all. But you still got the lines. They still got the lines on them joints.
I thought that jacket was new. He'd been waiting to just pull it out. And finally got that weather. Finally got an appropriate weather.
Zippers on that bag are sparkling. Yeah, man. J-Lo said it's Christmas, baby. Let's get it.
The Texans are in the playoffs. Not only in the playoffs, they done won a playoff game. They're in the divisional round. We know who they're playing. They're going to Baltimore. And we got to get right down to it, what everybody wants to know. Tyler, what we all want to talk about. Clint, did you get some ass last night? Come on,
I did not expect that.
Listen, did you get a win last night? Clint told us he had got the text yesterday, the 6-week appointment to go ahead and get that leg up in the air and get in there and step into that. Did you get some ass last night? You said that Lowe had texted you and said, we're all clear, baby, at the end of it. So before we get into the Texans, everybody in the Drive family wants to know, did you give her 2.5 minutes of everything you had last night?
I don't know if I got 2.5 minutes.
But you got a W.
Everything I had.
Hell yeah,
baby. Hip flexors and all, baby. Flexors and all.
Yes.
Hey, we had a couple obstacles.
He got a W.
Hey, we had a couple obstacles, boys. I ain't gonna lie. Granny was at the house and she was frozen.
Don't let that get you down.
I hate to tell you.
Suck it, Granny. I got business to take care of.
Hey, and I got so excited. Hell, since you brought it up, let's talk about it. Y'all know what I did last night?
Oh, Lord.
Sounds like you had some sex.
Besides that. But y'all make a great point. Since you brought that up, I'm going to blame it on her. You know.
She been ready too, I guess. She been keeping it in.
Come on now. I walked in the house. I walked in the house, and when Granny was over with them kids, she said, "You want a bottle of wine?"
Come on, Lowe.
It's a good start.
Come on,
hell
baby.
Yeah, she did it.
I'm telling you.
Red?
I'm telling you, I'm married right now.
Red?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're Pinot Pinot couple.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
But y'all ain't gonna believe what I did, man.
Oh Lord.
I'm a straight dumbass.
I know it.
You know what you're supposed to do when this freeze comes, right? You're supposed to drip your sinks and stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the way home last night. The neighbor says, "Hey, Clint, don't forget you might want to drip your sinks tonight." My neighbor, he's changed. Made me a better man in multiple ways. Hey, man, you need to drip your sinks tonight. I said, you know what, G? You're right. Greg Horsfield, by the way. You know what, G? You're right.
Shout out to Greg.
I go in there, I go through the house, I'm dripping them sinks, right?
Dripping it. That ain't the only thing that was wet last night.
Ooh, woo.
Hey.
We get to fooling around, whatever, right?
Hell
and I come out, my mom goes, I hear Granny say, "What the hell?"
I hate to tell you.
I said, "What?" She's in the back of the house, right? I said, what's going on? She said, "This floor is soaking wet."
Are you shitting me?
I said, "The floor's wet. What are you talking about?"
Damn, Lord.
Bro, no. No, Chief. I started dripping the sink, and it was an aggressive drip. And
aggressive drip.
There was the sink was plugged up.
And
the stopper was in it.
And how long is this?
Gosh damn it, man.
And it's the only sink in the house.
How
right?
long? When did you start it?
Every bit of 3 to 4 hours. It worked its way. I got hardwood like the LVP on the bathroom.
Oh, you was up. You didn't use every towel in the house.
Bro, it worked its way out into the carpet.
Oh.
It's we put carpet in the two small bedrooms.
Oh hell.
It was out into the carpet, and so I felt like an idiot first of all for doing that. It's the only sink in the house that doesn't have, like most sinks have like an overflow.
Yeah.
It's one of them silly, which we didn't buy. It was there when I got it, but it's one of those silly ass bowls that sits up on top of the countertop. Like the only thing that's in the counter is a drain, and it was plugged. And that thing, my mom said she walked in there, that damn sink, it was just running over that sink onto the floor. And I mean, it's a good foot into the bedroom, along that whole bathroom wall.
Like I said, you didn't use every towel in that house.
Every one of them
to get that thing.
Every one of them.
Now, did this break? Did this stop up the excitement? Was this?
Oh, this was afterwards.
We found out afterwards. So hell, you was in a good spot.
This was when Granny was on her way to bed when she found. Thank the good Lord that Granny the hurdle was there.
That was the drip she found.
Granny was blocking for a minute, and then she saved me from having to replace the carpet in the entire bedroom, which we just replaced when we just installed not too long ago.
I was about to say, how far to get on that carpet?
What an idiot!
It'll happen, man.
It's a foot out on the carpet.
You had a lot of things on your mind.
I'm gonna tell you, it's 10 foot of wall, probably 10 foot of wall, and a foot off the wall. The carpet's wet.
Damn.
I mean, unbelievable. What a dumbass I am.
All right, man, stop hurting yourself.
Well, I mean, we've all been there. You know when you got something on your mind and you're one track mind.
That's it, man. I mean, you didn't think that. You won't do that again with that sink.
No, I'll never do it again. In fact, I'll probably replace that sink this weekend. We'll get a normal sink that doesn't happen.
Oh man, well, good for him.
I had my mind elsewhere.
That was a big one, man. He saved it, saved the carpet, and
Granny saved the carpet. Granny blocked me for about an hour and a half, and then she saved the carpet.
How about that, man? I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, man. I'm telling you, that's what people want to know. I know it. I know that was on a lot of people's mind. Did Clint get a W last night? And he got a W last night. All right. Hey, Tyler, you're a betting dude. I know you're gonna put money on this. I saw this, and I want the people to weigh in on this. 713-572-4610. Those of you who are on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you joining us. Initially, the Ravens started out as a 9.5-point favorite. I don't know what your bookie has it at, Tyler. I'm seeing it has dropped to 9 now.
Yep.
But they're a 9-point favorite over your Houston Texans at home. And this is the Ravens, who are the number 1 seed here lately in the games that they have played with their real team, not that game against the Steelers. They beat the hell out of the Dolphins 56-19. And then before that, they had that game where they really showed up Christmas Day, Monday Night Football, where they walked into San Francisco and beat the brakes off the Niners in a game that wasn't even close, which I think it felt like Lamar solidified the MVP that night. But you've seen your Texans. Your Texans are rolling. They, I think you could argue, are the most impressive team of Week 1. There are some impressive teams, but they go out and beat the number 1 defense in the league, a team that was rolling, a team that a lot of people thought were Super Bowl contenders in the Cleveland Browns. They beat them 45-14. And I'm rolling to you all. Is 9 points fair? Do you feel like 9 points is fair that the Ravens are favorite by that much? We're almost talking double digits. That much in this game over the Texans. Do you think it's fair? 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well.
I do. I think it's fair.
You do?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about arguably the best team in football right now. Good, really good on both sides of the ball. MVP quarterback. You're talking about a team that plays indoors, traveling to play outdoors in the cold. With the exception of last week versus the Browns, they've not played well against the better defenses. I think just being on the road, Tyler, just being on the road, is that a 3-point swing?
Typically, yes.
Yeah, I've been saying people go from 1.5 to 3 at times on the home thing, but yeah, typically most times it is.
So if you go by that rule of thumb, they're getting 3 for being at home, and then 6.5 for just being the better football team. I think that's probably fair. Yeah, I think it's fair. And if it's down to 9 now, I can see it. I can see it anywhere from 8 to 10.
Yeah, someone said I agree with Clint. No, maybe 7, not 9. CJ is too good. Like when you talk about arguably, I don't think it's an argument. Coming out of the end of the regular season, I think they were the best team in football. They went on the road and beat the hell out of the 49ers, who are the only ones that you could argue, and then they finished it up by, now I think we look at Miami a tad bit different now, but 56-19 on the Dolphins. That was a battle for the 1 seed in the AFC, and they just dominated that. Like I think they are the best team at home against a rookie coach, quarterback, and offensive coordinator when you say it out loud, yeah, okay. Just watching the Texans, though, 9 feels big to me. I don't know how you just watching.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair.
The Texans. I think it's no. I'm not going to.
I love it for my betting, though.
Tyler doesn't think it's fair. I'm not going to go out to say it's not fair. It just feels large. 9.5 was a start, which means they almost want to push it to double digits. And that just feels big with what we've watched from the Texans here of late, especially coming off what they did to the Browns, the last team to beat them. The last team to beat the Ravens, the Browns. So you think 9.5 is unfair?
I think that number's too big if you're asking me and what we've been seeing from these Texans.
So you were surprised. What did you think it would be? When you woke up, you're thinking, all right, the fair line, what did you think would have been fair?
I thought it might be around 6.5, somewhere around a touchdown number. Maybe a little less. Maybe that 5 area that you get sometimes on the road. That's what I was expecting. But when I saw a +9, I loved it. Jumped all over it and put 250 on it.
Oh.
Man, I like it. Get aggressive, man. Put it on the table.
I didn't want it to drop,
What was the
You put 250 on this?
I did. 250 big ones.
What was the line last night in the Bills-Steelers game?
Ooh, +10 for the Steelers. Yeah.
Yeah, that puts it in a little different perspective for me.
It's a good point.
I mean, the Steelers are doo-doo.
And they
were only 10. They had a 10-point.
10-point, yeah, and
you're
to be
a
honest,
turd.
They were flirting like they might keep that game within 10. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It does. It feels big to me, but we'll see. 9.5 favorite right now. We'll see. What do you think it'll end up at by the time we get there Saturday?
I bet people jumping on it like me. I bet it's going to come down. I wouldn't be shocked if before kickoff we're looking at a 7.5, somewhere in there.
And then that's probably landing at a safe place. Fair.
He put 250 on
that. He likes him two extra points, man.
On a heater.
Yeah, that's what it is though. He's feeling good. I heard him say yesterday, I haven't won this much in a weekend. I haven't won this
past
much.
weekend, boy, that is by far the most I've ever won betting on football games.
This is how it happens.
Beautiful. Just in time for my Vegas trip, too.
You got to look at this level of confidence in
When
his
are you
eyes.
going to Vegas?
I'm leaving Friday. I won't be here, actually.
Oh. I think I knew that.
I've told y'all. I was going to remind you before we got there.
You said to hell with it. Y'all ain't gonna let me go to the Super Bowl, y'all. I'm going to go myself. I'm going to take my damn self, huh? That's what you just said.
I'll get there one way or another.
Hey, I'm going to get mine in, you dirty bat.
All right. All right. As we continue rolling through here, hey, by the way, remember, we'll have C.J. Stroud, his press conference a little bit later on in the 3 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. Seth Payne's coming up as well at the bottom of this hour. All right, listen, I as we start this week, as we move through now, we know the game is Saturday coming up. I want you to think about some of the things that you are right now on Tuesday confident about for the Texans against the Ravens. Some things that you are confident about. Because, listen, however you feel about it, like the Ravens should be favored. And it would be an upset if the Texans went on the road and beat the Ravens. The Ravens, as you just said, arguably, I think the regular season was the best team in the NFL. But some of the things that you should feel confident about, some of the things right now you feel confident about, Clint, the number one thing right now going into this game that I feel confident about, and I will say this first off top before I get to that, the Texans, we talked about a bit, they can absolutely win this game. Like this would not be they need a miracle to win this game. They can play a game and win this game, right? It is not a game where it is out of reach, where you got to cross your fingers and they got to get 5 turnovers or something like that. No, the Texans are good enough to win this game. Well, to get that off the rip. But the number one thing for me that I'm confident about is they will not be intimidated by the moment or the place. Like sometimes you see teams this young, Clint, you've been around, you've seen it. Like you can walk into the building sometimes and you're like, oh, this is too heavy. This is too much. I think the Cowboys had a little bit of that when they walked into the game against the Packers. I think the Dolphins had a little bit of that this weekend. One thing that I feel really confident about, led by C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Clint, is this moment won't be too big. I don't get a sense of this will be oh, my God, the Ravens were just so much more ready for this game than the Texans were.
Yeah, look, I think that's fair. I think the days are behind us of both of the things you just mentioned. I think the days are behind us as Texans fans to where you don't go into a game and you're like, well, I mean, they can win this game. Like, they don't need a miracle. I believe those days are behind us.
I've rooted for teams that needed a miracle and everything to go right to win some of these games.
I mean, so have we. So have we. Everybody listening has to. But to your point about being intimidated by the moment or the atmosphere or the how big the second round of the playoffs is, how big it is to play for a chance to make to play in the AFC Championship kind of thing. I agree. I think D'Amico and CJ and Will and company, because I think when we talk like this, I know I'll speak for myself. There are some veterans out there that have been very, very integral in the aspect of this team that we're talking about, in terms of just being very confident, not being up and down, being steady. And so, yeah, to your point, I agree with you. I don't think it's the moment will be too big.
And the other thing for me is, and this may be one of the reasons sometimes teams feel like they need miracles, is I think it is very clear and fair that the Texans are good enough at quarterback in this game to stand up with the guy who is across the field. And that guy is going to be an MVP for the second time this year. I think that is another big thing is, I'm not going to say CJ is, right there on the level of Lamar, but he sure as hell can play with him. You don't feel like you're at such a disadvantage at that position that guy can't answer what Lamar can put up in his own way. I think that's a big one.
Yeah, I think you got a quarterback that can keep you in a shootout. You got a quarterback in C.J. Stroud that can answer back when and swing momentum or slow the momentum when a guy like Lamar Jackson makes a big play, whether it's with his arm or his legs. So, I agree there as well. At the quarterback position, there's nobody in the league right now that when you play the team that C.J. Stroud's not going to give you the opportunity to counterpunch. You got whether it's Lamar Jackson or Pat Mahomes or Josh Allen or Joe Burrow.
Left.
Yeah, I mean all these guys out. I mean, look, they're all great, but when it's all said and done, you feel like the guy that you're bringing to the fight gives you a chance to counterpunch anything they bring to the table, gives you a chance to compete and be in the game in a shootout, and that's really ultimately all you can ask.
And I'm not guaranteeing. I'm not saying they're going to go in it. I'm just saying the things to feel confident about. There are certain things to feel confident about walking into the game that are factors no matter what happens in this game. All right, a lot to get to today. As we said, Seth Payne, he'll join us at the bottom of the hour here. Sports is a tricky thing, and we potentially, as sports fans, have been tricked by a player, an athlete, that knows this city very well. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty
every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint, many people here on the text line saying, I've seen this a lot. Don't feel bad, man. I've done this a bunch of times. Don't feel bad. I did this at my house in spring. If you missed it, Clint did a little drip in his sink.
But friend, how many times have you run out of gas in the last year?
Listen, man, nobody's even talking about that, man.
It's 2024, man. Get out of the
Oh, good point. New year, new you.
Man.
Nothing like the guy that has a great weekend gambling and stuff and gets so excited and then takes shots at his buddies.
That was completely
It was out of love and fun.
It was not.
Yes, it was.
We're talking about the drip, and you're locked and loaded about gas.
Look, in all seriousness, I can never be disappointed in a man who just got excited about some sex, okay? You had other things on your mind.
But I'm just saying, you don't have to bring it up. Very much like Stephen A. says about the Cowboys. Just wait, be patient. You'll have the ability to talk about Clint running out of gas.
I'll give you the opportunity.
Because he'll give the opportunity. You don't have to make it up on top of the other one. But a lot of people are saying this is something that happens. So, because Clint beat himself up. I mean, he called himself a dumbass.
Awful.
At least 4 or 5 times.
Awful. What kind of idiot drips a sink and doesn't check and see if the damn plug is in?
He's fighting himself. Now he's going to go and get an entire new sink this weekend. Is what
I ain't got no use for
you. It's completely fixed.
Yes. Because that sink doesn't have the savior, the drain. Do regular sinks still have that? Where at the top near the lip of the sink, there's an opening where it drains back into the drain. At least saves you from. Do they have that or no?
I don't.
I know the old
I'm
school sinks did.
No. Yeah, mine doesn't. No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh well, maybe I just got to look inward.
Instead
of blaming it on the sink.
Be positive, man. I mean, that's a better cleanup than
But
busted
you did it with
pipes
all
or
of them.
something.
Hell, I mean, there's a lot of sinks in the house,
What
and
a
only
dumbass.
one.
I mean, the key is just check. Make sure that the stopper isn't in the sink before you let it drip because it's cold outside.
Yeah, that
idiot. And if you are going to let it drip, not steady flow for 4 hours.
Because you said that was the part you did say was an aggressive drip, and I'm wondering how.
I was just like everything else. I was in a for no reason whatsoever. I was in a hurry, and it's just like instead of just taking the time and making all the different nozzles are different. The old boy that built this house, it must have been half a bubble off. I mean, every countertop, every sink, every fixture, they're all different in every room. The only good thing is put a bunch of bathrooms in the house. So I got about 5 bathrooms in the house. They're all different, but they're all different. Every sink's different, countertops different, fixtures are different. I mean, it's just, oh man, here I am flooding the damn.
It's all right, man. The carpet didn't get messed up.
So my point in saying all that, every fixture was different. So I had to figure, okay, just a drip. No, not that much. Just drip. And the first one I was like, man, to hell with this. Just let it run. I'm not worried about it. It's on a well. It's not like I pay for water anyway. Yeah. It's on a well. Just let it drip. Let's let it drip for a couple of days and make sure I don't freeze up and we're all good. So next thing you know, I got wet carpet in the bedroom. Luckily,
good. You got to it. You got to it early. Linda got to it.
The good thing is Linda got to it. The bad news is Linda got to it.
Oh.
Everybody in Baytown's going to know what kind of dumbass I am.
I hate to tell you.
Within 2 days, I promise
bet she gave you hell about that.
Find you a few
She actually
more
didn't.
excuses.
She's just super helpful right now with the kid. If I went back in my single days and she came to stay with me or something, she'd have just railed me.
She's saving that one.
Now she's got these kids. She's in help mode, man.
She's in a different.
We got these grandbabies.
We'll see y'all Saturday.
All right. Seth Payne coming up here in about 10 minutes. Were we tricked? We tricked by Jalen Hurts? Because I think we all sat around, we're like, Jalen Hurts, yes, elite quarterback. Like, he's an elite quarterback. We talked about it at the start of this year, the middle of the year. We talk about elite quarterbacks. We talk about things, and like especially we talk about C.J. Stroud, guys that we would take ahead of him and things like that. Is he still an elite quarterback? Do you still view Jalen Hurts as an elite quarterback, finishing second in the MVP last year, the start of the year he had, and obviously the Eagles just had a collapse out of this world. But now watching him, are you still looking at him at that level, or have we been tricked by just one great year from Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, no, I have not been tricked. There was always a caveat with me. I mean, look, I'm extremely high on Jalen Hurts, and the caveat was, I mean, it's just like Josh Allen starting to prove, and clearly, players. There's a certain offense that some of them can fit in anything, but there's certain players that are scheme specific, and I think that. When I look at Jalen Hurts, I've always said in the right system, which is what Shane Steichen's system is. It's why the Indianapolis Colts hired him, and why the Indianapolis Colts essentially turned around and drafted Anthony Richardson. That's the scheme where you use the quarterback's legs. You're a heavy RPO team. You strive to get the middle of the field closed so that you can attack outside in one-on-one situations. You do all that versus putting your quarterback in gun, snapping the football, and asking him to process man, zone, dropping 7 or 8 guys into zone. Okay, what is it? Who's open? Who's cheating? Who's got their eyes in the back? That's not.
So you think this is more of a coaching issue and system issue?
Yes.
Because so Shane Steichen meant that much for him.
Yeah, I mean, to me it is. Yeah, I mean, I watched that game last night, and Jalen Hurts, I don't know that if this was a designed run or not, because I must not have seen it. 1 carry, 5 yards. That should never happen. Ever, never, ever happen if Jalen Hurts is your quarterback. Ever. Now, I mean, that's just that just is not. Now, unless I don't know if Jay's hurt or not. Because I think Brian Johnson, one of Baytown's finest, I think is a good offensive coordinator. It leads me to believe that Jalen's hurt. His leg, there's something wrong with Jalen. He couldn't run that offense, because there is absolutely zero excuse for Anthony Richardson, Lamar Jackson,
Justin Fields,
Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, and really at the top of that list, if we're being honest, the top of that list is Jalen Hurts, because it's what carried him to a Super Bowl last year. So, I mean, you can argue the whole Josh Allen stuff about whether they're trying to protect him, whether or not should they use his legs. There's other layers to it. With Jalen Hurts, it's plain as day.
Yeah.
I mean, so for me, if he's not in a system where they're going to use his legs, then he's not an elite quarterback. He's not an elite processor. He's not an elite passer of the football. He's just not at the NFL level.
Text line rolling through. Yep, we was tricked. Our guy Ocho Ron, I'm just glad Hurts got his bag, because man, I told you I like to really wait on this, because what this feels like is the one time I was tricked, and that was Cam. Well, let me lie. I'm not. I've probably been tricked before, but the time at the quarterback position where I'm like, yep, that dude is an elite quarterback was Cam. Cam had that spectacular season, I think it's 2015, where he just went insane, won the MVP. They got to the Super Bowl. They ended up losing to the Broncos. But, like, at that point, it was like, damn, all right, he's put it together. But it was really his outlier season, right? And I looked at it, and I am with you. It's hard for me to give the thought up that it is like, oh, man, he just got us 1 year. Because the start of this year, like, he had improved throwing the football so much better as well, right? Like, he had improved that.
Yeah.
It's just, to me, it is something bigger to me than just, because this is a year, and all right, man, we got a year and a half. This dude, and now it's just, I don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah, look, like I said, to me, the one thing that never should happen is you lose a football game with a healthy Jalen Hurts and he has 1 carry for 5 yards, ever. Number 2, you should never, ever play a football game against a team that you just flat out know is going to blitz your eyes out, and you don't have answers for the blitz. Clearly, they didn't have answers for the blitz, and they never adjusted. They continue to go empty protection. They continue to do exactly what Todd Bowles was dictating that game for the entire game, and that's unfortunate. But to me, again, you get Jalen Hurts in the right system, which is a Shane Steichen system, and you commit to that system, although it may be a little riskier if your quarterback is running more, and now that you pay him $250 million, you don't want to run him. That's who you paid, and that's how you got to play football.
Well, I guess it wasn't Nick Sirianni's system, because he's still there, and it has gotten worse. All right, coming up, let's talk to our guy on a Tuesday, Seth Payne. He will join us. We'll get his thoughts on the playoff win and what they got upcoming with the Ravens. That's next. But before we get there, guys, you hear me talk about soda weight loss often. I lost 122 pounds in 11 months. And listen, I've watched it work for many, many people. Sean Pendergast is the first person I was able to see, and I said, man, what are you doing? You got to let me know about that. Then my brother-in-law saw me and asked and said the same thing, and I told him he lost 60 pounds in 18 weeks. John McClain is dropping weight as we speak. It is something that anytime I've seen anyone give the effort to it, it works. So go to sodaweightloss.com and check out all the Google reviews on their homepage. Remember, as I say, soda is, say it with me now, state of the art.
According to Coach D'Amico, the Texans' success in their 45-14 blowout came down to one thing: confidence.
You have to be confident in these moments, right? We're not shying away from that. We're a confident team. We believe in each other, and that's what it's all about. One game at a time. Don't make the moment bigger than what it is. Play relentless football. We'll be exactly where we want to be.
Insider access.
the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as it is a Tuesday and it is playoff divisional round week for the Texans as they go to Baltimore. And we are joined by our guy each and every Tuesday, Seth Payne. You can catch him every day right here on Sports Radio 610 Payne and Pendergast, 6 a.m., 10 a.m. And we're celebrating, by the way, our guy Clint. If you missed it, many of you were wondering if you just jumped in. I've seen it on the text line. What happened last night with Clint?
Yeah,
and
Clint's he hit
Clint's
the
all
6-week
smiles.
mark on his postnatal
Clint,
area. I thought about you because I was listening to you guys on my way home, and I turned on the game, and this damn, like right after I heard you talking about, getting back together with your wife after she's had her child
herself
6 weeks ago. There's that Amazon commercial that's running during this football season, and maybe just during the playoffs, but it's this ad where, like, this couple has a newborn, and, of course, they're not getting any sleep. So the guy just starts drinking coffee, orders a coffee machine, then orders a nice coffee machine. He's just drinking more and more and more and more and more coffee as he's trying to help out with his baby. And then all of a sudden, like one afternoon, his wife winks at him, and off to the bedroom they go. And I'm like, that's not how sleep deprivation and drinking more coffee to combat the sleep deprivation goes. Like, more often than not, there's yelling and screaming. Amazon's out there trying to create marital discord. Yeah. That's not the answer, fellas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Nah.
Was yelling and screaming last night. Wasn't it?
Hey, sis, she walked by real smooth. You want an open bottle of wine? Oh, okay. Okay. And I look over and an old gray-headed woman's on the couch. I said, well, may not be a good idea with Granny over there. May need to check out. And then I got the old knock on the door. Hey, Granny got the little one. We got about 5 minutes. You got it, baby.
That's all I need, baby. It's 5 good ones. There you go.
3 minutes more than what I need.
Look, and I don't mean to break up this fun because I'm happy for you.
I'm telling you,
just wanted to pass across.
By the way, it was a lot longer than 6 weeks.
Oh, you were going to say it was a lot longer than 5 minutes.
No, I'm not one to.
I think he's being modest. I believe it was at least 7.5.
No, not even close. I'm being dead serious. That's
7.5.
Not even
Clint was like putting the dashes on with some chalk on the wall, counting every single day.
No. But I mean, I'm talking start to finish. Like, I'm talking everything.
I am too, Ron. There's nothing you can add to the equation that's going to get me to 5 minutes. There ain't nothing. There's not one thing. You can, unless you put me back in the shower as I started washing my hair.
Well, yeah, no, the foreplay has to include her. The foreplay has to include her.
No.
But listen, I don't mean to crush this, but I want to pass this note along to you and the people. Bobby Slowick has been requested by the Seattle Seahawks for an interview.
Bobby. Yeah, because of that damn love fest they gave him during the broadcast. The third quarter, they were slobbering all over just what an incredible person and offensive coordinator and everything. Yeah. And those drunk ass owners sitting at home watching TV, doing whatever exotic billionaire drugs they do. Yes. Yeah, like you knew it was going to plant a seed in their brains.
It's coming, Seth.
Yeah.
You think it happens this year?
Seth's been in denial of this.
I've been in denial. I don't know. Like, one of our listeners asked a question this morning that at first I got kind of agitated, and it was one of those things where you get agitated and then halfway through a rant you realize, like, oh, that was actually a really intelligent question. I'm the jerk, aren't I? But he said, okay, well, because I was kind of talking about how, look, the offense, you got to remember and put things in perspective. The offense is still, this season, has been kind of a mediocre offense. The team has done an incredible job of being competitive, and the defense has come a long way. The offense, they've both come a long, long way, and CJ's done some incredible things. But in total, we were just talking about, where they stand offensively and where the improvement can be and everything. And somebody asked, like, okay, well, if the offense is just average, then why is Bobby Slowick getting all this attention? And I think that the first thing I thought of was, all right, if Sean Payton had come in here and the Texans had won 5 games, I think the vast majority of people would have said, well, yeah, you got a rookie quarterback and you've got all these constraints and you don't have that much talent on the roster, and it's just part of the turnaround. When you see the things that CJ is doing, and like how he's advanced through the year, the lion's share of credit obviously always goes to the player, but I think there are a lot of coordinators. If you look at like Philadelphia last night, man, Jalen Hurts does not look like the same guy.
We just
without
our
Shane Steichen.
last segment is, did he trick us? This guy was an elite quarterback, finished second in the MVP voting. Shane Steichen leaves, and this second half of the year, it's like, who is that?
I think the difference is that Shane Steichen, I don't want to call it a gimmicky offense with Philadelphia, but it's one that was very much like you really needed like the physical ability of Jalen Hurts to make it work. And then maybe if you take the coordinator out of that equation, it's a big drastic drop off. Not to mention, I mean, he's got injury issues, and last night especially the lack of AJ Brown and everything. But I think with CJ, it's just that he's doing all this next level stuff. I don't know if you guys saw that Zaire Franklin podcast. Yeah, where they're talking about all those different things that he's doing as far as going through his progressions and using his body language to feint and everything like that. That's the stuff I think where coaches look at it and they see, okay, wow, CJ has a whole lot of ability, but the fact that they kind of took him through methodically, and so like you can chart the progression almost where I'm like, oh, okay, he was taking a lot of sacks here. Then he stopped taking sacks here, then they were starting to look like, wow, it looked almost where he was, it was getting almost predictable and when he was looking receivers off, and they realized it, so they stopped that and they made it more random and everything. So I think that's the biggest part of it when coaches look at it.
Absolutely. Look, when you look at Bobby Slowick and the appeal of him being a head coach, it is CJ obviously playing extremely well, doing advanced things, processing the game at a level. Really the only guy that I can think of is the Brady Breeze. I hate to put him in the same sentence with Hall of Famers, but when you talk about processing at a high level from the pocket, consistently making the right decision, the Bradys of the world, the Breezes of the world are the ones that you think of, and he's doing it as a rookie. And so when you look at what's going on in Houston, I think Bobby Slowick, Bill Lazor, and Gerard Johnson, those three guys right there. I don't know who's responsible for what. Mm-hmm. I don't know who deals with the quarterback the most. But those three guys right there are, and they justifiably so, deservedly so, should get a ton of credit.
Yeah.
Because I heard Chase Daniel, the old quarterback, he said a week ago or so, just said that he made the statement, and the only reason I remember is because it supported kind of my thoughts, right, on CJ. But he said this was not CJ. CJ was not throwing the football like mechanically.
Yeah.
Mechanically wasn't moving and throwing the football like he does now.
Yeah.
Was not obviously processing it. He's gotten to the league and gotten physically and mentally better at a crazy clip. And so I say all that to say, if you're a believer in that, if you buy into that, Bill Lazor, Gerard Johnson, and Bobby Slowick are going to be, some hot names to watch moving forward. Maybe not in the head coach circles, but just in
Bobby.
Bobby definitely.
But even as far as like those guys, okay, so that's looking at it from other teams' perspective. From my perspective, you hope that CJ Stroud is going to do great with another coordinator someday if Bobby Slowick gets another chance. I feel like right now it doesn't even matter who gets the credit as much as like, okay, this is the incubator that this baby is in. Everything's going awesome. It would feel a little scary, like if I'm a father of a newborn that's of a preemie that's in an incubator, if all of a sudden the doctor is like, hey, we're just going to try a new incubator. What do you think? The baby's doing fine.
Right.
That's cool with you? Yeah. I'm like, I'd prefer not to, right, doctor. Yeah. I'd like to keep him in that same incubator for a while. So that's just, I want one more year. I want 11 more months in that incubator.
I hope we get one more year, Seth, but as I'm watching it, man, especially when you then look at these other teams and kind of,
especially, like Washington's got a number 2 overall pick. They've
either got a guy in-house in Will Levis.
Their general
and
manager
Bryce
comes
Young,
from San Francisco.
Yeah, and then there's that too, the ties to Bobby. So I just don't know how many. And then the other guy that for some reason is, every time I turn the TV on, it's just a stroke show with Bill Belichick. And I understand the history, but we've got to look at the last 4 years and what it's been an absolute mess on the offensive side of the football. And so when I bump Bobby Slowick and these guys up against what I watched the last 4 years in New England, it's easy for me to go with. Give me the guy that if I get it right, he got 10 years left in him, and then I know at the very least my quarterback's going to be all right.
Yeah, I would say that too. I would say, and that's not just the Bobby Slowick thing. This isn't like a homer take or anything. If I'm a fan of another team, and I got a choice between Bill Belichick or some young up and coming coach, I'd say give me the young guy. I don't need that played out old Haggard story that we just saw up in New England. We dealt with grumpy Bill O'Brien I don't need old grumpy Bill Belichick that can't develop a quarterback. Yeah.
All right, Seth. Big game coming up. Real quick. What do you feel good about in this game against the Ravens? I know the Ravens are highly favored. What do you feel good about for the Texans walking into this game on Tuesday?
I feel good about Bobby Slowick trying to get those linebackers over pursuing and over aggressive because they're awesome, and it reminds me of Cleveland, and those guys are super athletic too. Bobby did a really good job of kind of baiting them a little bit and using their best instincts against them. So that's what I'm intrigued by. Like Bobby Slowick did a really good job of taking people who are good at making their reads and then giving them bad reads. There's that illusion of complexity that they talk about.
All right, that's Seth Payne. Catch him in the morning right here on Sports Radio 610 Payne and Pendergast. We'll talk to him next Tuesday, hopefully, with another Texans win. Speaking of that, we know who they will play as the Bills beat down the Steelers. They got the Ravens. We'll tell you how much the Ravens are favored by, and the Texans made a roster move. We'll fill you in on that. All of that coming up next on the drive.
All right, before we do that, we got to tell you about Twin Peaks, man. We got 5 lodges around the city, and I'm telling you, we've done a live broadcast from all 5 lodges, and they are absolutely beautiful. And look, somebody told me it's National Soup Month.
Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, the Texans are still in the playoffs. One of the final 8 teams left in the playoffs, and now we know who they will play since the Steelers. And they tried to come back. They got down 21. Was it 21-0?
I know they made it a one-score game, like early in the fourth.
Yeah, I said we were sitting here, and they finally got on the board with a touchdown pass to Deontay Johnson. It was 21-7 towards the end of the half. I said to Tyler, I said, "Do you think that the Steelers will ever get the ball back in a one-score game?" And he said no. You end up being right. They didn't get the ball back, but then they got that thing down to a one-score game where it's 21-14, I believe, and it just started to look, what's going on here? But they weren't able to come or 24-17, excuse me, but they weren't able to come all the way back. But that means that the Texans will go on the road Saturday, 3:30 in Baltimore to face the number 1 seed. Clint, Tyler, the people, the Ravens opened up as a 9.5-point favorite. It has already dropped a 0.5 point to 9. Tyler said he got on that. Where'd you get on, 9 or 9.5?
I got on 9. I didn't grab the hook, but I got on +9.
+9. He's put $250 on it, folks. He's on a heater, so good luck to him on that. But 9-point favorite. That fair? That feel right for the Texans Ravens on the road to you?
I think it's very fair. I think it's very fair. We're talking about the best team in football We're talking about the MVP.
As you said,
we're talking about at his place.
The Steelers, they were 10-point dogs.
Yeah.
On the road in Buffalo.
Yeah, that's a tough one to explain to me. I mean, I don't compare the two. I don't believe.
You had about 20.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think the 9 is fair. I think when you look at the Texans, they were tremendous last week, no doubt about it, against the Browns. But you gotta look at more than just last week's game, and they had struggled against better defenses. C.J. Stroud had struggled against man defenses. Yeah. I think some of that still plays in here. They're an indoor team. They're going on the road for the first time to play outdoors in the playoffs. As I said, best team in football, but really, really good dynamic on both sides of the ball, offense and defense. They're not driven by one or the other. They're really good on both. You got the MVP that is taken to this new offensive coordinator and this new system well. They get Mark Andrews back. He's healthy. They got a stable of weapons over there now for Lamar Jackson. And so, look, I think 9.5 to open at, and I agree with Tyler. I think he jumped on it now because he obviously feels like it's going to go down. It wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't at 7.5 or maybe even 8.
That feels more right to me. Yeah. The 7 range.
Yeah. Look, I just
felt high.
This is I'm there on the Texans. I believe they are a playoff caliber football team. They deserve to be where they are at. They've earned every bit of it. But you finna come up against the best in the game, and I mean that in multiple ways. And right now, until you prove that you're ready for it, I think the odds makers, the money typically is going to give the Ravens a lopsided advantage as it pertains to lines and betting.
Yeah, the Ravens finished the season as the best team in the regular season. They had the best year in the regular season. Two of their last victories were on the road against the 49ers, who they blew them out, and then they blew out the Dolphins, and that was a game to determine who was going to be the 1 seed in the AFC, and they destroyed the Dolphins. So I thought it would be between 6 and 7, so 9 feels a bit high to me, but they are a really, 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 really good football team, and we'll see what happens. Some news for the Texans, to get your thoughts on this. We understand that Noah Brown, who we talked about yesterday, was placed on IR. So the Texans, they have signed Steve Sims to the active roster from the practice squad. So he's going to be a part of this thing. I know he's somebody that you like, that you don't mind, and somebody that we could potentially see a part of the offense in the game on Saturday against the Ravens.
Yeah, look, I like what Steve Sims brings to the table. More importantly, I like what Bobby Slowick has done with him. He's not a guy that you just throw out there and say, man, this guy can play any of the wide receiver positions. Go run the route tree and do this. No, I mean, he's not. He is a package guy, and we've seen Bobby Slowick multiple times last week and several times throughout the season. We've seen Bobby Slowick use the jet sweep actions, the ghost motions behind the quarterback, some of the different screen game that they've gotten creative with. We've seen that, and to me, that's who Sims is. Whether you put him in the game, because look, here's the reality of it is, when he goes in the game, like the coaching point all week for Baltimore is going to be, hey, Sims in the game, look for gadgets, look for gadgets. So whether you're creating something for him and putting him in a position to win with the screen game, quick game, something along those lines, or if it's just, hey, I know when I get Steve Sims on the field, the defense is going to ID him, the defense is going to think this is coming, but we're going to hit him at the back door. We're going to hit him with Brevin Jordan, or we're going to hit him with something opposite. So any way it goes, I just like the method to the madness of Sims being the choice here. It's not just, hey, we got our fifth receiver. We can put him anywhere on the field we need him if and when we need him. I like there's a little more substance behind him being on the field and what he brings to the table.
Today, we'll get the official injury report today. Tomorrow is going to be a bigger deal. Obviously, it does move up. They had a lighter practice, as reported today, but Aaron Wilson reports guys not practicing today for various reasons, from injury to rest. No Jerry Hughes, no Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, Robert Woods, Malik Collins, Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, and Sheldon Rankins. The only one to me is Jerry Hughes that would jump, because unless somebody else re-aggravated an injury, Jonathan Grenard looked pretty good on that ankle. Will looked better when they got to kind of have him play the amount of snaps they needed. Robert Woods looked fine. So Jerry Hughes is really the only one that you look at and wonder, that I'm really looking at, that I believe won't practice tomorrow in some form or fashion. That's the only one that to me is really concerning.
I agree. I'm right there with you. That's the guy to keep an eye on. Is in terms of is it rest? Is it a vet day? Is it? I mean, at this point in time, there are no vet days. It's ultimately are you resting because we're on short weeks and we play on Saturday again and we're at that point in the year where it's all or nothing. We can't afford to lose anybody in practice. Or are you legitimately injured? And I think most of those guys are vet rest days, not vet rest days, just rest days, playoff rest days. And Jerry Hughes is the one that you go, okay, if he does get back on the field, is he trending towards playing? You know, what's going on with Jerry? Because they could use that depth there. Yes,
the depth.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, we talked about the game yesterday that was most important in the AFC with the Texans, figuring out they're going to go to play the Ravens because the Bills beat the Steelers. The second game, we're looking at it now, the Bucs, they blow out the Eagles 32-9, Clint, and this is the completion of one of the greatest collapses that we've ever seen in the NFL, Clint. This team started out 10-1. After going to the Super Bowl last year, 10-1, and they had, and it was against good teams. They had a streak where they beat the Eagles, or they beat the Cowboys, they beat the Bills and the Chiefs all in a row, and then it just went to hell. They finished this thing off 1-6, losing the division lead, losing the 1 seed, and then having to go to Tampa on the road, and this was not even close last night, and it feels like there are going to be some major ramifications to this. We're already hearing that Jason Kelce has told teammates that he is going to potentially retire their All-Pro and Hall of Fame center. And now the thought is, how big should this go, Clint? And Nick Sirianni, the head coach, is being talked about. Howie Roseman, the GM's being talked about. Hell, people even talking about Jalen Hurts. Should something major happen with this team for you, Clint?
Yeah, not just because they finished 1-6. Because look, we can't erase the Super Bowl run and the 10-1 start. Those are both just. I mean,
Nick Sirianni's been a head coach and he's been to the playoffs all 3 years. Yeah. Went to the Super Bowl and won 11 games.
I mean, it's tremendous, right? I mean, you can't just wash all that away because of what happened the last 8 ball games if you count last night, or does 1-6 count last night? Anyway. When it's all said and done, like I wouldn't just make sweeping changes or any changes if it were just, hey man, you had a rough finish. But when I watch that football team, I sat right here, Ron, and we talked about Jalen Hurts and the tangible, the intangible, the leadership, the it factor, how powerful it is, yada yada yada, and I don't know what happened. I agree with a lot of stuff I heard this morning. I don't know what's happened in that locker room, on the coaching staff. I have no idea, but this isn't just a bad run of luck.
This isn't just, A.J. Brown got hurt and Jalen was injured a little bit.
To me, there is something different about this football team. And because of that, the powers that be that know what it is, I believe they got to make major changes. You look at the tackling issues defensively. You look at the fact
whole
that,
defense, that whole deal.
I mean, they inserted Matt Patricia, booted their play caller mid-year, which I hate. I hate that. I mean, when you're 10-1,
and what and the hearing is there are a lot of defensive leaders that didn't love that,
right? So I mean, there's just whether it's the coaching staff and some of the moves, or you look at some of the dumbass comments that Nick Sirianni made after the Kansas City game. How silly is that? I'm sure that's not the only time he's done that. You look at the dynamic of Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown going at it on the sideline multiple times throughout the year. Dallas Goedert, it looked like last night, had some comments. And you know, there's the dynamic of what naturally happens when you lose a coordinator like Shane Steichen to Indianapolis. You got to bring a new guy in. There's some growing pains.
They lost both their coordinators to head coaching jobs.
Yeah, so I don't. I mean, it seems to me, Ron, that this is bigger than just a a bad, a run of bad luck, if you will. It seems to me like they need to make some changes somewhere along the way.
You know better than me on the the whole has he lost the team type of deal.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That just, like you said, man, that just looks like they just got too much talent for them to look the way they do.
Well, I agree. I agree, Ron. Here's the thing. That silly stuff, that silly stuff, like, and look, it's just a reality of it. If you win ball games,
it works.
It works, yeah. Right? Let me tell you what. If Mike McDaniel for some reason starts losing in Miami and they end up start next year 2-6 or something, all that standing in front of the team and talking about why you're a badass and all that silly stuff on the practice field, nobody's going to respond. Which it's a new age of coaching. I get it. It's effective. It's been effective. It's been successful in the league. But when it goes south and you're not winning ball games, all that stuff falls by the wayside, and it's going to be used against them. And Nick Sirianni, I think, is probably in a spot where the silliness it rubs people thin because you're 1-6 in the last 7 games.
It's crazy to say this because, dude, if you just look at it and you just say, all right, man, he came in for Doug Peterson, and we looked at Jalen Hurts, and that didn't seem to work. And they adjusted and became a run-aggressive team, and they make it to the playoffs. His first year, they lose to the Bucs and Tom Brady, but they make it to the playoffs. And then the next year, they're the best team in the NFC, arguably in the league during the season, and they just waltz to the Super Bowl and have a chance to win the Super Bowl, come back, start 10-1, and they end up winning 11 games to get to the playoffs again. Like, that's hard to say. Like, a major move needs to happen when you have all of that success. But that's how bad it looks like this has been, that somebody has. Listen, the owner can't go. Jeffrey Lurie's not going. So Howie Roseman may need to. Nick Sirianni may need to. Or Jalen Hurts. Those are like the 4 major positions. Well, they just gave Jalen Hurts a whole bunch of money, so I don't think Jalen's going anywhere. All right, the owner's not going to fire himself. It's got to be one of those two. It's got to be Howie Roseman or it's got to be Nick Sirianni. Howie Roseman has shown he can put together a good roster multiple times and has been to 2 Super Bowls with the roster he's put together. It feels like this needs to be a Nick Sirianni thing, which is crazy to say your first 3 years as a coach that you make it to the playoffs every year and you go to the Super Bowl.
Ron, it's a very easy decision, though. Right?
It is, isn't it?
I mean, if you're on the inside and this guy's lost the team and he's literally pulling the rug out from underneath this defensive coordinator and giving play calling duties to Matt Patricia, the offense, which he's an offensive-minded guy, isn't he?
Yes.
The offense under Brian Johnson. I'm not pushing blame anywhere, but under Brian Johnson has fallen off a map. You just lost a playoff game where Jalen Hurts had 1 rush for 5 yards. I'm gonna tell you, man.
And Baker Mayfield carved you up.
Yes, absolutely. Guys didn't tackle well. I mean, it's just like there's a couple things on defense you got to tackle, and if your quarterback is Jalen Hurts, you got to use the quarterback in the run game. We're going to decide that before we ever pay him a bunch of money. I like that. Those are the things that if Nick Sirianni has lost this team to the point of where that kind of crap's going on, and you know it, and you're a decision maker in that building, then it's easy to pull the trigger.
Yeah. All right, coming up. The number one concern I have right now, listen, just kind of diving in early. We got till Saturday. But the number one concern that I have right now going into this game for the Texans as they face the Colts. I'll get Clint your thoughts on it. We'll discuss that coming up next. But guys, you've heard me talk about soda weight loss a lot, and it is no joke, no tricks to it. I've tried every kind of diet fad. You can name them right now. Think of them in your head. I have tried it, I promise. And this routine has been the best routine I've ever followed. And I'm just telling you right now, it works, and I've seen many people have success. Go to sodaweightloss.com. Check out the left part of the site, the Soda at Home Nationwide tab, and you can change your life like I have. Soda is, say it with me now, state of the art.
AFC, you've been put on notice. The Texans of on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Believe in big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully, we do hear from C.J. Stroud. Actually, not hopefully. We will hear from C.J. Stroud at one point. It is, obviously, it is a Saturday game, so everything is pushed up. So normally he speaks on Wednesday, but it will be Tuesday today. We will make sure we have that for you whenever C.J. Stroud does come and speak to the media. So we'll make sure we have that in full for you. So be ready for that at some point today as we roll through playoff week, Clint. And we got a lot to get to through the week, a lot to break this thing down. I know Clint has already started watching the film in the Browns game, and I'm sure we'll watch a lot of the film on the Ravens and what they've done down the stretch. But right now, Clint, because we talked about this a bit last week, and I was not as concerned about this with the Browns. And I know for you, you were a bit. But right now, if I had to just take at it, right now it's Tuesday, not diving a ton in, not knowing as much as we will know down the line. The number one thing that concerns me right now, hey, and I'll let you, listen, you can hear mine here in a bit. You can send yours in right now. I don't know why I'm talking in that rhythm right now. Let me stop and
I thought you were going somewhere with it.
I was.
I like it. I think you should do the rest of the show like that.
I don't know why that rhythm was going like that.
Usually when you fix get real smart-ass, it's just where that's going. That's usually fixing it.
Let me reel that right back in.
I like that cadence right there.
713-572-4610. Your number one concern right now, also on YouTube and Twitch, you got to see me get into that. That was almost like a robot I was doing right there with it. But my number one concern, Clint, going into this. See, last week you talked about, after watching the number the Colts did on that Texans' vaunted run defense with Jonathan Taylor and Moss when he got in the game, and Jonathan Taylor almost rushing for 200 yards by his damn self, not to mention Moss going in, getting the game, and if Jerry Hughes didn't get himself injured, it felt like they were just going to keep running the ball down their throats on that
Couldn't
drive.
stop the run.
They faltered and struggled. And you talked about it with Cleveland. We talked about because Cleveland, hey, man, they're fourth in the league in attempts. I just didn't think that the Browns could run the football on the Texans. We saw them the week before, or a couple of weeks before. They didn't do it. I wasn't as concerned. Clint, I am here. My number one concern is watching that Colts game and just how they got almost whatever they wanted throughout the entirety of the game without a running quarterback to have to worry about with just the backs. That, to me, scares me. And it's both games that the Texans played against the Colts. I know many people didn't want to say that first game didn't matter. Well, in this game, that's probably the best running quarterback that they faced, running quarterback with a run game that likes to include the running quarterback. Now, that Kyler was his second game back, a little bit of that. But Anthony Richardson, when they played him for the quarter, they could not stop him in the run game. And that combination. So for me, looking at what the Ravens have with Gus Edwards, Justice Hill, and they added Dalvin Cook to that run game with Lamar, that right now is the number one concern going into this game for me, Clint, for the Texans is I couldn't see the Browns doing what the Colts did. But I can not only see the Ravens doing what the Colts did, I could see the Ravens doing it better.
Yeah, if you're talking the number one rush team in the league. I mean, in terms of $150, $156, I think it is per game. I mean, they are they're going to run it. They're going to run it really well. The question is how much of that happens in scheme. How much of it is Lamar Jackson having to run around and do his thing. Either way it goes, he is the one guy that while I don't think you can call it as a play caller. You can damn sure bank on throughout a four-quarter game that Lamar Jackson's going to keep a few drives alive, and he's going to potentially hit his head on the goalpost. But you know, his athletic ability.
The threat of him,
it changes the game. I'm going to tell you, I agree with you. Look, anytime you bump up against the best run team in the league, you got to be concerned about it, especially when you've been susceptible to it of late.
2 weeks ago,
because I do think like I think there's a handful of teams in the league that just have a different mentality. When Wade Smith was on with me a couple weeks ago, he was talking a little bit about, how offensive line play is coached differently and how offensive line play and offensive linemen are more aware of some of the tolls that the game has taken on some of the old guys that played the game in a physical fashion. And I agree with it, it makes perfect sense, right? There are certain players in the league that play like Larry Allen played the game. There are certain teams in the league that just, whether it's they coach it, whether it's the type of player that they go get, it's a type of player that they want to retain. There are certain teams in this league that, as a team, they are just more physical than everybody else. Baltimore's one of them. Whether we're talking about their defense, whether we're talking about their run game, I just believe that San Francisco is one of them. I mean, it just plays, and it plays in a big way. And when you run the ball for $150 plus every game, that run game, that physicality up front is definitely going to scare the hell out of some folks.
Yeah, as someone just texted in, there isn't a Jonathan Taylor walking through the door. Listen, I'll just say that if you watch that, Jonathan Taylor wasn't getting touched at times. I'm not saying that anybody – like Zach Moss was – when he got carries in that game, Zach Moss was getting through, right? Well, and you just, as you just talked about, you cannot undersell like what it means that you got to stop the dude that's the quarterback. Like you have to be contained on that. That's going to hold linebackers. That's going to hold Jalen Petrie, who likes to play it up there. It is an issue when you have that. And Justice Hill and Gus Edwards and Dalvin Cook are definitely capable of doing at least what Zach Moss did.
Well, that's where I was going with the whole offensive line. Like Indianapolis's offensive line, I know it didn't show all year long, but Indianapolis's offensive line is just wired different.
Yep.
Baltimore's is wired different. San Francisco, wired different. So, I mean, look, you can say, well, Jonathan Taylor's not over there, and there's some truth to that. I mean, maybe they don't have a guy that's going to do what Jonathan Taylor does, is make Blake Cashman completely miss in the hole, even though I'll argue Dalvin Cook has done that plenty of times. And then have the ability to take the ball the distance from anywhere on the field. Although, again, I'll argue Dalvin Cook can do that as well as anybody. But when it's all said and done, it's the mentality that gets at me. And you're spot on. I mean, that's a big concern here going into this weekend's game.
You just say it out loud. The number one rushing offense coming in with Lamar Jackson on it. And we know what he can do. And we know he didn't – like, this is the playoffs, so you would think that they would be more likely to even allow Lamar to do more than they did during the regular season in terms of the run game after what just happened 2 weeks ago. After what just happened 2 weeks ago against the Colts, it is my number one concern. All right, as I said, we'll let you know and get you ready when CJ speaks. And this is sometimes hard for me to do, Clint, but I think I have to be man enough and owe someone an apology.
Oh, you owe somebody an apology.
Oh, damn, so.
Wow.
I don't know if you would say it's an apology, but I got to step up and be a man about something that I've said.
Oh.
And I'm a man about it.
I can't wait to hear this one.
We'll do that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet, baby. Right now,
settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, in a second, I will express what I meant about somebody I need to speak up about. Real quick, we were just talking about it. What are your number one as we sit right here Tuesday? We got several days that we'll be able to talk about your number one concern. My number one concern is the Texans' ability to stop the Ravens' run game. 2 weeks ago, after we saw what happened with the Colts just got whatever they wanted and looked like they were about to really dominate and run away with that game. And this is the number one rush offense with so many different. I mean, they've had 2 injuries to major running backs, and they've continued to just keep rolling with this thing as they lost J.K. Dobbins in the first game of the year against the Texans, and then the Mitchell kid they lost as well, who was running really well. But they continued to do it. Their last game against the Dolphins, they ran the ball really well with Justice Hill and Gus Edwards, and now they add Dalvin Cook to this, and he's been there for a couple of weeks looking at this. I'm seeing some other people saying number one thing is to stop Lamar from going on a heater that concerns them. See some others that say it is Lamar, it is us being able to run the football against them, not being able to run the football against them. A lot of people jumping in. People commented on this. Lamar is not like Gardner Minshew throwing the football. We can focus more on the run with Lamar. Lamar's the MVP, and his ability to do both is what you can focus. And I know you've been talking about it, and you'll talk about it more with all the weapons that they have, even in the passing game with Mark Andrews and Zay Flowers and Odell Beckham and Bateman and Likely, who they've come with. Like I think that's what makes it so hard is he's the best in the game in terms of running the football from the quarterback position and knowing what to do there, and he's pretty damn good against the pass too and passing the football as well. So I don't know if there's an advantage with just being able to focus on one thing with Lamar.
Well, I've got my concern. I'm gonna save that till tomorrow, Ron. We'll circle back to
That's
your.
A tease right
I
there,
think this is. I think your topic there's got legs. I've got one I need to do a little digging on, so I'm going to save that. But look, the reality about Lamar Jackson is he's the most dynamic player that the quarterback position has ever seen at any level. And he has committed himself to his craft in terms of becoming a better, more understanding passer of the football, becoming a better processor. Whatever shortcomings Lamar Jackson has had in his NFL career that one might want to bring up wasn't due to the fact that he was incapable of doing something. It was because he had such a dynamic set of legs that he didn't have to do a whole lot. He's proven now that he can put his nose down and he can become a better passer of the football, a guy that understands defenses better, a guy that understands his offense significantly better, and it's starting to show with Lamar Jackson in a big way. And so I don't, and I've said this from jump, Ron. You and I have talked about this. Lamar Jackson's arm talent in terms of being able to throw off platform, having his body, maybe it's coming off of an RPO and his feet and everything are set, to use a baseball reference, in left field, and then he flips a slant to right field or a tight end seam to right field. He has elite arm talent. Like, I think that's probably one thing in the league that people don't talk enough about, and it's good enough it should be harped on. Like, Lamar Jackson's ability to stand tall in the pocket and naturally throw over the top, as well as drop the arm slot and make a very difficult throw to the mid-range game, is tremendous. It's not Pat Mahomes, but who is? It's not Josh Allen, but who is? But he's flirting with those guys, and I'm telling you, we don't talk about it enough. So I'm anxious to dig more into Lamar Jackson, just simply because I haven't watched a ton of it with Todd Monken, this new offensive coordinator that came out of Georgia. I'm anxious to see, and I'll be honest with you, the stats. I hear everybody talking about the MVP conversation. Well, the stats aren't what they were with his MVP. I think that's a good thing as it pertains to Lamar Jackson. Not necessarily all of us Texans fans.
Oh, they clearly didn't just run him.
Well,
he still had the most rush yards by any quarterback.
Sure.
With 800 plus.
I think it's just indicative, though, of them and him being committed to trying to take that next step, trying to be better as an entire offense and be more – when you bring more to the table, you're more difficult to stop. And Lamar Jackson is already difficult enough to stop himself. But if he's distributing the football in the quick game, in the screen game, and the RPO game, and all these things, not only is it efficient, but now all of a sudden you got to defend sideline to sideline and spy the quarterback. And oh, by the way, they got guys that can get over the top now too. So. I can't let anybody on that text line or anywhere else disrespect Lamar Jackson. And I like Gardner Minshew. He does some really good things, but you should never shape your mouth to say. And I know it wasn't the point. I know the texter wasn't saying that Gardner Minshew is better than Lamar, but there's that's borderline disrespectful to even include the names.
I think you get yourself in trouble. We're just going to we're not going to focus on the pass. We just really focus on stopping the run. And to the point you're making, that's one of the big improvements this year you can see with all the weapons they have. All right, as we roll through, I'll say this. There was a time a couple of years ago, we were sitting here in this very studio, the three of us, and I said, I just don't believe Nick Caserio is going to be the man and the guy that brings this team back to winning. And I believed it in my heart. I remember the thing that pushed me over the edge was when they decided to go Jeff Driscoll, who, by the way, did not step on that field, as I did not think he would against Cleveland.
He was inactive.
What'd you say? But had he been active, they would have used that sucker.
Oh, they definitely went to it at some point. That ball game, as much as they were struggling on offense, they went to it.
But when the tight ends coach said him and Nick came together and they were looking to move Jeff Driscoll to tight end, they really felt like he was an athlete.
Because he was freakishly athletic.
He was freakishly athletic. And that was on top of many, which I still stand by, I believe, blunders and awful decisions that were made by the front office and Nick Caserio. But I was wrong. It is clear they are in the second round, in the divisional round of the playoffs, and a lot of it has to do with moves he's made, things he's done. Now, I do think that there has been development that has really helped by other guys here, but he had a part in these guys being here in terms of the coaching staff, the developers, and the players. You cannot look at Nico Collins and say, God, that has to be what Nick envisioned him to see, right? You can't look at the decisions that were made with Tank Dells and those guys later in the draft. And as we're seeing the Blake Cashman move, it's really turned out. Christian Harris, that move has really opened up and turned out, not just the big ones. And it is clear I'm wrong. They are here. They are here. They are a game away from getting to a place that this organization has never been, and that is the AFC Championship game. So, Nick, you got it. I did not. Boy, I did. I thought, boy, that they're just going to keep shooting themselves in the foot by making some mistakes, so many mistakes. And he has been a big part of why that you can look up and down the list of guys he's drafted or free agents or people he's brought in. Dalton Schultz has been a big help. Devin Singletary, that's a huge move that has turned out to be a big one. Now, he has some issues, but I think as we're looking at it right now, the good is far outweighing the negative. Like the Kenyon Green thing, hell, you ain't gonna get, now we're at a place where we ain't going to get them all. Right, so I did not think Nick Caserio was going to be able to be the guy in charge of things as this group gets back to winning, and they have done that. So good for you, Nick. Shout out to you, Nick.
Well, that's nice of you.
And I just want to say I still stand by the mistakes and the things that were before, but
I knew something like this was coming with you two in there buying all these vests up here recently.
That didn't have anything to do with it. I wish he'd stop wearing the vest so much, if I could be honest with you.
But y'all just started wearing your vests.
But he's it's a daily for him. Whatever.
I've never had a problem with
That's true.
Nikki vest.
You've always rocked the vest.
Well, I mean, I've never had a problem with vests either, but I've never had a problem with Nikki vest. I think I could lean in and maybe give him a little advice of how to rock them from time to time.
I would like to see a couple of change-ups.
And see, that surprises me because you're a purple over peach kind of guy. You're a risk taker.
But he's not taking risks. He's just going vest every time. Hey, maybe give me a good, nice little suit. Give me a little button up.
Oh, you just want
to kind of.
Well, hell, you just need to go in there and give him. I mean, you want to take over the wardrobe, huh? Take over the whole closet.
Just give me a vest once or twice.
Hey, just give me the keys to the closet, man. Hell with it.
Yeah. Text line coming in. Kenyon Green will be a beast next year. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if he's going to get on the field next year. But
it is completely irrelevant at this point, as it pertains to the conversation we're having. it is completely irrelevant. You look at Derek Stingley Jr.'s balling.
Another one.
You look at 2 of the first-round draft picks went to Will Anderson, absolutely balling.
Kid is a freaking baller.
C.J. Stroud, absolutely balling. We'll see what they do with the one this year. And then, as you mentioned, man, Juice Scruggs, second-round balling. Moved up to get Nico Collins and Tank Dell, your
Patterson
top 2 wide receivers.
A good center in the
Yes. I mean, you look at Christian Harris, drafted, balling.
He has proved me wrong.
I know people are disappointed in Jalen Petrie right now, but he is a true blue starter in this league that's going to be a problem moving forward. I mean, you've just got, when you start, Brevin Jordan, balling, relatively speaking, to where he was drafted.
Didn't cut him. That became a really smart move.
Yeah, man. I mean, so it's
shout out to you, Nick.
I mean, Davis Mills has done a great job putting his knee in the turf this year, man.
All right, go ahead, man. What you got?
Well, he has. He's done a hell of a job.
All right.
I got a football horny clip.
Couldn't make it over Case, man.
I got a football horny clip of the day that I found. D'Amico Ryans on Texans All Access. And I got good news. We're going to be out amongst the people again on Friday. I'm going to tell you where that's at and tell you a little bit about what we got going on. And I watched some film, y'all. I watched a little bit of film. We'll see if we can get to that. All that coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610. But before we do that, I got to tell you about Louis Flory, Over the Ability Tree Experts. If you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on
advocates, real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, we got a little news, boys. I know Tyler's in there. I don't know if it's quite breaking news, but he's got all kind of stuff coming up. The next 2 hours of our show is going to be lights out, so you might want to stay your ass plugged in.
Lights out, baby.
Lights out. Lot going on, man, when it's playoff week, when you got a squad in the playoffs, if you know what I mean. But guess what, guys? Well, I guess not guys. Guess what, Ron? We're going to be out among the people one more time this weekend. It's on Friday night, Bob.
Oh, so we got another Football Friday playoff edition. I won't name sponsors until I know it for sure, but
yeah,
we got another Football Friday.
Even though you can probably throw Lamishi Wakana around, and you pretty much put them name on damn near anything. Anything that's not claimed, you can put Lamishi Wakana on it right now. I think the boss will appreciate it.
You know, damn it, to hell with it. Yeah, so we got another Football Friday presented by the good folks at Lamishi Wakana. Playoff edition.
I don't know if it is or not, but
right.
They got some good playoff money, but nonetheless, we're gonna be out again, bud.
The drive is
where
live.
we at?
Well, what'd you think about Tom's Watch Bar?
I told you, man. I was telling Courtney about it. I was like, "That's a good spot."
Yeah,
I'm gonna take. That's what I would take. We can go watch some games. I take the fellas down there. That's
absolute no question.
Food spot.
No question. When you walk in, it is definitely like the vibe is you came to obviously Watch Bar. You came. There's a hiccup, Chief.
I wasn't sure.
You came to watch ball. Okay, pull you up a seat anywhere you want to. And they're not through. They're not through putting TVs up right now. By the way.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Dan that runs the joint. Yeah, they ain't through putting TVs up. So Tom's Watch Bar Friday.
So there again.
Tom's Watch Bar downtown, Caroline and Dallas, right next to the what was that? What's that place called?
Right next to the House of Blues. Man, we had a good time out there. Good turnout. Come on out again.
Absolutely. Come hang out with us. Here's the deal. I don't have the details yet, but apparently we've got some Texans autographed items that the old boss man's been rat holing back there for a while now.
Well, I knew we'd have something to hook the folks up.
Come on, man. I don't know who it is. But I have seen some Derek Stingley stuff. I have seen some Laramie Tunsil stuff. I have seen some old school J.J. Watt stuff laying around. I don't recall whether I saw. I mean, we surely have C.J. Stroud stuff because we always do because we are Sports Radio 610. But I just hadn't seen it. But nonetheless, some autographed items will be raffled off, given away while Ron and I are out there. Tyler, you think we can talk to Boss Man? I mean, it's playoffs, man. You think we can talk to Boss Man and maybe letting you slide out there?
That'd be fun.
Maybe just half the show.
But I'm going to be in Vegas, my friend.
Yeah, he ain't going to be there.
I will be in Vegas on Friday. The drive will be Tylerless.
Not tireless, Tylerless. That is great. I'll be damned. I forgot that I forgot that once you found out that we were all going to Vegas.
Now, are you watching it? You watching the game there? You going to be there?
Oh yeah. I'm going to be sat down properly at a sports book, locked in.
Here's what I need you to do, man. And this is just the responsibility. By the way, Tom's Watch Bar, Caroline, Dallas, downtown, right next to House of Blues. Boom, parking garage right there. About come through, hang out with us. We had a great crowd there last time. Come through and check out the place. You can thank us later because if you frequent coming downtown, you bring your old lady to grab dinner every now and then. You come into the city. If you do live outside, you come down. Great spot, as Ron said, to grab a couple of drinks before dinner. You got your fellas coming in town. You want to take them out downtown before all your crazy shenanigans start. Boom, this is a great place to grab you some drinks. Centrally located, and you will not regret it.
That's right. And the boss is always listening. Park did confirm it is presented by Lamishi Wakana.
There you go. I knew that was a little bit of a roll of the dice, but what the hell, man? Tyler,
in there somewhere.
Tyler, I feel like since you're going to Vegas, roughly what would that be? So the Friday's going to be what, the 20th, 19th?
No, Saturday's the 20th.
19th.
Okay, so the 19th. So he's going down there roughly a month. Oh hell, it's not. No, it's 2 weeks before we go, right?
Yeah.
Because we leave like the 4th or the 6th or something like that, right?
Yeah, whatever. The week of
your
the
Super Bowl trip.
Well, I mean, here's
Cool.
the deal. Here's the deal, Tyler. Lose the attitude, because here's the deal. You're going out there 2 weeks in advance. You got to do some scouting, man.
Okay. I'm coachable. You know this.
I mean, it's the right thing. Anytime you go on vacation somewhere, you know your boys are going a week or a month in advance. Like, you should be able to say, hey, fellas, I got this casino host over here at such and such. I told him y'all were coming in. Here's his number.
Oh, you want a hookup? Yeah, that's a find a relationship with somebody in this weekend.
Well, yeah, that's what you should do. That's what you should do. In fact, you know
I'm
what?
all over it.
I did it. You know, I did it for my boy Ryan Mallett. God bless your soul, rest in peace, brother. But I mean, I hooked him. Like when I went out to Vegas one time, I said, "Hey, man, my boy's coming out here in a week. I'm gonna give him your number." Because I met a host out there that was really cool, football fan. Boom, put it on him. Dude went out there, and as Mallett was known to do, had him a hell of a time.
That's
now,
a bro move.
I mean, you would give me and Ron a serious head start.
At least a couple restaurants.
Because we got it. No, I don't need no recommendations for restaurant. I got that part, Ron. I got that. I need some boots on the. I need some boots on the ground type stuff. So,
Okay.
I mean, I need some boots on the ground.
I'll start a note on my phone, and I'll take notes the whole time I'm there, and I'll send them y'all's way.
You two think I'm bull jobbing?
No, I'm being dead serious.
I can see it.
Dead ass.
I mean, we got to get that. We got to work when we get down there. We don't have time to be jacking around.
Work.
Yeah, I mean, we need to go look down and go. Let me find Tyler's text.
Air quotes,
here it is, Ron. I'm gonna shoot this old boy a text that
we got to work. We ain't got time to be jacking around.
I ain't got time. I'm gonna shoot this old boy a text that in the last break of our show, and by
business trip.
By the time we get there, he'll have it set up.
Bam, bam, bam.
How did it happen? It started with T Mill. Real deal is what I've heard.
Always does.
Real deal is what I've heard.
Mm-hmm. T Mill, real deal till I die.
I just think that since you went ahead and jumped out there, and you're gonna go down there 2 weeks in advance. I think you should lay some groundwork for you boys.
I think I can do that for y'all. What are bros for? You know.
What I mean, is there anything off the top of your head other than a casino host and something, things along that you could maybe help us with?
Landry Locker actually gave me some pretty solid recommendations.
I don't want secondhand stuff. Hell no, I don't want secondhand stuff.
Okay, it'll all be.
I need you
take some time to really investigate yourself.
I need you to take you an Adderall. Get up in the morning, take you half an Adderall, and go on a mission.
God.
Okay.
Go on a mission.
I am packing the Addy.
I'm afraid he's not going to remember.
He's taking notes in his phone, Ron.
No, I really am. I got it. I'm serious.
But I'm just saying.
You're going to have the best trip
my
ever.
concern is when Tyler turns the corner. And we know what turns the corner. That might be the best info we find, and I don't know how much he's going to remember once Tyler turns the corner.
You know what? Now that we're thinking,
I'll just make the notes even more fun.
Hey, even better, right?
Yes, that should enhance the notes you get.
I mean, I don't need to know the color of the bikini. I don't need all that stuff. I'm talking about a casino host and some restaurants and that kind of thing.
I am packing the banana hammock for sure.
But if you did have the color,
I'm begging.
You did have the color. We would. We'll hear for
Ron.
It's American flag.
Ron, I'm begging. Will you please send a picture of yourself at a pool in Vegas in a banana hammock?
Sure.
Please.
Yeah. I already have it on my eye calendar here to take care of the hair on my thighs later this week before I go.
Your inner thighs are up near your hip flexors.
Oh, it's
Both.
everywhere, dude. I'm a hairy man.
Let it go. I think you should just have Big Daddy.
Just don't do the Nair thing again.
Oh, God. I will never do Nair again. My nipples still hurt.
I think you should just have Big Daddy Long Leg. Like you got a whole nest of Big Daddy Long Legs down there just trying to fight their way out of that banana hammock. I think that would be awesome.
Tyler,
that's what it would look like.
I think you should do it.
Tyler, on the text line, someone texting, can you please actually pass along that Vegas list from Landry?
Yes.
Some people out there who would like to.
Well, Landry's going to be there. Hell, we can knock on Landry's door and ask him.
Wait, Landry's going too?
Am I not supposed to be talking about this?
I don't know. I mean, I
thought this was all confirmed.
I don't know.
I just didn't know it was public yet. But I mean, hey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, now they know.
Yeah, hell yeah, we're all going to Vegas. Everybody except Tyler and Figgy. I think Figgy's going.
I think Figgy's going.
Everybody but Tyler's going.
Are you being serious?
It's not been.
Yes.
See, this is why.
Damn. That hurts.
Well, Clint's football at 4 here, right here, taking off.
Talk about taking me from midnight to 6.
That didn't take you down.
Man, you just.
Ouch.
Just a little limp, huh? That's a bad deal, man. All right, man.
Let's get it back up.
Just get that recruiting done, man. Get a little get that recruiting done down there so that me and Ron can hit the ground running. We don't have a lot of time. We got to work, man. So we got to be efficient when we get down there.
John, Sean.
All right. I know the assignment. I'm all over it.
Tyler.
Blue 80.
Brandon
Easy.
Aaron.
White 90.
Adam Spillane going?
I don't know yet.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
All right, football horny clip of the day. Since Tyler just went from noon to 6,
Let's shoot him back.
And look, this clip does it really. I'll be honest with you. I'm just cruising along last night on the way home. I'm listening to Texans All Access. They got D'Amico Ryans on there rocking and rolling.
Rock and roll.
And
yeah.
I just greatly appreciated something that D'Amico Ryans said. I just hope my head coach, my offensive coordinator, I hope they feel this way, and I'll be damned if our head coach D'Amico Ryans doesn't feel this way about offensive football. And when he said it, I said, Tyler, it's turned me on a bit. See if you can't pull it, and let's talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. A lot more experience, and I always say you want to run the ball, right? You run the ball to win games, but to score, you got to throw the ball.
Yeah, right.
And so it's we know who we are, right? Yep. We don't have to force it. If it's there and we can pop some runs, we'll pop some. But we have a quarterback who can throw it, and we can get yards in the air, even on the check down plays, like the play to Brevin. Mm-hmm. Like CJ can throw the ball 5 yards and get credited with a 76-yard pass. So it's, however we have to get it done at this point, it really doesn't matter. Just get it done.
Turn me on, D'Amico Ryans. I am so thankful. I am so thankful we got a defensive-minded head coach that is not the kind that says we're going to establish the run and be more physical no matter what. You don't know. I'm driving home last night, legit half turned on. My man says, man, if it's not there, we'll throw it.
He said you got to throw it to score.
Yeah, you got to throw it to win championships. I mean, to me, that is the mentality that I hoped and prayed for we would get in Houston. And look, when you hire a defensive coordinator as your head coach, a defensive-minded head coach, my hopes and prayers doubled. It was like, oh no, here we go, man. We got a defensive-minded head coaches are usually run the football, play good defense, don't turn it over. And the fact that we've got a head coach that says, hey, man, we're not going to force the issue. We'll see if we can pop a couple runs. If we can't, we're going to throw the football. We found ways to check the ball down and get runs after catch kind of thing. It is just – I just don't want to let literally a day, but a week pass, especially a week this important, and not be as thankful as I can be that we don't have the old school ego-driven, we're going to run this football no matter what, come hell or high water, because that ain't winning games.
And it does seem like many times that is defensive coaches who just stick to, because it ends up turning into conservative nature. It just sticks to whatever it is because they are so hard at it. We want to be physical. We want to do that. And D'Amico is expressed wanting to be physical, but he also understands the personnel of who he has. And when you have CJ as opposed to the run game that he has, you better be establishing the best thing that you can. Now, I don't think he says you got to throw the run away, but we're going to establish CJ, our best player.
Well, it's really, you start thinking about, Ron, the teams that run the football well, and you can understand why Baltimore leads the league in rushing. It's whether it's in scheme or out of scheme, on schedule or off schedule, it doesn't matter. Lamar Jackson's he's going to put you over the top no matter what. But you look at like San Francisco and you look at their ability to run the football. I believe that their offensive line up front has a whole different mentality. But you can also look at like the ancillary pieces, if you will, Deebo Samuels, Juszczyk, George Kittle. Like those are the pieces that the Texans just don't have yet that would help the run game significantly. That super dynamic fullback. Right, Christian McCaffrey at tailback. The Deebo Samuel who keeps teams honest in that speed sweep game, sideline to sideline game, as well as really touching the football in the backfield anytime, giving Christian McCaffrey a little bit of rest. Like that, I think that's the next level talent that the Texans don't have right now. I think that's why they're struggling, along with I just don't think they have the same physical mentality up front. But I think ultimately, I think the Texans will be able to buy themselves a better run game this offseason. But it's just, and I'm so thankful that DeMeco Ryans is not a
just
beat your head on the wall, hell bent on running it. So appreciate the turn on last night, Miko. Appreciate it.
There you go. All right, coming up, we'll let you hear from the guy that DeMeco keeps saying is the reason why the Texans are here. That is C.J. Stroud. We'll let you hear what he had to say to the media coming up next.
All right, y'all, I got a deep-rooted guilty pleasure, several of them, but the one I want to tell y'all about is them daisy dips, man. Y'all know the old-school daisy sour cream. Anybody that eats sour cream, anybody?
Want tickets? Head to Tix.com, or you can enter to win a 4-pack right now at SportsRadio610.com/contest. It's Bud Light Fight Night, January 20th. Enter for a chance to win tickets right now at SportsRadio610.com/contests. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. It is divisional round playoff week as the Texans will take on the Ravens coming up on Saturday. Clint, I know you like to get yourself going with the little sounds of the great. This ain't quite Bobby Sloak, who I know tomorrow I'm sure will get you in a real heat.
Bobby's my main chick.
Yeah.
Dang it, Bobby.
Bobby's my main chick.
But C.J. Stroud can get people going as well. We'll let you hear.
He's a strong side piece.
Strong side piece. One that you might take out for dinner.
Oh, I'd be seen with him in the right city.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
You fly C.J. out. Not in Houston.
Oh, no question.
Not in Houston, but you'd fly.
No question.
I'm out to.
Maybe private.
To Milwaukee. All right, here is C.J.
Milwaukee.
Here's C.J. Stroud speaking to the media today.
A lot more people. Oh, wow. Yeah, I know.
From a growth perspective, from being able to have a close game till halftime and to now, what do you think as a team and you as well?
Yeah, we've grown in a multitude of areas. I think at that point we weren't really identified as who we are now, and we've grown in a lot of aspects. A lot of more experience up front now, both offensively, defensively, and special teams. So I think we've grown in a lot of places.
There's a narrative on the outside that since you guys are in the divisional round now, they didn't expect that, so you guys are playing with house money. What's your mindset when you hear that thought process?
That's not my thought process or our team's. We're just doing our job. We don't really pay attention to what people say. It's not up to them on what goes on the field. So it's really just up to us to go out there and do our jobs. And we believe in ourselves, and we trust in ourselves to win games and hopefully win this game. We have complete confidence in ourselves. So we're not really worried about what everybody else got to say.
You mentioned that you felt like y'all are playing your best football right now. Obviously, y'all are a much different team than y'all were week one. And I recall Bobby saying that he felt like you get down on the same page about after that second game. Y'all really locked together. What do you think it took to get on that same page where y'all are really clicking together, understanding each other, and playing the way y'all are playing now?
Just time, things don't happen overnight, especially in football. It takes a little time, and for us, the best teacher is experience. So just experience out there, and when the bullets are really flying, so the time and just the real in-game experiences help our relationship grow and our communication and things like that. So.
CJ, what do you think about the opportunity you have to put the Texans in the AFC championship game for the first time ever with the win this week?
Yeah, right now we're focused on going 1-0 this week. We'll figure it out after that, I'm not really focused on after that. It's all about going 1-0 and trying to do as best as we can in this game.
CJ, something you do pretty well compared to other quarterbacks. It feels like you sell the fakes really well. Tosses the Bobby had you, the fake tosses Bobby had you doing, play actions. Where does that come from, and sort of why is that important? Where some quarterbacks maybe don't sell it as much as you do.
That's how I've been coached my whole life. Really, is just the better sell you get, the easier the windows are, and the more you get for the defense to react, which is a good thing. So and then. That's what they teach here, which is right up my alley when I got here. So just been getting better at that, and I feel like it has a lot of positives to it.
CJ, on Saturday, on that play that you and Nico weren't able to hook up on that long pass, when you came to the sidelines, one of the first people to greet you and talk to you was Tank. How important was it to just have Tank around on Saturday?
It was cool. Yeah, Tank is definitely somebody who we love to have around. Of course, he's still part of this team. He's definitely the most, I would say, like the most outgoing person on this team for sure. Just how he acts, his vibe, his positivity rubs off on everybody. So I love having Tank around. I'm constantly around him a lot still. So it's really just a blessing to have a guy like that to still be joyful in a moment where he's going through a lot.
Since he came back from the injury, like the last 7 games, how has it been working with Juice Wells, especially considering that he was out for half the season? I remember like training camp, you guys really establishing chemistry.
Yeah, Juice has been doing amazing. He's been a really pivotal part to our success lately. And I know ever since he's gotten back, he's been really happy to be playing. I know it was hard for him to be out. So I think he's done a great job up there, him and LT holding the left side down and just communicating well and trying their best to gain a lot of trust and chemistry in a little amount of time, which I think they've done a great job of. So Juice is very talented, and I'm super excited to be working here for the next couple of years.
Juice was in town last week. He's been singing your praises. Undoubtedly, you know his history with this city. I think there are 5 black starting quarterbacks in this NFL playoffs. What can you say about that representation, and has Warren Moon had any kind of impact on you personally?
Yeah, I mean, my dad used to show me highlights of him growing up, him and Randall Cunningham, and just showed me like how much of a pure passer Warren Moon was, which I could really appreciate. So yeah, he paved a way for quarterbacks like myself and other quarterbacks, and I think he did it at a high level for a long time, you know, and finally people are giving him respect that he definitely deserves. So I appreciate him, and I know he reached out to me not too long ago, and it just meant a lot just because, I mean, he was somebody who I looked up to growing up, and I'm blessed enough to be able just to be in contact and with them and things like that.
From week 1 Belgium against the Ravens, where do you think you've grown the most up until this point?
I just think overall, I mean, every aspect of, I mean, just kind of just operating as an NFL player, you know, it's different than college, especially off the field. I mean, just having more time on your hands, and just really just being a professional, you know, and I think my coaches have done a good job helping me along with like my vets and things like that. So just growing in a lot of different places.
Trusting your coaches and sort of the offense. You obviously have that some things now. How different or how much of a benefit is that trust factor you feel like going into this game as opposed to being a rookie still trying, or the first game of your rookie season still trying to figure it out?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, trust is everything. Something that Bobby talks about a lot, and we know how important it is, especially offensively, to trust the next man to do their job so you're able to do yours and so you can win. So, I mean, like I said before, week 1 and now we built a lot of trust and chemistry together, and I think it's starting to show on film, and we can kind of just feel in the locker room how close we are. So it's a lot of different things that go along with trust that we've been able to build.
Making plays, making a mistake, or you see something that you were able to capitalize off of. I'm not asking, like, what did you see from the Ravens, but was there something that maybe stood out to you when you played them? And then going back to some of the divisional games, how were you able to kind of capitalize, whether it was against the Colts or against the Jaguars? And maybe you saw something earlier the first time you played them, or maybe the second time?
I mean, yeah, the Ravens are a great defense. I mean, definitely one of the top defenses in the league. Everything runs through really their linebackers and Kyle Hamilton. I mean, they're great players. The corners do their job. It means sticking in coverage. Their D-line gets a good pass rush. It rushes a unit. And really, that rang true week 1, and it rings true now. So we got to just be on our A game, execute at a high level, focus on the little details, and just really when the moment gets big, that's when you execute and try to do your job and try to make it as easy as possible. So in those other divisional games, playing the team twice, it's really some things that you can pick up on, but also it's been a new season since we played those guys. So you really got to just play it true on what you see out there on the field and just try to execute at a high level.
Last 2 defense, Sarge.
The Ravens, you mentioned they had prepared like they had defensive time. They used a lot of
unnecessary pressures, get pressure on quarterbacks. Obviously, you haven't really played them. So how much does that help, knowing that you have some experiences with some of the things that they can do that can confuse you, and now be more equipped going into the second battle against them?
I mean, yeah, like I just said, I mean, it's a really good team. They do blitz a lot. They do have a lot of different simulated pressures, fire pressures on, like they have the whole nine. So seeing it week one is definitely good, and try to fix those problems that we had then, which I think we've done, and just really just play our game.
After your first regular season game against Baltimore in the locker room, you and Jonathan Bernard had a conversation. We talked about that after the game, and he just told you to keep your head up. There's a lot more games coming. If you're his quarterback, you got the utmost confidence in what the team could do. How much of that did you carry with you throughout the season and where you are right now?
Yeah, I carry that a lot. I mean, me and JG are constantly talking. He's a heck of a leader, man. He's a heck of a person. And a great player, you know, and just that moment right there. I mean, I haven't lost a lot of games in my career, so like that definitely wasn't fun, and I was really like upset about a lot of different things, you know. So he was really good for me in that moment, just to calm me down and just tell me like, man, it's a long year, like we can see these dudes again, and lo and behold, we do. So like just having like vets and people who you can lean on in those type of moments it means everything, because you know that they have your back through thick and thin. So I mean, I appreciate JG and really my whole team, because they're all really like that.
All right, that was the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, as he speaks to the media. He sounds ready and ready to go and calm and as cool, as collected as always. Coming up, I'm going to tell you, he fits into it, but I think there's a conversation here on, as we sit right here early in the week, I'm going to tell you the things that you might have your own, but things that you should feel extremely confident about walking into the doors in Baltimore. Win or lose, but right now, how confident you should feel about certain things. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Available discounts if any. Valid 1/15 through 1/26. Subject to change.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You just heard from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, as he is getting ready for game day Saturday, 3:30 in Baltimore. Your Houston Texans will take on the Ravens for a chance to get to the AFC Championship game. And I just want to, my man is out here just working hard behind Tyler, studying and trying to learn his way and going to help us out, on the sticks at some point. And people out here calling him out, Clint, Tyler.
What?
I don't really appreciate it. I'm seeing this on YouTube and Twitch, and however you're listening to us on YouTube, Twitch, and if you listen to us on Sports Radio 610, the Odyssey app, I really don't appreciate somebody saying, I just got to the show late, Tyler. Who's that boring guy behind you?
Damn,
on, man.
Damn.
Dude, what is he supposed to be? He's just sitting there chilling and learning.
I mean, Byron didn't do nothing to nobody.
What they want Byron to go in here and just and start cutting some cartwheels or like you need like.
I mean,
what's the expectation of Byron to be doing?
I've been in that seat before, man.
2 different times. He's learning.
Exactly.
What's up with the boring guy behind Tyler?
That's just not right.
Well,
all right, man, you gonna have to do something then.
Swing
your hat. Do something, then. You on camera? You just sit back there. They need more from you, I guess.
No. Don't let these clowns on.
Slowly strip back there, Byron.
Don't do
really
it,
mess
Byron.
with him.
Don't do it, Byron.
Get that taco meat out there.
For y'all, everybody out there wanting more out of Byron, your ass needs to do less. That's exactly That's exactly what sitting back, being coachable, learning, observing. If he was back here doing flips and stuff, he wouldn't know what the hell's going on the ones and twos.
But I just don't know who puts the how did you view my man back there and just say, yeah, that's a boring ass dude.
What do you want him to be doing back here?
I just
Jumping
don't understand.
jacks?
I can see hey Tyler, who's the guy back there behind you? Who is the boring guy back there behind Tyler? Is what was I just.
It's just not right.
Fix your fingers to even type that.
Well.
Text line, do your thing, Byron.
That's right.
Good, man.
He said, I plan on it. That's why I'm back here.
I'm trying to, man. I'm
back
trying
here
to learn.
figuring I'm trying to, damn it. Y'all want a damn circus act on YouTube.
I almost put this person's full number out from the 281. Tyler, I missed the beginning of the show. Who's the super bored guy behind you?
Well, saying he's bored and calling him boring are different.
Agreed.
Well, that's another one. This is a different one. This is for the text line. The other one. Leave the guy alone. Just having a good time, man. You do your thing, Byron.
I'm learning, man.
It's all right, man. You keep learning, man. Keep learning.
You'll learn today.
That was unnecessary.
Now, I don't know how much you're being taught in there, Byron. I mean, that's a different conversation.
What
happened?
Well, what are we doing?
Don't do that to him.
My bad.
All right, look, man. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. Now, some of you out there who are texting in, saying stuff, I'm so glad our players don't think like our Houston media and are scared. Nobody's scared. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a tall task. This has been the best team in football during the regular season. You're going on the road. They're fully rested. All right. And this is going to be a tall task. Vegas is saying 9 points is the spread right now. It's going to be a tall task. Can the Texans win this game? Sure. Absolutely. But I will say, Clint, there are some things that I am really, really, really confident about walking in to this game, and I want to run a couple of them by you. I am really confident right now, Clint, that the Texans won't be affected by the weather. Like the weather coming in, you know how we saw the Dolphins and how they were affected, and sometimes we see, it's a dome team or a warm weather team. CJ played at Ohio State. Nico played at Michigan. I mean, the Texans have guys. It'll be 26, 25 degrees. I don't think the weather will play a factor to hurt the Texans like we've seen other warm climate teams be hurt.
I would be shocked. DeMeco, right. The one thing that I love, or one of several things that I love about DeMeco Ryans is, man, he really has this team bought into. I heard him say it multiple times, I think, on Texans All Access. Suck it up. You can do anything for 3 hours. right? Ultimately. And so whether that's weather, playing on the road, playing outdoors, whether that's noise, a noisy environment, whether it's the situation that you're put in, playing a guy that's an all-pro or trying to contain Lamar Jackson or whatever it may be, it's like, hey, man, just suck it up. We can do anything for 3 hours. Let's get it done. Here's the plan. You go out and execute. We'll get it done. And I think dealing with an outdoor game in the elements, and elements being just like ridiculously cold is bad enough. I mean, I'm not talking about snowstorms and ice storms and things of that nature, but
now if it rains, I want to take that. Like, if it rains, that may be a little different, but I think both teams would be affected at that point.
Well, that's the point, though, right? Is like if it's something that affects both teams, clearly it's bad enough to where it's damn near impossible to overcome. It just becomes who does it impact most, right? And so I'm just talking about on the road, 20-some-odd degrees, noise is going to be a factor. I just feel like D'Amico Ryans really has this team bought into suck it up. It's part of playoff football. Let's ride.
No, it is. And so I don't think the weather thing, I think, is a different thing. And I'm going to tell you another thing, fellas, that I think is a real factor for the Texans in a positive way. It's something that I'm confident about. Clint, there is a lot of pressure on Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in this game. They can't lose this game. They cannot. Lamar's 1-3 in the postseason. It is what he hears all the time. They are the favorite in this game. And that could build from the start, right? If they get off to a slow start, we saw it with Dallas Sunday, Clint. I really believe that it was 7-0, and you could see the pressure start to build immediately with Dak and the rest of the team. The pressure is squarely on the Ravens on this thing. The house money thing, I don't know about it. That thing I don't really believe in. Clint, you know as well as better than I do, if the Texans lose this game, they're not going to get up after the game in the locker room and start smiling and high-fiving and saying, hey, man, it's house money. We weren't supposed to be here. No, but there is major pressure in this game on Lamar Jackson and the Ravens because they cannot lose at home, rested to a up-and-coming team. The Texans belong here and are good, but, right, this isn't like losing to the Bills or the Chiefs or to the Bengals. There's going to be a lot of pressure that could play a lot in this game on the Ravens.
You mentioned it. If the Texans go beat Baltimore, and I'm talking about from a Baltimore perspective, there's a real Dallas Cowboy vibe.
Right. That starts to get tight, and that can start getting tight during the game.
Absolutely.
There it was. Glory hole.
Yeah, not those years, though. These ones we're talking about right now. Yeah, I mean, there is it don't matter who you are. You go, if you're a starting quarterback, you're MVP, you've done everything but win the big one, and you look up and you're 1-4 in the playoffs. I mean, yeah, that's it's not just on the Ravens. It's also
they've already lost as a 1 seed at home before to a team that they probably shouldn't have no business losing to, Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry and that Titans team.
The year they made the run to the AFC Championship.
The year he won the MVP.
I'll be damned.
That's the year that Lamar won the MVP.
Yep.
I mean that if the Texans weather the early storm and they find themselves with an early lead, I'm not saying it's over, but all of that pressure stuff starts to build up. And as we said, another thing I'm confident about, I don't think that CJ and the Texans are rolling in with any kind of fear. I don't think they're intimidated by the moment, by the Ravens, by the road or anything right now. But that is one to watch, is like, all right, it's all good. If this thing gets off to a slow start for the Ravens, that's when the tightness and the pressure could really creep up.
Yeah, I do wonder how much time is given to, hey man, we hadn't played on the road outdoors in 20 degrees. Like, just from a preparation standpoint. Yeah. I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, I'm not saying to sit there and worry about it. I do wonder how much, because D'Amico did speak directly to the fact that it's what a hell of a deal that Houston happens to be in the 20-degree range over the next 2 or 3 days, and now they can practice outside and get used to that particular temperature and going outside. I'm just curious in the scheme of things with a really, really good football team, how much time really goes into these are the elements that we're going to deal with in preparing for it.
Yeah, and as he spoke, he was fortunate that we're dealing with 20-degree weather right now, and they've been able to practice out so that's something that hopefully they can use to their advantage. But we'll see. Coming up, the injury reports are out with the Texans and the Ravens, and I think even more important, there is a potential starter for the Ravens that did not practice. That's an important piece to them that could be big if he's not available for them. And some news with the Astros. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you are off work. And luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Dill.
The big Dill.
And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is this is not as important as tomorrow will be, but as we know, the game is Saturday. Everything does move up. So they did have a lighter practice today, Clint, with the injury report for the Texans coming out. Robert Woods was limited, so he was on the field. Denzel Perryman, who had the rib issue in the game, he was limited and did some practicing. Mechie, who came out on the injury report with a foot issue, did practice at a limited capacity. Malik Collins, Blake Cashman, Will Anderson Jr. was limited as well. And then there's the rest guys. Laramie Tunzel and Shaq Mason with rest did not practice. Sheldon Rankins has the ribs and has had the shoulder, didn't practice. And then Andrew Beck. And then, I don't know. I'm serious. I don't know this person.
He's the guard that got in.
Dieter Elson or Elslin?
Iceland, I would
Is
say.
it Iceland? Iceland?
You thought they messed up and put old Dieter's last name on somebody.
I did. I was like, who is this?
He's that guard that got in last week, number 60. He got in and mauled somebody. Well, I say mauled. He got in and went out there with bad intentions and hit a guy smaller than him.
Must have been late.
Him out. Yeah, it was late. Yeah, no, it was definitely. The game was well in hand. Back up interior offensive lineman.
Didn't know this fella. But he is an illness, and he shows up and did not practice. And then the big one, the most important one is Jerry Hughes, who did not play last week and did not practice today, still with that ankle. Tomorrow will be a big one. The rest of these guys, including the Dieter fella, I would imagine will be back at practice in some form or fashion and feel good about how they ended and they all played last week. But it is Jerry Hughes to me. And I'll be honest, Clint, the Jerry Hughes thing is more depth to me. Yeah. With the way that Barnett has come on to play, it's not like a miss. Maybe a few weeks ago would have been like, man, you need Jerry Hughes, the rotation. He's a guy that gets pressure, but you would love him to be there just in case, and just to be able to keep those guys fresh and rested. But his importance is not as vital, and I think if that is it, that you're coming out pretty well going into this playoff game in terms of injury-wise.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, 3 weeks ago we were looking at this thing, and it was significantly shorter, but it had some big names on it, as this one does too. But the shorter one, it had names on it of guys that weren't practicing and guys that didn't end up playing and guys that you had major concerns about. Every name you mentioned, the only one that I'm concerned with, I agree with you, is Jerry Hughes. And the only reason I'm concerned is whether he will or will not play. Like, Jerry Hughes is a guy you're looking out for. The rest of these guys are either it's just a rest day, or they are banged up a little bit and just need a day to get healthy, and it's better to rest them than to push them, especially if it's just like an accelerated walkthrough type situation. So the only one on there is Jerry Hughes.
That's
as we move through the week, I don't expect a whole hell of a lot out of him in terms of practicing, but it wouldn't surprise me if we've heard multiple times this defense, as it pertains to the defensive line, is literally plug and play. You don't ask these guys to do a whole lot of thinking. You just ask them to go out there and play. So maybe they're trying to get Jerry Hughes up to speed, and hopefully by Saturday he can go. But that's the one to keep an eye on is does he ever practice to any degree, and how do you feel about him possibly being able to play come game day?
Yeah, so he's the one to watch. We'll be watching. If he practices tomorrow, then I mean it's full go. If any kind of capacity, limited or not, and he's one that the real one to watch. Now, I'd be surprised if any of these other guys didn't practice tomorrow, even if it's limited tomorrow in some way. The Ravens, though, here it is, the big one, couple of big ones here, and the one here is Mark Andrews, who has been out and was out for the year, but has been out. They bring him back from IR. He practiced today. People said he looked good, and he was practicing at a limited case here as well. And then the other one to watch is Marlon Humphrey, their corner, arguably their best corner. He's got a calf issue. He did not practice today. Could be just precaution, very similar to some of the other guys for the Texans, but he is one to watch and to watch the next week or so because he is one that didn't practice, and he is a big time part of their defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, as I look at this, you got three big time targets on the offense, and Mark Andrews, Devin Duvernay, and Zay Flowers are all in it. Two of them in limited capacity. One of them practice full.
Yep.
So make of it what you will. But then you jump over to where you said that Marlon Humphrey not practicing with a calf too. It's a corner with a lower leg injury or issue that kept him from practicing today. I'm definitely looking out. I'm checking out the Ravens injury report tomorrow to see what happens with him.
Yeah. So that is the injury report for both teams today. Not as big. And not as big as much for the Texans. They're resting. The Ravens, hell, I would imagine everybody be out there practicing. At this point, as much time as they've been off from resting. But we'll see whatever happens. Tomorrow will be a much bigger day to look at that.
5 o'clock fire.
Our little Astros news, Clint, and we've been hearing from the offseason, like the bullpen is where they want to try to shore up things, and they let several guys go from that bullpen. They're not bringing back Ryan Stanek, one, Hector Neris. They're not bringing back. They let several guys go. Well, they got some tough news. Astros reliever Kendall Graveman, who did not pitch in the postseason, he's going to be out for the year next year. All right, because he underwent shoulder surgery on his throwing right arm, and he is going to be out for the 2024 season. He had a ERA in the 2.4s. And had 23 appearances after he was traded here. But it's even bigger, Clint. The Astros have now lost 207-plus innings from their 2023 bullpen in either free agency or injury. 207-plus innings they're going to have to fill. And right now, there's no Graveman. They let Neris go, Stanek go. That's three guys that were setup men for them on this team. So, and they haven't really brought many pieces in. They've signed some some minor league contracts, and they made one trade. But this is going to be interesting to see what they do with this bullpen, because they got a lot of innings to fill there.
Now, look, I don't know the details of the Graveman issue, but what I did read a little before the show today on this situation, I believe they knew it was coming.
Yeah.
And so now, make of that what you will. I look at it as whatever moves they've made or not made, or whatever their plan is moving forward, it included Kendall Graveman. This didn't just jump out of left field and they go, oh, hell, we lost Kendall Graveman, the way that we're hearing the news. I've got to believe that Dana Brown and company, they knew this was coming, so they clearly planned accordingly. Now, maybe they didn't know it was going to be as severe a surgery and as long a rehab as it is, but either way you slice it, there had to be a plan in place to at the very least eat up some of those innings that he and the others, as you mentioned, left behind. So make of that what you will, but again, this is obviously a bullpen that you're trying to shore some things up, trying to strengthen, and it looks like the Astros on several fronts are moving in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're chilling with Montero, Abreu, and Presley, right?
Yeah.
Like of guys that you're really looking up, and then some guys that pitched in the regular season, like Seth Martinez. They're looking to have a bigger role for him this year thus far, and because they just haven't gone out and made any major moves. I still think they will probably bring some guys in.
Well,
that's something they've talked about targeting.
Yeah. I mean, you still got a surplus of starters. I mean, that's it. And if Lance McCullers comes back, it's even more so.
Bury me in the H.
And the only reason I say if is because I haven't heard any status on Lance in forever. He hasn't given us a report in a while.
Yeah, he hasn't come out.
But I'm assuming we're expecting him to be back this year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so you're talking about a surplus of starters, like hell, two more than you need.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. Maybe they put old Ronell in there. Maybe they'll try him out in the bullpen.
I didn't think about old Blanco.
O'Neill. Put him out there to be
he's up on out there
as a setup guy. We'll see what they do.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. We understand the vacancies in the NFL coaching searches. A lot of teams still looking out for their guys. By the way, the Seahawks have put in a request to meet with Bobby Slowick here. Also, Ben Johnson of the Lions looks like they're maybe going offense potentially for their head coaching search. But the Falcons, Clint, they interviewed Bill Belichick yesterday for their head coaching job. Bill Belichick, who has parted ways with the New England Patriots, they have looked to had an interview Arthur Blank with the 71-year-old head coach. Bill Belichick, Atlanta. That's not one that sounds like a fit to me when you look at some of the other jobs out there. I'd be surprised if Bill took that one.
Yeah, it is very, very interesting that Bill is on the market. Fascinating, I guess, is that Bill's on the market and to see how teams handle it. To me, the only way I entertain Bill Belichick is if I've got an established quarterback that I refuse to part ways with. And it's Bill, here's our offense. We've got this guy. This is who I need you to work with. This is who, letting him pick the guy and develop the guy and build around the guy, I'm out on that. I mean,
what's up,
I am blown away with every single time I turn the TV on. It is stroking the hell out of Bill Belichick. And
it really does get you.
Oh, it irks me, man.
Because crazy, even more to it, like Atlanta, we've heard that, but the names we're hearing, like we're hearing that Philly and Dallas, both in the NFC East, are potentially going to fire their coaches.
Right.
Pretty certain.
Well,
this happened with Dallas, and his name or the name that you hear for both spots.
Yeah.
Like if Philly go after him with Jalen and their team, and then Dallas go after him with Dak. And
I mean, to be clear, I mean the part that bothers me is like